Chapter 766. Jiang Chen's voice was like a sudden clap of thunder. It seemed to have some kind of magical power that was injected into everyone's ears. For some unknown reason, after listening to Jiang Chen's words, everyone's fighting spirit was aroused. It was as if they wouldn't be afraid even if the enemy had thousands of soldiers and horses. As long as Jiang Chen was here, they would be safe and sound. Don't even think about touching a flower or a grass here. The Nebula sect and the Moyin cult wanted to rule the 4 big domains. These words were too domineering. It was so cool and made people look forward to it. Ruling the 4 big domains. This was something unimaginable, but when it came from Jiang Chen's mouth, it seemed like everything was going to happen. This was a situation that was hard to understand. There were some people who had such an influence. Just a word, a gesture, or a look from him could calm people down and give them endless hope. Jiang Chen was such a person. He was standing there, a role model, a hope that everyone could place their hope on. Jiang Chen, since you're back, let's go to the main hall and talk. Nebula Kid said. All right. Jiang Chen nodded and followed Nebula Kid to the central hall of the Nebula sect. The others also followed behind Jiang Chen. Crack. Ouch. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt a sharp pain coming from his butt. He didn't need to think to know what was going on. Without hesitation, he slapped the dog's head. Damn dog, what are you doing? Biting my butt again? Jiang Chen was speechless. His mighty image had been destroyed by this dog with a single bite. Little brat, I haven't settled the score with you yet. You went out alone and didn't bring me along. De Huang dog gritted his teeth. He had been holding a grudge against Jiang Chen for a month. This incident happened too suddenly, so I didn't bring you along. I will bring you next time. Jiang Chen quickly admitted his mistake. He knew that this dog was hard to deal with. If he didn't admit his mistake, this dog would continue to cause trouble. Moreover, this time it was Jiang Chen's fault. He had expected that De Huang would be angry, so he was mentally prepared for it. Big Yellow mumbled again, but he knew when to stop. He knew that the current situation was very serious, otherwise he would definitely give Jiang Chen a lot of trouble. In the main hall, Jiang Chen was sitting on the main seat. Nebula Kid and Wu Emo were sitting on both sides of him. Although Jiang Chen was only a 9th grade combat emperor, he was the backbone of the entire Nebula sect and Moyin cult. 3 days later, it all depended on Jiang Chen to deal with the situation. Jiang Chen, the northern and southern dynasties have already ruled all the major powers in the 4 domains except for us. There are more than 100 minor saints under them. There is also a white tiger that not even a 6th grade minor saint could fight against. This force is too strong. We can't fight against it. I wonder if you have any solution? Wuimo asked. That Nan Beichao specifically asked you to kneel before him. He could have killed us directly, but he gave us 3 days to do so. Obviously he is targeting you. Nebula Kid said. He had heard from Han Yen that the northern and southern dynasties had been defeated by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was his biggest enemy. So he could understand why the northern and southern dynasties wanted to target Jiang Chen. In fact, without Jiang Chen, the northern and southern dynasties would still rule the 4 domains, and they wouldn't give them 3 days. By this time, the Nebula sect and Moyin cult would have already become the captives of the northern and southern dynasties, just like the other major powers. The northern and southern dynasties have always been arrogant and conceited. They want me to kneel before them because they want to humiliate me and erase the shadow that I have left in their hearts. Hearing this, everyone was shocked once again. The spirits of the 5 elements were very precious. Jiang Chen was actually able to collect 4 of them. It was simply a heaven-defying existence. From this, it could be seen that Jiang Chen was indeed a person with great luck. Otherwise, how could he have collected 4 of the spirits of the 5 elements? However, even if Jiang Chen had 4 of them, he was still missing 1. It was undoubtedly a fantasy for him to obtain the demon spirit of the white tiger. But that white tiger is a powerful 5th grade minor demon saint. Not even a 6th grade minor saint is a match for it. It's basically impossible for you to obtain its demon spirit. Wu Emo shook his head. Not only him, everyone present thought that Jiang Chen was joking. How could it be possible to kill the white tiger and obtain its demon spirit? Haha. I have already prepared for this. The white tiger is dead for sure. As long as the northern and southern dynasties attack us, the first thing I will do is to eliminate the white tiger and obtain its demon spirit. I will arrange the 5 elemental Tajura formation later. When the war begins, I will kill the white tiger and obtain its demon spirit, perfecting the 5 elemental Tejura formation. Jiang Chen laughed. Although the white tiger was very powerful, Jiang Chen didn't care about it. He had been keeping the source of combat strength talisman that was given to him by Great Master Ran Feng. He had never been willing to use it because he was waiting for this day. To put it bluntly, the source of combat strength talisman was prepared for the white tiger. As long as the white tiger was killed, it would be equivalent to cutting off the right arm of the northern and southern dynasties. The source of combat strength talisman was a one-time consumable item. It could only unleash a single attack of a 9th grade minor saint. It was undoubtedly impossible to use it to kill all the enemies, but it wouldn't be a problem to kill the white tiger. Everyone gasped. They didn't know what kind of method Jiang Chen would use to deal with the white tiger, but judging from Jiang Chen's expression, he didn't seem to be joking. Jiang Chen was very confident, which made them feel relieved. However, they were still worried. Even if the 5 elemental Tejura formation could be perfectly arranged like what Jiang Chen said, even if Jiang Chen had the means to kill the white tiger, there were still more than 100 minor saints on the other side. They wouldn't be able to deal with them. Could it be that they had to rely on the grand formation to keep the battle going? This didn't seem to be a good idea. It was a good idea. Everyone, don't worry. Just leave everything to me. All you need to do is to maintain the grand formation and leave the rest to me. This time I will make sure that the northern and southern dynasties won't be able to leave this place alive. At that time the 4 domains will no longer belong to the northern and southern dynasties, but to us. All the resources will belong to us. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. Everything was going according to his plan. Killing the white tiger would not only complete the 5 elemental Tejura formation, but also complete the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. Under the stimulation of the 5 elemental combat dragon seal, his dragon transformation skill would undergo another transformation. At that time, Jiang Chen would be able to break through to the 1st grade minor saint. His strength would increase tremendously, and the dragon transformation skill would most likely give Jiang Chen the ability to transform into a dragon. At that time Jiang Chen was confident that he would be able to conquer the world. Jiang Chen's confidence affected everyone's mood. Although they didn't know where Jiang Chen got his confidence from, it at least gave them a glimmer of hope in their hearts. A glimmer of hope that they could really fight against the northern and southern dynasties. As for ruling the 4 domains, it was something that they had never even dreamt about. They didn't dare to think about it. What we lack now is a minor saint expert, a high-level minor saint. The 5 elemental Tejura formation needs a lot of energy to support it, especially with the addition of the brilliant mirror. Master, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to Danyuan City and ask Dan King to come and help us. Dan King is a peak 5th grade minor saint. He might be a 6th grade minor saint now. Chapter 767. Alright, I will go now. Nebula Kid nodded. King of Dawn was a powerful expert. Many people knew about this. Now that Xuanyu was in chaos, King of Dawn was supposed to stay out of it. However, if Jiang Chen wanted to invite King of Dawn, he would definitely be able to do so. Jiang Chen was now King of Dawn godson. Jiang Chen nodded. The reason why he asked Nebula Kid to go was because Nebula Kid's cultivation was strong and his speed was fast. From here to Danyuan City and back it would only take him half a day at most. As for the northern and southern dynasties, he was not worried at all during these 3 days. He knew the northern and southern dynasties too well. They were extremely arrogant people. Their words would never change. He would wait for Jiang Chen to kneel before him. In these 3 days he would never touch a hair of Nebula sect. After Nebula Kid left, Jiang Chen began to arrange the formation. Wu Emo followed beside Jiang Chen to understand the essence of the 5 elemental Tejura formation. The higher-ups of Nebula sect and Moyin cult had already left to arrange the disciples. No one would be able to escape from this battle. The 5 elemental Tejura formation required too much energy. Thousands of people from both major forces had to join in and inject their energy into the formation. Only in this way could the formation reach its strongest state and resist the enemy. In the sky above Nebula sect, Jiang Chen and the others were standing in the air, checking the situation of the entire mountain range. The 5 elemental spirits must be arranged in the most suitable place. De Huang Dog was a formation master, so he quickly found the best place. Jiang Chen's body contained the 5 elemental spirits. Although he had already refined them, the essence could still be extracted and used to arrange the formation. Metal is in the west, wood is in the east, water is in the north, fire is in the south, and earth is in the middle. I have already found the most suitable place to arrange the 5 elemental spirits. Little Xianxia, the rest is up to you. De Huang Dog said arrogantly. All right. Jiang Qin nodded. According to the coordinates provided by De Huang Dog, he extracted the 5 elemental spirits and placed them separately on the coordinates. Only the west side was empty. He had not obtained the metal spirit yet, so he could only wait until he killed the white tiger. The 4 types of 5 elemental spirits were placed neatly, emitting 4 different colors. For a moment, the entire mountain range was filled with spiritual energy, giving people an indescribable sense of comfort. It was the first time that 4 types of 5 elemental spirits were gathered at the same place. To put it bluntly, if all 5 types of 5 elemental spirits were gathered, this place would become a sacred mountain in 1,000 years. Such rich 5 elemental qi, what a rare treasure. Wuxia couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Qin was actually able to gather 4 types of 5 elements together. This was simply heaven-defying. I'm afraid that the spirits of 5 elements alone won't be enough. Tyrant, do you still have your stone tablet? Jiang Qin looked at Tyrant. He remembered very clearly that Tyrant's stone tablet played a huge role in the Death Mountain. The grand formation laid down by Tyrant could even stop a minor saint. If Tyrant's stone tablet and the spirits of 5 elements were united, the power of the 5 elemental Tajura formation would reach an extremely terrifying level. There was no doubt about this. Of course. Tyrant nodded. Good. Tyrant, you are very useful now. Take out the stone tablet and fuse it with the qi of 5 elements. It will certainly make the power of the grand formation more tyrannical and stable. Jiang Qin said. No problem. Tyrant didn't hesitate. He turned his palm and the stone tablet appeared. It was a huge blood-red stone tablet. It carried a strong murderous qi and an ancient qi, indicating that this stone tablet had existed for a very long time. As soon as the monument appeared, there was an aura of superiority. It was an aura of independence, looking down on all heroes, not putting anything in its eyes, not even the heavens in its eyes. It was as if Tyrant was the only one who could control it. This stone tablet is extremely mystical. Back then in the Death Mountain, if it wasn't for this stone tablet, all of us would be dead. Guo Fei said, sighing. That's right. With the help of this stone tablet, our grand formation will be more secure. Han Yen nodded. They were all people who had experienced the catastrophe in the Death Mountain. They knew the power of this stone tablet. Back then, this stone tablet had turned the tide and held on until the appearance of Jiang Qin. If it wasn't for this stone tablet, they might not be able to stand here. Tyrant shouted. A divine sense penetrated into the stone tablet, trying to fuse the qi of 5 elements with the qi of 5 elements. However, the stone tablet trembled violently, as if it was rejecting the fusion of the qi of others. It was a high and mighty qi, as if nothing in this heaven and earth was qualified to fuse with it. However, very quickly the stone tablet calmed down. This was because the stone tablet had sensed the aura of the 5 elements. The 5 elements were products from the beginning of the world. They were supreme sacred objects. Even the arrogant stone tablet had to acknowledge them. Rays of light overflowed from the stone tablet. Very quickly, it completed the fusion with the 4 qi of 5 elements. Little Xianxia, the stone tablet has completely fused with the qi of 5 elements. What should we do next? Tyrant asked. Tyrant, when the grand formation is activated, you will be in charge of controlling the stone tablet and activating its power. You don't have to worry about anything else. Jiang Qin arranged. Tyrant's role was undoubtedly very important. In the entire Nebula sect and Moyin cult, only Tyrant could control the stone tablet. No one else could. Don't worry, I will definitely complete the task. Tyrant patted his chest and guaranteed. It will take a long time to complete the 5 elemental Tajura formation. I'm afraid it will take 1 day and 1 night. Don't disturb us for the next period of time. I and De Huang will complete the 5 elemental Tajura formation. As long as this grand formation succeeds, 3 days later, the northern and southern dynasties will be in big trouble. Jiang Chen's eyes shone. Xuanyu was in a mess. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Wuxia and the others retreated, but they didn't stay idle. On one side they were guarding Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, lest they were disturbed. At the same time they were observing the layout of the 5 elements Tijura formation. Even Nebula Kid and Wu Yimo's faces were pale. The white tiger was too powerful. They couldn't think of any method that Jiang Chen could use to kill the white tiger. If Jiang Chen was just boasting, it would be too much. Jiang Chen stared at the white tiger without blinking. Suddenly 2 rays of light shot out from Jiang Chen's eyes. A golden talisman suddenly appeared in his hand. Here's my chance, white tiger. Since you have delivered yourself to me, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout and crushed the source of combat strength talisman. With a loud bang, a huge hole was created in the sky and the source of combat strength talisman turned into an old monk. The old monk's body was very faint, but it carried an endless amount of power. Under this kind of power, the whole world seemed to have quieted down. The old monk's body was emitting a pure Buddha's light, like a living Buddha. What? The white tiger immediately cried out. He felt an unprecedented pressure from the illusory old monk. There was also an aura of death. The white tiger was not an idiot. On the contrary, he was very smart. At this moment, how could he not know that he had fallen into Jiang Chen's trap? He wanted to escape, but he found that his body had been imprisoned by the illusory old monk. His body was trapped in a firm cage, unable to move. What a powerful qi. That's the source of combat strength talisman. Jiang Chen actually has such a powerful source of combat strength talisman. No wonder he is so confident. Judging from the qi of that old monk, I'm afraid that he is a 9th grade minor saint. Such an expert is too shocking. That white tiger is finished. Not even the gods can save him. Haha. I never thought that Jiang Chen has such a powerful trump card. The source of combat strength talisman of a 9th grade minor saint can easily destroy the world. Wu Yimo and Nebula Kid laughed. Many people from Nebula sect and Moine cult were cheering. The white tiger had been trapped by Jiang Chen. As long as the white tiger was eliminated, it was equal to cutting off the right arm of the northern and southern dynasties. What's going on? How could Jiang Chen have such a powerful source of combat strength talisman? It's over. This source of combat strength talisman is concocted by a 9th grade minor saint. White tiger won't be able to resist it. What should we do now? Should we help him? No, the damage of a 9th grade minor saint's source of combat strength talisman is too great. We will still die if we go against it. The reason why Jiang Chen hasn't killed the white tiger yet is because he is waiting for us to save him. He knows that the talisman can only be used once, so he wants to kill as many as he can. The northern and southern dynasties were in a state of agitation and panic. None of them had thought that they would fall into a disadvantageous position the moment they arrived. The white tiger was the strongest existence on their side, but he was trapped just like that. Jiang Chen released the white tiger. The northern and southern dynasties shouted. His eyes were about to shoot out fire. The white tiger was too important to him. If the white tiger died, it would be an irreparable loss to him. However, no matter how angry he was, he didn't dare to step forward. If he did, he would die together with the white tiger. Release him. If you have what it takes, come and save him yourself. If you don't have what it takes, just watch him die. Jiang Chen revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't waste any more time. With a thought, the power of the source of combat strength talisman burst out. He knew that the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't come to save him. The situation where the source of combat strength talisman could kill as many people as he wanted wouldn't happen anymore. It was enough to kill the white tiger. Roar. The northern and southern dynasties were furious. They looked like a peerless king. Both of their eyes had turned golden. Their eyes fell on Jiang Chen. They could see through Jiang Chen's plan. After obtaining the demon soul of white tiger, Jiang Chen was breaking through to the minor saint realm. Jiang Chen, come out and fight with me if you have the ability. Let's settle the score between us. Why are you hiding inside like a turtle? The northern and southern dynasties shouted at Jiang Chen. Northern and southern dynasties, you don't have to provoke me. Break my grand formation if you have the ability. If you don't wait for me to break through to the minor saint realm, then I will come out and fight with you. Jiang Chen didn't even open his eyes. His voice spread out like waves and fell into everyone's ears. Jiang Chen's words were like a stabilizing needle, suppressing the entire Nebula sect. He was now the god in everyone's heart. Jiang Chen's confidence had given them unlimited hope. It seemed that as long as Jiang Chen was here, no matter how many minor saints there were, it would be useless. The current situation was the best explanation. The joint attack of more than 150 minor saints couldn't break the grand formation that Jiang Chen had set up. This was Jiang Chen's means. He could even kill the white tiger. What else couldn't he do? Jiang Chen sat cross-legged. The demon soul of the white tiger was being refined bit by bit. This was the demon soul of a divine beast. It was a 5th-grade minor demon saint. The enormous energy contained in it was unimaginable. However, Jiang Chen didn't need the energy. He only needed the bloodline of the white tiger. As for the demon soul, it could be given to De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen only needed the bloodline of the white tiger to complete the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal's recommendation. Under the impact of the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal and the recommendation of the Dragon Transformation skill, Jiang Chen would break through to the 1st-grade minor saint. Weng, the Dragon Transformation skill was circulating at high speed, and the chant of the Golden Dragon Seal was circulating automatically as well. The bloodline of the white tiger began to be absorbed by Jiang Chen bit by bit. A huge amount of gold qi began to gather in Jiang Chen's body. Dozens of minutes later, Jiang Chen had finally completely absorbed the bloodline of the white tiger. At this time, the 5 Elements Tajura formation wasn't as strong as before. All the Combat Soul and Combat King disciples were lying on the ground in exhaustion. They had completely lost their combat strength. Only the powerful combat emperors and minor saints were still struggling. Everyone was waiting for Jiang Chen to unleash his full power. Once the formation was broken, most of them would become lambs waiting to be slaughtered by the enemy without any chance to resist. Big brother, hurry up. Zueling Heir's face had turned pale. She was relying on the heaven elixir to support herself. Ah, look, they can't hold on any longer. Let's put in more effort. As long as we break the formation, we'll kill every single one of them. Freedom King burst into laughter. The formation was getting weaker and weaker. Many people from the Nebula sect and Moyin cult couldn't hold on any longer. It wasn't long before the formation was broken. Jiang Chen, I'll wait for you to break through to the minor saint realm. At that time we'll have a duel and I'll kill you with my own hands. I won't give you any chance. The voices of the northern and southern dynasties were shaking the heavens, as if they were determined to kill Jiang Chen. The white tiger was killed by Jiang Chen, and it had made the hearts of the northern and southern dynasties bleed. If they didn't kill Jiang Chen today, the hatred in their hearts would never be appeased. Chapter 772. By God! What kind of monster is this? What a terrifying qi. This is a type of transformation technique. This is the qi of a dragon. Jiang Chen actually has the legendary form of a dragon. This is unbelievable. This is too shocking. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. How many more unknown means does Jiang Chen have? I can feel that his combat strength has increased by at least 10 times in this form. 10 times. That's heaven-defying. That's right. Everyone was shocked. Whether it was the Nebula sect or the Moyin cult or the enemies, they were all shocked by Jiang Chen's transformation. The energy of this transformation was too terrifying. There were no lack of experts on the scene. They could see that Jiang Chen was already very scary when he advanced to the 1st-grade minor saint. His current form was at least 10 times stronger than before. Such a heaven-defying transformation technique was simply unheard of. This is too scary. I have a feeling that even with my current strength, I'm afraid that I won't be a match for Jiang Chen. Dan King's eyes widened. He was now at the peak of 5th-grade minor saint. Although Jiang Chen was just a 1st-grade minor saint, the combat strength that he could unleash was unimaginably terrifying. Under such circumstances, Dan King had to admit that he was no match for Jiang Chen. What happened? How did he suddenly undergo such a transformation? He directly turned into a monster. It's a very scary transformation technique. Apart from the increase in combat strength, his qi, physical strength and attack speed are many times stronger than before. This bastard is too scary. But we don't have to be afraid. As long as he dares to come out, the northern and southern dynasties will naturally deal with him. There are over 150 minor saints here. Can't we kill a mere Jiang Chen? The minor saints of the northern and southern dynasties were shocked. Many of them had a hint of fear for Jiang Chen. They had never seen such an abnormal person before. Such a person could no longer be described as a genius. The existence of Zhou Xian had subverted many people's perception. Facing the dragon-like Zhou Xian, the northern and southern dynasties' expression turned grim. They could feel that the current Zhou Xian had the strength to fight them. However, the northern and southern dynasties didn't care too much about it. They were still confident that they could kill Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian, come out and fight me. Show me how strong you are. The northern and southern dynasties shouted at Zhou Xian. As you wish. Zhou Qian's body swayed. His majestic dragon body flew out of the 5-elemental Tejura formation, but the formation was still maintained. The brilliant mirror became even brighter. Zhou Xian was going to fight the northern and southern dynasties, but the 5-elemental Tejura formation couldn't be removed. Given the difference in strength between both sides, the formation couldn't be fully activated yet. Otherwise, even if he could kill all the powerful enemies in the end, the Nebula sect would be annihilated. Those combat emperors, combat kings, and even combat soul disciples and elders would die tragically. In a battle between minor saints, they were just cannon fodder. You guys continue to support the formation. I will kill the northern and southern dynasties. Zhou Qian said. As soon as he walked out of the formation, a terrifyingly sharp claw shot out and grabbed a second-grade minor saint who was closest to him. The minor saint's face was filled with panic. After being controlled by Zhou Qian, this was the first time he felt so close to death. No, the minor saint roared, but it was useless. Zhou Qian's sharp claw crushed his skull like a piece of tofu. The second-grade minor saint died on the spot. Zhou Qian halted his steps, creating a huge crack in the void. The 9 murdering flood dragons was also a terrifying innate ability. It was unleashed to its fullest potential by Zhou Qian. The 9 flood dragons surrounded the 3 wisdom punches and tore them into pieces. Too weak. Northern and southern dynasties, these methods are useless against me. Zhou Qian was too strong. A casual punch from him could unleash an ocean-like strength. Right now he had countless powerful abilities. Even though the northern and southern dynasties had the support of the eternal immortal wind, they still couldn't gain any advantage in front of him. Think about it, if they didn't have the eternal immortal wind, the northern and southern dynasties would already be dead men. How look. The northern and southern dynasties can't gain any advantage against senior brother Zhang. Senior brother Zhang is too ferocious. As long as we kill the northern and southern dynasties, our crisis will be completely resolved. They were defeated by Zhou Qian again and again. The humiliation that had been accumulating in their hearts for so many years suddenly gushed out like spring water. If they were defeated again today, it would be an unimaginable blow to their souls. Therefore, they couldn't afford to be defeated again. They had to use the strongest method to wash away their humiliation. Therefore, they had to kill Zhou Qian no matter what. Oosh. Endless wind and waves were blowing. The entire battlefield had a circumference of several hundred li. Within this area, terrifying tornadoes could be seen everywhere. The power of these tornadoes wasn't ordinary. They were the eternal immortal wind, representing eternity and would never be extinguished. However, the power of the eternal immortal wind itself was limitless, capable of blowing everything in the world to death. The moment the eternal immortal wind appeared, even the air itself was destroyed. And this was only because they were fighting up in the sky. If they were fighting down below, the eternal immortal wind would blow so violently that all living beings would be blown to death. Nothing would exist. The roar of the tornadoes resounded throughout the world, covering the sky and covering the earth. The tornadoes were densely packed with runes rushing towards Zhou Qian. The eternal immortal wind surrounded Zhou Qian from all directions. It seemed like it would not stop until Zhou Qian was torn into pieces. Zhou Qian, let's see how you can withstand the attack of the eternal immortal wind. No matter how strong your body is, it will still be torn into pieces by the eternal immortal wind. You are just a little mortal, you don't know the terror of the immortals. I have the body of an immortal. Fighting against me is the same as going against the heaven. The voice of the northern and southern dynasties was rolling. His body emitted the chi of an immortal, giving people a sense of superiority and an invisible pressure. Such a powerful immortal wind. It doesn't belong to this world. The strength of the northern and southern dynasties is unimaginable. I wonder if Zhou Qian can withstand it. Nebula Kid's face showed a trace of worry. The eternal immortal wind is too powerful. Even I will die if I am surrounded by this eternal immortal wind. Dan King shook his head. He deeply felt the strength of the northern and southern dynasties. Even without the help of the White Tiger, such a heaven-defying character could still sweep away everything. On the alien battlefield, Xianxia was completely surrounded by the endless eternal immortal wind. The eternal immortal wind seemed to have formed a formation without an exit, making Xianxia unable to find his way out. Countless eternal immortal wind turned into ancient beasts, opening their mouths wide, wanting to devour Xianxia. Realm of 5 elements. All of a sudden Xianxia unleashed his domain. The domain rushed out and emitted 5-colored brilliance. The 5 elements were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. After fusing together, it became impregnable. Nothing could break through it. Not even the eternal immortal wind could break through Xianxia's domain. The northern and southern dynasties tried their best to combine their divine sense with the eternal immortal wind. They wanted to tear apart Xianxia's realm, but they found that it was extremely difficult. What eternal immortal wind? You can't stop me. I will break your eternal immortal wind. Let's see what else you can do. Xianxia's voice shook the sky. His qi roared. The vast yuan qi rushed into Xianxia's limbs and then into the heavenly saint sword. The power of the heavenly saint sword reached its peak. Xianxia operated the great soul derivation technique and quickly found the weakest spot of the eternal immortal wind. As long as he was given the chance to escape, he would grow stronger very quickly. He would become stronger and harder to deal with. Want to leave? Stay where you are. Xianxia flapped his dragon wings and turned into a ray of lightning, breaking through the encirclement of the 5th-grade minor saints and vanished into the void. In the next moment, Xianxia reappeared. In his hand was a man who was covered in blood. He was from the northern and southern dynasties. Currently, the immortal armor of the northern and southern dynasties had disappeared. Xianxia's sharp claws had pierced through his back like a dead dog. Xianxia, I have the immortal soul physique. You can't kill me. The northern and southern dynasties were still struggling. Northern and southern dynasties, look at your current state. What qualifications do you have to fight me? Killing you is like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Today I will completely annihilate you. I will destroy your body and soul. I won't give you any chance to fight back. Xianxia said. His other sharp claw suddenly grabbed the heads of the northern and southern dynasties. A cracking sound was heard. Their heads were crushed into pieces. This wasn't the end of it. Xianxia released a raging fire, forming a fire cage that trapped the northern and southern dynasties. He wanted to burn the northern and southern dynasties from head to toe. Not even a trace of their divine sense could escape. During the process of burning, Xianxia saw a whirlpool of wind lingering in the body of the northern and southern dynasties. The wind was extremely powerful, as if it was going to blow away the raging fire. Eternal immortal wind. What a good thing. Xianxia grabbed the eternal immortal wind. It struggled violently, trying to escape from Xianxia's palm. The eternal immortal wind was something that belonged to the immortal world. It had its own intelligence. It wouldn't be controlled by a mortal from the lower world. That's right. However, as soon as Xianxia used the dragon transformation incantation, the eternal immortal wind acknowledged allegiance. The dragon transformation incantation was a powerful divine ability that surpassed immortals. It was on the level of paramount gods and possessed the power of the primeval wilds. Even the eternal immortal wind had to acknowledge allegiance. With the eternal immortal wind, Xianxia had gained yet another trump card. However, in Xianxia's hands, the eternal immortal wind was nothing more than a means of attack. He didn't have an immortal spirit body, so he couldn't use the eternal immortal wind to advance 2 levels like the northern and southern dynasties. It was a pity, but Xianxia didn't care. With the dragon transformation incantation, he could increase his battle prowess by 10-fold, making him even stronger than the eternal immortal wind. As for the eternal immortal wind, even if it was just a means of attack, it was still extremely terrifying. Very quickly, the northern and southern dynasties were burned cleanly by Xianxia. Not even ashes were left. Xianxia retracted the flames and looked at the place where the northern and southern dynasties disappeared. He let out a long sigh. He had finally killed that guy. But at the same time, Xianxia felt a sense of loss in his heart. Look, the northern and southern dynasties are dead. They were killed by senior brother Jiang. Haha. The White Tiger is dead. The Northern and Southern dynasties are dead as well. Senior brother Jiang is an invincible existence. The others are nothing in front of him. They're finished. Senior brother Jiang is too divine. That seemingly unresolvable situation of certain death was actually turned around by him. He single-handedly created an unprecedented miracle. The death of the Northern and Southern dynasties was like a shot of adrenaline for the Nebula sect and the Moine cult. Many of them were so excited that they couldn't believe that this was real. Jiang Chen turned his head. Next it was time to settle the score with the others. However, he turned back to look at the place where the Northern and Southern dynasties were killed. There was no trace of the chi of the Northern and Southern dynasties left. They had completely vanished. However, for some unknown reason, Jiang Chen had an illusion that the Northern and Southern dynasties weren't dead yet. It was an absurd feeling. The Northern and Southern dynasties are dead. Let's run. Run. Jiang Chen is invincible. No one is a match for him. This man is cruel and merciless. We have offended him. If we fall into his hands, we will die for sure. Those minor saints were shouting wildly. Now that the outcome had been determined, they were completely defeated. The only thing they could do now was to run. Haha. None of you will escape today. All of you will die. I will use your saint blood to irrigate this mountain range, turning this place into a holy land. 5 elemental spheres, seal the void for me. Chapter 776. His feeling Jiang Chen's gaze, Freedom King sucked in a breath of cold air. Jiang Chen's eyes were like the eyes of the Grim Reaper. A single look from Jiang Chen could send a person to hell. Freedom King knew that he was finished. No one could save him from this world. Given Jiang Chen's temper, he would never let him go. He wouldn't leave any chance for him. Now even the Northern and Southern dynasties were dead. With his current strength that wasn't even a 5th-grade minor saint, he could only be slaughtered by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, don't kill me. I'm willing to submit to you. Freedom King's soul was shivering when he saw Jiang Chen approaching him. He was a dignified 4th-grade minor saint, the master of Xiaoyao Palace. Even his voice was trembling at this moment. He didn't have the demeanor of a superior being. No one wasn't afraid of death. This was the same for everyone. The higher one's status was, the stronger one's cultivation was, the more one would understand how difficult it was to reach where they were today. They would be more afraid of death, especially when death was about to befall them. I can give you a chance. Give me a reason why you won't die. Jiang Chen's tone was cold like the god of hell. The scene in the sky looked very exciting. A young man in his 20s was standing in front of hundreds of minor saints. All of the minor saints were trembling in fear. They didn't even dare to speak, let alone resist. The death of the half-step minor saint had given them a wake-up call. It made them understand that this young man in front of them wasn't someone they could deal with. He was a true war god. They had completely lost the chance to resist. However, judging from Jiang Chen's current performance, they could feel that they still had a chance to survive. Jiang Chen's gaze was very clear. The experts of the 3 major powers in Xuanyu City were the ones who had a grudge against them. As for the people of the other 3 domains, they were smart enough to keep quiet. As a matter of fact, they didn't even have the right to speak. Their fate was completely in the hands of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had killed their sect master and so many of their experts. They didn't even have the thought of revenge. Freedom King was delighted when he heard that Jiang Chen wanted him to give a reason. He felt that he still had a chance. Jiang Chen, you have killed so many people in Xiaoyao Palace. Let's forget about this. Moreover, it is the Northern and Southern dynasties that want to rule Xuanyu, not me. You know how powerful the Northern and Southern dynasties are. I can't resist them at all. As long as you don't kill me today, I will submit to you completely. From now on, the whole Xuanyu know the 4 major domains will be yours. Freedom King said hastily, pushing all the blame to the Northern and Southern dynasties. After all, the Northern and Southern dynasties were already dead. Puqi, unfortunately, as soon as Freedom King's voice faded, Jiang Chen's sharp claws pierced through his body mercilessly and crushed his heart. Blood flowed down from Jiang Chen's blood-red dragon claws. The scene looked incomparably ghastly. Feeling the rapid loss of vitality, Freedom King lifted his head with difficulty and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. He had thought that he already had a chance to live. He did not expect that Jiang Chen would kill him so decisively as soon as he finished his words. You can kill yourself hundreds of times for this reason. Compared to the northern and southern dynasties, people like you are far inferior. Although the northern and southern dynasties and I are enemies, I admire them from the bottom of my heart. They are arrogant to the core. Even if they were to die, they would not beg for mercy. Moreover, your reason is too lousy. Chapter 777. Jiang Qin stood there like a peerless king overlooking the world. Everyone had to submit to him. Every pair of eyes that looked at him were filled with awe and respect. The northern and southern dynasties had worked so hard for so long, but in the end it was all for Jiang Qin. The northern and southern dynasties wanted to rule the world and become the emperor of the 4 big domains, but in the end they died tragically and the emperor became Jiang Qin. It was imaginable that if the northern and southern dynasties didn't die, they would probably spurt out a dozen mouthfuls of blood on the spot when they saw the scene in front of them. Jiang Qin, Jiang Qin, Jiang Qin. The 5 elemental Tejura formation was removed. Nebula sect returned to its normal state. It was unknown who was the one who shouted, but the whole scene was like a dreadful flood or a ferocious beast. Thousands of disciples and elders were shouting Jiang Qin's name, especially those disciples of Nebula sect. Each and every one of them was shouting Jiang Qin's name, as if shouting these 2 names would make their blood boil. Jiang Qin's figure was lofty and sacred in their hearts. In the hearts of many young disciples, Jiang Qin didn't just represent an idol but a god. That's right, a god. What happened today could only be done by a god. Jiang Qin was omnipotent. As long as he was here, he could change anything that couldn't be changed. He was the creator of all miracles. Nebula sect and Moyin cult were supposed to die, but today they were besieged by over 150 minor saints. Not only did they not lose a single outer disciple, even the weakest disciple of Nebula sect and Moyin cult, they also suffered a great loss. Is this a dream? Did you just slap me? This must be a dream. Brother Jiang is like a god that descended from the heavens. He is omnipotent. He has saved all of our lives. He had already saved us in the Death Mountain. This is the 2nd time. He alone turned the situation around and killed more than 60 minor saints. Who else in this world could achieve such a feat? Senior brother Jiang is merely a 1st-grade minor saint. From now on, Jiang Qin will be my lifelong idol and goal to strive for. At this moment, whether it was Nebula sect or Moyin cult, whether it was the young disciples or the old elders, all of them were conquered by Jiang Qin. Countless female disciples were looking at Jiang Qin with eyes full of infatuation. No woman could resist such a man in this world. If they could become Jiang Qin's woman in this life, even if it was just to be his slave, it would be a very happy thing. After that, Jiang Qin asked those minor saints to leave. Each of them returned to their own forces, waiting for the order and dispatch of Nebula sect. Those minor saints were grateful and left like the wind. Jiang Qin's strength was too terrifying, but he was still better than the northern and southern dynasties. If it was the northern and southern dynasties, they were sure that none of them would be able to survive. At least Jiang Qin had given them a chance to live. To them there was nothing more important than their lives. But other than that, their hearts were filled with emotions. A few days ago they were still the overlords of a region high in mighty figures. But in just a few days the world had completely changed. Such an outcome was truly unacceptable to them. The mountain range of Nebula sect was still as beautiful as before. Jiang Qin had used a technique to fuse the saint blood into the mountain range. The saint qi contained in the blood had fused with the heaven and earth yuan qi, allowing the elders and disciples to absorb it at any time. Big brother, this is great. Zhuoling Air was the first to fly to Jiang Qin's side. Her doll-like face was smiling like a blooming flower. In her heart, there was no other genius who could be on par with Jiang Qin in this world. Chapter 778. Little Qinzi, why didn't you tell us earlier that you have a 9th-grade minor saint source of combat strength talisman? You made us worry for nothing. That white tiger's death was really undeserved. A dignified divine beast was killed in an instant. This is really satisfying. Everyone was gathered around a huge crystal table. The best wine of Nebula sect was placed on top of it. Nangong Wentian said with a smile. He and Jiang Qin had experienced many battles, but this was definitely the most exciting one. The source of combat strength talisman was given to me by Great Master Ranfeng. He is an eminent monk of the Western Domain and also the Master of Tyrant. You all will meet him in the future. Jiang Qin said. Tyrant, I never thought that you have such a powerful master. Does that mean no one in the Western domain dares to provoke you? Nangong Wentian looked at Tyrant. Everyone was shocked as well. They all knew that Tyrant was from the Western region, but they didn't know that he had such a formidable backer. Tan Lang, who was standing beside Nangong Wentian, had a bitter smile on his face. Back in the chaotic ocean, the Azura Palace had schemed to kill Tyrant. They were simply courting death. That's true, but the reason why no one dares to provoke me is because of my charisma and strength. It has nothing to do with my master. I have always been very confident in my charisma. Tyrant said in a serious manner. Everyone quickly turned their heads away and stopped talking to Tyrant. This guy's narcissism had already surpassed a Huang dog. He had formed his own unique narcissistic style that no one could match. However, the biggest reward of this battle is the death of the Northern and Southern dynasties. This guy is the reincarnation of an immortal soul. He's too powerful. If we don't kill him, he will be a great disaster, said Han Yen. Only he knew about the Northern and Southern dynasties. They were the #1 genius of the Qi province, the archenemy of Jiang Qin. As long as they were still alive, they would never be peaceful. The death of the Northern and Southern dynasties does mean that we have gotten rid of a powerful enemy. However, I feel that something is wrong. Jiang Qin frowned. Could it be that the Northern and Southern dynasties are still alive? Tyrant was taken aback. No, in my field of 5 elements, his body and soul have indeed been completely destroyed. He died a miserable death. I can be sure of this. As for what exactly is wrong, I can't tell. Well, if you can't tell me, then don't say it. I, Jiang Qin, have nothing to fear. Jiang Qin's qi fluctuated. He was sure that he had killed the Northern and Southern dynasties, but he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, as if the Northern and Southern dynasties were still alive. This feeling was absurd, but it was real. However, Jiang Qin didn't want to think about the matter of the Northern and Southern dynasties anymore. This page was temporarily turned over. There was still a long way to go. Jiang Qin still had a lot of things to do. Sooner or later he would visit the ancient people. Wu Ningzhu was one of the ancient people, so he didn't know how she was doing. For the next 2 days, Jiang Qin chose to go into seclusion. He turned a deaf ear to the changes in the 4 domains. He had gained boundless benefits from advancing to the minor saint realm. He needed time to stabilize his cultivation base. He now had 61,000 dragon marks. His foundation was too strong. The dragon transformation had increased his combat strength by 10 times. It was unimaginable. It had increased Jiang Chen's power by a lot. Now not even a 5th grade minor saint was a match for him. He could even fight a 6th grade minor saint. What Jiang Qin needed to do now was to prepare for another heavenly tribulation. He could feel the existence of the heavenly tribulation all the time. The other domains are no longer a challenge to him. A figure like Jiang Qin will go to the Pure Land sooner or later. Everyone was shocked. In every corner of the 4 domains, people were talking about Jiang Qin. The things that Jiang Qin had done were too big. It was impossible for people to not talk about it. In the courtyard of the Nebula sect, a roar resounded between the heavens and the earth. It was early in the morning. A golden qi was blooming in the sky above the Nebula sect. An endless amount of demonic aura was released, shocking everyone. Many disciples of the Nebula sect walked out. They raised their heads and looked at the huge qi blooming in the sky. It was like a golden cloud and also like an enlarged sun. It made people's souls tremble. Look, what a powerful demonic aura. It's a huge sacred breath. It's De Huang dog. De Huang must have advanced. Many people guessed that it was De Huang dog because the direction of the qi was released was the direction where Jiang Qin lived. That qi carried an endless amount of demonic aura. Obviously it was a great demon. In the entire Nebula sect, only De Huang dog could have such an existence. Another roar was heard. This roar sounded like a dragon's roar and a horse's neighing, mixed with a hint of whistling. It was sacred and inviolable. Everyone saw an incomparably majestic De Huang dog flying up into the sky. At this moment, De Huang dog's body was twice as big as before. His entire body was bathed in golden light, like a huge golden cocoon. Behind him, the shadow of a dragon horse appeared. That dragon horse had 3 horns, a dragon's head and a horse's body. It looked majestic. Even though it was just a shadow, it gave people endless pressure. Jiang Qin walked out of his house and raised his head to look at the sky. The corner of his mouth instantly revealed a trace of a smile. Good, De Huang's bloodline has been stimulated again. His combat strength is even more terrifying than before. The White Tiger's demon soul is indeed terrifying. It allowed De Huang Dog to advance to level 2 Minor Demon Saint. No, De Huang's chi is still rising. It has already reached the peak of level 2 Minor Demon Saint. Is he going to advance to level 3 Minor Demon Saint? Jiang Qin was also shocked. De Huang Dog's miraculousness was more terrifying than he had expected. He thought that De Huang Dog would at most advance to level 2 Minor Demon Saint. Now it seemed like he had underestimated De Huang Dog. Roar! De Huang Dog's roar resounded throughout the entire mountain range. The bloodline in his body was circulating rapidly. The shadow of the dragon horse looked even more miraculous and clearer than before. The bottleneck was broken once again. De Huang Dog successfully advanced to level 3 Minor Demon Saint. The golden horn between his eyebrows grew a little longer. Electric sparks were flickering on the horn, causing the void to tremble. I know, De Huang has refined the White Tiger's demon soul. The White Tiger's demon soul is different from ordinary demon souls. Not only is the energy contained in it purer and more powerful, it also contains the aura of a divine beast. Even though I have extracted the bloodline from it, the characteristics of a divine beast are still there. De Huang is also a divine beast. Therefore his bloodline has been stimulated and his potential has been excavated once again, causing his bloodline to undergo a greater transformation, allowing him to advance to level 3 Minor Demon Saint in one go. It's really terrifying. Jiang Qin couldn't help but be surprised. Although he knew everything, his understanding of divine beasts was still lacking. Therefore he expected that De Huang Dog would only advance to level 2 Minor Demon Saint, while De Huang Dog advanced to level 3. Wakaka. After advancing to level 3 Minor Demon Saint, De Huang Dog couldn't help but laugh out loud. This guy carried a violent chi and wandered in the sky above the mountain range. He was really enjoying himself. Tyrant and the others sighed, but they were also happy for De Huang Dog. After advancing to level 3 Minor Demon Saint, De Huang Dog's combat strength had reached another level. With his current combat strength he could easily kill a 4th grade Minor Saint. An ordinary 5th grade Minor Saint wouldn't be a match for him. This was the power of a divine beast. That's enough. Don't disturb the peace of the entire sect. Jiang Qin shook his head, feeling speechless about this dog. Chapter 779. However, it was obvious that Jiang Chen's words were useless in front of De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog had advanced to level 3 Minor Demon Saint. If he didn't show off to his heart's content, he wouldn't stop. Otherwise he wouldn't be De Huang. This guy flew for half an hour. Even those disciples who were interested in him at the beginning had turned a blind eye to him. Only then did De Huang Dog retract his aura gloomily. De Huang Dog turned into a ray of light and descended from the sky. He excitedly approached Jiang Qin and said arrogantly, "Come on, kid. Fight with Master Dog." De Huang Dog was bursting with confidence. The terrifying cultivation of level 3 Minor Demon Saint made him extremely proud. "Are you sure you want to fight with me?" Jiang Qin clenched his fists and his joints made cracking sounds. He smiled. When De Huang Dog thought of Jiang Chen's strength after transforming into a dragon, his aura was immediately deflated. He quickly admitted defeat. "All right, I don't think I'll be able to gain any advantage if I fight with a freak like you." De Huang Dog had advanced to level 3 Minor Demon Saint. Jiang Qin was naturally very happy. De Huang Dog was extremely mystical. He had all kinds of abnormal special abilities. The higher his cultivation, the more benefits he would get. There was no doubt about this. With De Huang Dog's current cultivation, he would be a great help to Jiang Qin. "Kid, now that the 4 domains are under your rule, the northern and southern dynasties are dead, Xuanyu is no longer a challenge for you. What's your next step?" De Huang Dog asked while wagging his thick tail. Currently Xuanyu was not only a challenge for Jiang Qin but also for him. Based on his understanding of Jiang Qin, this guy would not be a comfortable overlord in Xuanyu. "I'm definitely going to the Pure Land next." Jiang Qin didn't finish his words. Suddenly he furrowed his brows. He turned his palm and a bronze plate appeared in his palm. The bronze plate was constantly trembling and flashing with endless brilliance. This was the bronze plate that Jiang Qin had obtained in the Island of Ice. Ever since he came to the Divine Continent, the bronze plate had been useless and it had been very quiet. He didn't expect that it would suddenly have such a huge reaction today. That's the bronze plate that opens the gate of the island of ice. This place is too far away from the island of ice. Why would it have a reaction? De Huang Dog was also taken aback. Something must have happened at home. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He had cultivated the great soul derivation skill, so he was very accurate when it came to premonitions. Only Yan Qinyu, who was in the island of ice, could make the bronze plate react at such a long distance. Yan Qinyu had obtained the inheritance of the ice god, so she had almost become one with the island of ice. The bronze plate was the gate to the island of ice, so it had a very close connection with the island of ice. Only Yan Qinyu could send a message to the bronze plate. Without much time to think, Jiang Qin hurriedly sent out his will to the bronze plate. Suddenly, a message was transmitted to him through the bronze plate. Brother Qin, something happened at home. Come back quickly. A voice came from the bronze plate. It was Yan Qinyu. She sounded very anxious, as if she was in a hurry. What happened? De Huang Dog could tell from Jiang Chen's expression that something bad had happened. Something happened at home. Let's go back to the eastern continent immediately. Jiang Chen's expression was very cold. He knew Yan Qinyu too well. He was a very strong person. Yan Qinyu had obtained the inheritance of the ice god, so her cultivation must have improved tremendously. If it wasn't something that even she could not solve, she would not send a message. She was far away in the divine continent, so she did not want Jiang Qin to worry. Now that Yan Qinyu had sent a message, it meant that something big had happened at home. Should we call Han Yan and the others? De Huang Dog asked. No need. Just the two of us will go back. After saying that, Jiang Chen's body disappeared into the void. Big Yellow hastily followed him. A man and a dog flew toward the direction of the eastern continent with extreme speed. Both of them were at the pinnacle of speed, but at this moment they felt that their speed wasn't enough for them. I don't care who has hurt my family. I will make them pay an unimaginable price. Jiang Chen's tone was extremely cold, and a bone-piercing killing intent was unleashed from his body. Every dragon had a reverse scale, and those who touched it would die. The eastern continent was Jiang Chen's hometown, and the martial Saint dynasty was his foundation. His family, lovers, brothers, and friends were all there. He wouldn't allow anyone to hurt them, and anyone who dared to do so would be courting death. Jiang Qin would never show any mercy. However, Xuanyu was too far away from the eastern continent. Even though Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had reached the minor saint realm, it would take them at least 1 day and 1 night to return to the eastern continent from Xuanyu. This was because they had already reached the minor saint realm. If it was before, it would be even slower. Eastern continent, martial saint dynasty. After Jiang Qin left, the martial saint dynasty was still the biggest power in the eastern continent. No one dared to oppose it. After Jiang Qin became the emperor, he took good care of Jiang Chen's family and friends, especially Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun. Jiang Qin knew that as long as Jiang Qin was willing, he wouldn't be the emperor. These two people were too important to Jiang Qin. He didn't dare to let them get hurt. Therefore, even though Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun's cultivation base wasn't very high, they had a very important position in the martial saint dynasty. They were like the overlord of the dynasty. During the few years that Jiang Qin was away, the martial saint dynasty had developed rapidly. It had become very powerful, and it was an invincible existence in the eastern continent. However, at this moment the sky above the martial saint dynasty was completely covered by a layer of frost. A day ago, a dozen powerful experts suddenly appeared in the sky above the martial saint dynasty. Without a word, they attacked. Half of the martial saint dynasty's buildings were turned into ruins in an instant. Countless people died on the spot and turned into meat paste. This was an unprecedented loss for the martial saint dynasty. Wuxia was now a combat emperor, a powerful first-grade combat emperor. Such a cultivation grade was unimaginable in the entire eastern continent. However, Wuxia couldn't withstand the sudden appearance of a dozen evil gods. Any one of them could crush Wuxia's body with a single breath. Wuxia's body was crushed into pieces. Chapter 780. Below the ice curtain, there was a white-clothed woman with a cold expression on her face. The aura she casually exuded had fused with the ice curtain. She was like an ice goddess, representing the coldness of the world. The woman was very beautiful. After so many years, she had already lost the youthfulness of a young girl. Her beautiful aura was now emitting a bone-chilling coldness. Her beauty was stunning and rare in the world. Her face represented perfection and impeccable beauty. At the same time, it also represented impeccable coldness. She was none other than Yan Qinyu. At this moment, Yan Qinyu was hovering in the sky. Her body was close to the ice curtain. Her beautiful eyes were looking at those powerful experts in the sky with cold, killing intent. The strength of those people in the sky was far beyond the understanding of the Eastern continent. Without thinking, Yan Qinyu knew that these people came from the distant divine continent. These people must be Jiang Chen's enemies. They couldn't defeat Jiang Chen, so they came to find trouble with Jiang Chen. Below them, the higher-ups of Martial Saint Dynasty gathered together. Their faces darkened to the extreme. This was simply bad news. Those people were too powerful. Fortunately, Yan Qinyu suddenly appeared and killed a minor saint. Then she created an ice screen to block the enemies. She was the only one who could do that. These people are too strong. Where did they come from? I don't think we have ever offended such powerful experts. Crown Prince Wu Lang said in a heavy tone. Ever since the Martial Saint Dynasty ruled the Eastern continent, they were the real emperors. Today's situation was beyond their wildest dreams. Lang Heir, do you still need to think about it? With their strength, it's impossible for any of them to appear in the Eastern continent. If I'm not mistaken, these people must come from the distant divine continent. They are Brother Jiang Chen's opponents. It seems like they couldn't defeat Brother Jiang Chen, so they came to find trouble with us. Humph. Wu Jiolunglung, who was wearing an imperial robe, said. He was smart enough to figure out the reason behind it. Damn it, these people are so shameless. They will definitely pay a heavy price for what they have done. Little Qinzi will let them know the meaning of misery. Yu Zihan was extremely angry as well. Based on his understanding of Jiang Chen, these guys would definitely be finished. This was Jiang Chen's hometown and someone dared to attack his home. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? Fortunately, little Yu is here. Otherwise, we would all be finished. Jiang Zhenhai said. Little Yu's growth has truly exceeded my expectations. Yan Zhanyun looked at his daughter who was fighting against so many strong cultivators. He was happy and proud. This was his daughter. He didn't know what Yan Qinyu's cultivation level was, but when she appeared she killed the strongest cultivator on the enemy's side. Little Yu's combat strength should be above them, but did you all see that? Their experts are standing very far apart. This has given Little Yu a lot of worry. If Little Yu wants to deal with one of them, she won't be able to maintain the ice barrier, and the other experts will come to kill us. What Little Yu can do now is to fight them in a stalemate. Wu Jiu's eyes were sharp enough to see the reason. What Wu Jiu said was right. Yan Qinyu had no other choice but to wait for Jiang Chen's return. I am a first-grade minor saint now, but there are 3 third-grade minor saints on the other side. I have killed one of them and there are 2 second-grade minor saints and 9 ninth-grade combat emperors. Their combat strength is too strong. With my current combat strength I can barely kill a 3rd-grade minor saint. It was an accident because they underestimated me. If I attack now it will be very difficult for me to kill a 3rd-grade minor saint. The other experts will attack the Martial Saint Dynasty. Their target must be father-in-law, using him to threaten Brother Chen. I don't have any good way to deal with them now. I can only use the power of the Island of Ice to maintain this ice barrier. Yan Qinyu was very anxious. She could use the power of the Island of Ice to maintain a layer of defensive ice barrier, but it wouldn't last for too long. The opponents were too strong. If she was alone she wouldn't be afraid and would go out to fight them. However, she couldn't do that now. The Martial Saint Dynasty was right below her. Without her support the energy of the ice barrier would weaken immediately. Currently Yan Qinyu was the guardian of Martial Saint Dynasty, but she could only protect them. She couldn't fight back. She could only wait for Jiang Chen to come back in time. Brother Chen, you have to be quick. Yan Qinyu was anxious. She didn't know how long she could hold on under such circumstances. Even if she had to sacrifice her life she had to protect Martial Saint Dynasty. The people here were too important to Jiang Chen. Putting aside Jiang Chen Zhenhai, the others had a good relationship with Jiang Chen. If any one of them was in trouble, it would incur Jiang Chen's wrath and make Jiang Chen regret for the rest of his life. This was something that Yan Qinyu didn't want to see. In the sky, those mysterious experts who suddenly appeared were looking at the ice barrier below. Their faces were extremely unsightly. How could there be such a powerful expert in the Eastern continent? Who's this girl? An elder who looked like he was in his 50s, Lung Lung, said. Elder Lu, we have found out that this girl is Yan Qinyu, Jiang Chen's woman. I just didn't expect her to be so powerful. One of the 9th grade combat emperors said. His tone was very careful. He knew the hatred that Elder Lu had for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had killed his brother in the Western domain. This was a debt that he must settle. Humph. We have so many experts here. If we still can't deal with the puny martial saint dynasty, it will be a disgrace. Elder Lu harumphed coldly. He was a mighty 3rd grade minor saint. He thought that dealing with martial saint dynasty would be a piece of cake. He didn't expect that a girl would appear out of nowhere and obstruct their plan. Elder Lu, the sect has just sent news that Jiang Chen has completely grown. In the Battle of Xuanyu, he had killed nearly half of the minor saints in the Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow domains. He has already conquered the 4 domains. The sect has ordered us to capture Jiang Zhenhai. The others don't matter. Another elder suddenly said. What? That bastard has grown so fast? No, we can't let him continue to grow. Otherwise our Tianyi society will be destroyed by him sooner or later, and it won't take too long. Everyone listen up, attack the ice screen with all your might. Chapter 781. Yan Qinyu, do you really think that Jiang Chen will come back to save you? You're too naive. Jiang Chen has just conquered the 4 major regions and he's very busy right now. Also, how would he know that we're going to attack the eastern continent? We don't know how far this place is from the divine continent, and with your cultivation, there's no way you'll be able to send a message over. Therefore don't count on Jiang Chen. I advise you to surrender now, bring Jiang Chen's father and follow us to the divine continent. As long as you and Jiang Zhenhai follow us, I promise I won't hurt anyone here. Elder Lu said. He knew that Yan Qinyu wasn't easy to deal with. If he could subdue her without fighting, he would be more than willing to do so. Just wait for Brother Chen's wrath. Yan Qinyu's eyes were burning with anger. Elder Lu was right. If she didn't use the power of the Island of Ice and Jiang Chen had the bronze token to enter the Island of Ice, Yan Qinyu wouldn't be able to send a message to Jiang Chen from the eastern continent. However, things were different now. Jiang Chen had already received the news and he must be rushing back now. Yan Qinyu, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you continue to be stubborn, I will break this ice screen and kill everyone here. Elder Lu's chi fluctuated wildly. A glinting mace appeared in his hand. It was a terrifying minor saint weapon that could unleash an extremely powerful force. Old dog, you talk too much nonsense. When Jiang Chen comes back, he will skin you alive. Yu Zihan shouted at the sky. Since he couldn't defeat Elder Lu, he had to curse him to his heart's content. Little bastard, when I break this ice screen you will be the first one to die. Elder Lu's murderous intent soared to the sky. He shouted again, don't waste any more time. Rumble. More than a dozen powerful experts once again attacked at the same time. The entire sky was filled with 7 colored rays of light, which converged into waves of powerful energy light beams. They fiercely collided with the ice curtain created by the smoke and dust rain, causing the ice curtain to emit cracking sounds. It seemed as if it would shatter at any time. However, the ice curtain was not as fragile as it seemed. Yan Qinyu had used the power of the Island of Ice to condense the ice curtain. Its defense was amazing. The only drawback was that only she could support it. Otherwise, she would have rushed out to fight against the people of Tianyi Gate. Elder Lu's plan was very simple. He wanted to destroy everything here before the 4th grade minor saint arrived. He wanted to capture Yan Qinyu and Jiang Zhenhai to save his face. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen had already known about what happened here and was rushing back. What should we do? These people are too strong. Looks like little you won't be able to hold on for too long. Jiang Zhenhai was extremely worried. Look, those people are too strong. The pressure they emitted is suffocating me. How can there be such powerful people in the heavens and earth? We're doomed. Our martial saint dynasty is doomed. If young lady Yan Qinyu can't stop them and the ice curtain is broken, it will be our doomsday. In front of those people we're just like ants. They can blow us into dust with just a breath. That's right. Unfortunately, we can't do anything to help. We can only rely on Miss Yan Qinyu herself. All our hopes are now on her. The people of Martial Saint Dynasty were sighing. They had never experienced such a scene. It was like doomsday. When Jiang Qin and Martial Saint Dynasty fought in the past, It was the first time that Martial Saint Dynasty had experienced such a great turmoil. Today was the second time a devastating turmoil. Everyone, don't worry. I have already sent a message to Zhou Xian. You will be back soon. Each of them was shivering in fear. They hadn't felt such fear ever since they had become minor saints. Now that they were trapped in Zhou Qian's sphere, they could feel the threat of death. Arg. On the other side, Elder Zhuang let out a miserable shriek. One of his arms was torn off by Big Yellow. It was dripping with blood and the white bones were exposed to the air. Big Yellow was extremely ferocious. He opened his mouth wide and bit Elder Zhuang's leg. Crack, crack, crack. Although Elder Zhuang was a 4th-grade minor saint, he was nothing in front of a 3rd-grade minor demon saint De Huang Dog. If De Huang Dog wanted to kill Elder Zhuang, he could kill him instantly. However, De Huang Dog didn't want to let him die so easily. It was this old man who had hurt Xiaoyu. The relationship between De Huang Dog and Xianxia was very good. Arg! Another blood-curdling scream was heard. One of Elder Zhuang's legs was torn off by De Huang Dog. He was a dignified 4th-grade minor saint, but he had never been in such an embarrassing situation before. Being a 4th-grade minor saint represented power, but Elder Zhuang had never felt so weak before. In front of De Huang Dog, he was like a puppet that had no strength to resist. Qila. The next moment, another blood-curdling scream was heard. Elder Zhuang's other arm and leg were torn off by De Huang Dog. All his limbs were torn off and fell to the ground. Such a cruel scene made the people of Martial Saint Dynasty shiver in fear. Even though they knew that De Huang Dog was one of them, it was their first time witnessing such a horrifying scene. They couldn't get used to it. Plus, this dog had a notorious reputation. Zhou Xian, how dare you kill me? Arg! Elder Zhuang threatened, but before he could finish his words, De Huang Dog had already bitten off his head. A mighty 4th-grade minor saint had died on the spot in the most miserable way. It could be said that he had died without a burial place. The bloody scene was too horrifying. The powerful group of Tianyi Gate had been annihilated in an instant. Only 4 of them were left. The current 4 of them had lost their previous imposing manner. Each of them was shivering in fear. Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog were like 2 killing gods. Zhou Xian, you can't kill us. Otherwise Tianyi Gate will never let you go. Elder Lu said. Zhou Xian sneered. This old man had lived like a dog for so many years. How could he still spout such nonsense at this moment? Did he really think that Zhou Xian would spare his life? Zhou Xian laughed mockingly. Did he really think that there was still room for reconciliation between Zhou Xian and Tianyi Gate? Did he really think that Zhou Xian was afraid of Tianyi Gate? It was simply ridiculous. What you have done today is unforgivable. Death is already the lightest punishment for you. I have thousands of ways to make you wish you were dead, but you don't have the right to make me waste my time on you. Tianyi Gate will have to bear the most severe consequences for today's mistake. After killing you all, I will personally go to Tianyi Gate and turn your sect into ruins. I will make Tianyi Gate disappear completely from this world. Zhou Xian was like a god of death. With just a sentence, he had sentenced the people of Tianyi Gate to death. Swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xian turned into a ray of light and disappeared. In the next moment, along with 4 miserable screams, Elder Lu and the other 3 died tragically in Zhou Xian's hands. They were killed in an instant. Chapter 783. Zhou Xian was too powerful. Even if he didn't transform into his dragon form, these people couldn't be compared to him. These people from Tianyi Gate dared to harm his family and friends. This made Zhou Xian very angry. Even if he killed all of them, it didn't relieve the hatred in Zhou Xian's heart. The doomsday-like scene was instantly resolved. Everyone in Martial Saint Dynasty heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, the way they looked at Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog had undergone a drastic change. In their impression, Zhou Xian was already the strongest in the Eastern continent, but the power he displayed today was still beyond their imagination. The people of Martial Saint Dynasty knew very well how strong those people from the heavenly sect were. In front of them they were no different from ants. They could only be crushed to death. However, Zhou Qian's appearance had only taken him a minute to kill all of them. Not even their ashes were left. That's right. That's right. Brother Qian. Xianxia shouted. She turned into a ray of light and threw herself into Zhou Qian's arms. After such a long time she finally saw her lover again. It was hard for her to control her emotions. Jiang Chen let Yan Qinyu hug him. His face was full of smiles. This was the woman whom he would protect with everything in his life. He was a part of his life. However, Jiang Chen was very surprised to see Yan Qinyu again. He was surprised because of her growth. It seemed like the inheritance of the ice god was very powerful. It allowed her to reach the first-grade minor saint. This was something that Jiang Chen didn't expect. Yan Qinyu was probably the only minor saint expert in the history of the eastern continent. "Xiaoyu, how are your injuries?" Jiang Chen asked softly. Thinking of the effort that Yan Qinyu had put in to fight so many people, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel distressed. "I'm fine. It's just a little shock. I can heal myself." Yan Qinyu buried her head in Jiang Chen's chest and did not want to move away. It was as if she wanted time to stop at this moment. After a while the two separated. Yan Qinyu saw De Huang dog and immediately went to greet him. "Puppy dog, you're even more valiant now. You're really amazing." Yan Qinyu patted De Huang dog's head. Only Yan Qinyu dared to do such a thing. Even Jiang Chen didn't dare to do so. "Little you is the amazing one. You hid on Island of Ice and as soon as you came out, you've become a little saint. That bastard dared to bully you just now, so Lord Dog has already torn him to pieces." De Huang dog shook his arrogant head. After that, Jiang Chen flew down from the sky and landed in front of Jiang Zhenhai and the others. He bowed to Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun. Jiang Zhenhai could not bear to see Jiang Chen again. If he did not see Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu hugging each other, he would have flown up to them. "Dad, you've suffered a lot," Jiang Chen said with a smile. In his heart he let out a long sigh of relief. If he came back a little later, his father would have met with an accident. He couldn't help but feel scared when he thought about it. If something bad happened to Jiang Zhenhai, Jiang Chen didn't know whether he would turn into a crazy killing machine or not. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. My son is becoming more and more powerful. I'm happy for you." Jiang Zhenhai helped Jiang Chen up and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder with his strong hands. This was the biggest pride of his life. "Brother, I never thought that you've grown to such a level. I'm really happy for you." Wuxia walked up to Jiang Chen as well. Seeing that Jiang Chen had grown so much, Wuxia was naturally happy. He was grateful to Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. Back in Inferno Hell, if it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he would have died long ago. Back in the Martial Saint Dynasty, when he was framed and imprisoned by the Imperial Emperor, it was Jiang Chen who saved him. It could be said that his life, his empire, everything he had now were all given to him by Jiang Chen. "Little Chenzi." Yu Zihan walked up to Jiang Chen with a bright smile on his face. "Good brother." Jiang Chen patted Yu Zihan's shoulder. Looking at the familiar faces in front of him, Jiang Chen suddenly felt an inexplicable happiness. "All right, it's not easy for my brother to come back. We should have a good gathering. Let's talk somewhere else," Wu Jiao said with a smile. In the backyard of the Imperial Palace, a group of upper echelons were gathered together. "Chen, who are those people?" Jiang Zhenhai asked. "Those people were too powerful. Dad, they are a superpower in the divine continent called Tianyi Gate. I have a grudge with this superpower and they have tried to kill me many times but they never succeeded. I never thought that they would target you guys this time. This is my mistake and I will definitely make Tianyi Gate pay for this," Jiang Chen said with a cold voice. Attacking his own family was something that he would never forgive. Tianyi Gate had crossed Jiang Chen's bottom line, and Tianyi Gate had to be eliminated. If not, something like this would happen again and he wouldn't be so lucky the next time. This time it's all thanks to Xiaoyu. If she didn't stop them, the Martial Saint Dynasty wouldn't have lasted until you came back. Wu Jiao told them about how Yan Qinyu fought against powerful enemies and killed a third-grade minor demon saint. Jiang Chen and De Huang dog felt very lucky that Yan Qinyu stayed behind when they left. Otherwise, what happened today would be a disaster for the Martial Saint Dynasty. Also, Brother Chen has the bronze plate that leads to the Island of Ice. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to pass the news to Brother Chen," Yan Qinyu said. Her watery eyes looked at Jiang Chen and said, "Brother Chen, I want to follow you when you leave this time." "All right, we will leave tomorrow, but this time I will arrange everything before we leave." Jiang Chen nodded. Yan Qinyu was now a first-grade minor saint. There was no room for her to improve if she continued to stay in the eastern continent. Yan Qinyu must have already obtained the inheritance of the ice god, so there was no need for her to stay in the Island of Ice to cultivate. However, this time Jiang Chen couldn't be like the last time. He needed to be fully prepared and make himself impregnable. "Chen heir, are you leaving so soon?" Hearing that Jiang Chen was going to leave tomorrow, Jiang Zhenhai felt reluctant. "Dad, the matter of Tianyi Gate has to be settled as soon as possible. This force has crossed my bottom line. How dare they come to deal with you? If they did it once, there will be a second time. When I go back, I will settle the score with Tianyi Gate once and for all," Jiang Chen said firmly. He couldn't tolerate what Tianyi Gate had done. "And you can deal with your own matters." Chapter 784. Thunder rumbled and the entire mountain range looked like it was the end of the world. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the pressure from the heavenly might caused the mountains below to crumble and turn into ruins. Rumble. A stream of black light poured down like a waterfall, striking down at Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen stood still like a mountain, allowing the lightning to strike his body. Pa pa pa. The lightning crackled, but it didn't cause any harm to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen already had the experience of going through heavenly tribulations. No matter how terrifying the heavenly tribulation was, it wouldn't be too strong at the beginning. With Jiang Chen's current strength, not only would this lightning not cause any harm to him, the lightning energy contained in it would be absorbed by Jiang Chen, using it to temper his body, which would bring him endless benefits. Black lightning, it's really rare, but this heavenly tribulation hasn't revealed its true power yet. I still have no idea what kind of powerful heavenly tribulation it is, but I don't have time to worry about it. I have enough herbs now, and I'm going to concoct some 9 solar less rond pill while the Martial Saint dynasty needs to grow stronger. If I can get these 9 solar less rond pill, many geniuses will be born in the dynasty and their future achievements will be limitless. Jiang Chen thought to himself. The Martial Saint dynasty was his hometown, and no matter where he went, it would always affect his heart. Furthermore, he still had a long way to go, the Pure Land, the Immortal World, or even better worlds. At that time he wouldn't have time to care about his family. He knew very well that if he wanted to protect his home, the best way was to make it stronger. Only then would he not have to worry about his family. Jiang Chen had many ways to make the Martial Saint dynasty stronger, and the concoction of the 9 solar less rond pill was just the first step. Rumble. The thunderclouds raged once again and a total of 3 black thunderbolts condensed. The entire sky was densely packed with thunderbolts, and they interweaved like a spider web. One could imagine the terrifying energy contained in them. Jiang Chen, who was beneath the lightning, remained indifferent. With a flip of his palm, the true thunder fire and true dragon flames appeared at the same time, forming a sea of fire. Next, one spiritual herb after another fell into Jiang Chen's hand, falling into the sea of fire. The 3 thunderbolts once again poured down like a tide, drowning Jiang Chen entirely. The horrifying thunderbolts made Yan Qinyu, who was watching from afar, tremble in fear. Her face was full of worry. "Don't worry, this guy is fine. He can even concoct pills," De Huang Dog said while wagging his thick tail. He didn't seem to care at all. He knew how strong Jiang Chen was. Ever since he broke through to the combat soul realm, Jiang Chen had been struck 3 times by the heavenly thunderbolts, and he had gained a lot of experience. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had accumulated a huge amount of thunderbolts in his body, giving him a great immunity to thunderbolts. Ordinary heavenly tribulation couldn't harm him at all. Even the extremely powerful heavenly tribulation couldn't threaten Jiang Chen in the beginning. Jiang Chen wanted to use this time to concoct the pill. Once the terrifying heavenly tribulation descended, he would have to focus all his attention on the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Chen's palms danced in the sea of thunderbolts as he began concocting the 9 solar less rond pill. His concoction technique was extremely exquisite. Although it looked simple, it wasn't something that ordinary people could concoct. The great soul derivation skill had provided him with a strong foundation. The reason why he was able to concoct the legendary 9 solar less rond pill in the midst of thunderbolts was mostly because of the great soul derivation skill. The heavenly saint's sword let out a loud roar and flew out from Jiang Chen's body, falling into the terrifying sea of thunderbolts. No matter how the thunderbolts struck it, the heavenly saint's sword remained indestructible. Instead, because of the tempering of the thunderbolts, it had become even stronger. The terrifying heavenly tribulation lasted for half an hour. As Jiang Chen was well prepared, he was able to concoct more 9 solar less rond pills. In just half an hour he had concocted a total of 12 9-solar less rond pills. It was a bountiful harvest. Great. With these 9 solar less rond pill, the overall strength of the martial saint dynasty will be greatly improved in the near future. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He was very clear about the effects of the 9 solar less rond pill, especially for those with ordinary talents. The talents of the people of the martial saint dynasty could only be considered ordinary when compared to the people of the divine continent. Coupled with the difference in cultivation conditions, their achievements were limited. However, if they took the 9 solar less rond pill, their talents would undergo a tremendous change. The powerful 9 solar less rond pill could even provide great help to great saint experts, let alone ordinary people. The lightning began to roar. As if it could feel the power of the person who was going through the heavenly tribulation, the heavenly might rolled even more violently. The dark clouds were twice as thick as before. Jiang Chen's power had completely infuriated the heavenly might. Countless of black lightning bolts were 10 times denser than before. The sky was already bright, but it still looked like the end of the world. The entire mountain range had been completely destroyed. Jiang Chen raised his head. He knew that the truly terrifying lightning tribulation was about to arrive. Those lightning bolts were just the appetizer. Although they couldn't hurt him, they couldn't stimulate his potential. If it was just those lightning bolts, Jiang Chen wouldn't have any hope of breaking through to the second-grade minor saint. The dark clouds began to tumble. The pitch-black lightning constantly wriggled and intertwined with each other. In the end, it directly formed a black dragon. The dragon looked to be dozens of feet long. Its cold eyes were filled with demonic nature. This was a demonic dragon. Every part of its body was filled with demonic nature. Devil Dragon Tribulation. Jiang Chen's facial expression changed. The appearance of the devil dragon finally made Jiang Chen know what kind of tribulation he was going through. It was the legendary devil dragon tribulation. This was a tribulation that would make countless people pale. According to the ancient records, this tribulation would only appear when a great saint ascended to immortality. It was rarely seen during normal times. Damn it. This brat is really unlucky. It's the devil dragon tribulation. Da Huang Dog couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw the devil dragon tribulation. What is the devil dragon tribulation? Is it very scary? Yan Qinyu asked worriedly. She could tell from Da Huang Dog's tone that this devil dragon tribulation must be a horrifying tribulation. Otherwise, Da Huang Dog wouldn't have such a big reaction. That's right. According to the records, this kind of tribulation is the most horrifying. It's not the power of the thunder tribulation itself, but the devilish aura of the devil dragon. When the devil dragon attacks, it can directly attack the human soul. You should know that no matter how strong a person is, the soul is the weakest part of the person. Once the soul is attacked by the devil spirit, the devilish aura will invade the deepest part of the soul and turn the soul into a devil. In this way, the person who is going through the tribulation will be possessed by the devil spirit. He will be completely demonized and die tragically under the heavens tribulation. Even if he survives the tribulation, he will become a peerless devil king. He will lose his nature and become a killing machine that only knows how to kill. Big Yellow began to explain. He had the body of a divine beast, and as his cultivation base improved, he would be able to awaken more of his innate abilities. Apart from his innate abilities, he also had a lot of ancient records. So he was very clear about the lightning tribulation. Among all the heavens tribulations, the devil dragon tribulation was definitely not the most powerful one. However, to a cultivator, it was definitely the most horrifying. Many people would rather go through a heavens tribulation with a powerful attack than touch the devil dragon tribulation. Brother Chen, you can do it. Yan Qinyu was even more worried. However, she believed that Jiang Chen would succeed. In her mind, there was no difficulty that could stop Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen's face darkened. He finally knew why the lightning was black. It was the characteristic of the legendary devil dragon tribulation. Even he did not have absolute confidence in dealing with the horrifying devil dragon tribulation. Come on, I will guard my heart. Let's see how you can disturb me. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated as he provoked the demonic spirit. Although the devil dragon tribulation was horrifying, he was not afraid. It was useless to be afraid. He still had to face it. The more horrifying the heavens tribulation was, the more benefits he would gain once he passed it. Once the demonic nature of the devil-dragon tribulation could no longer affect him, his mind would change like a phoenix rising from the ashes. In the future, anything that tried to disturb him would be useless to him. Sometimes the improvement of one's mind was even rarer than one's own strength. The black demonic dragon dragged its long body and swooped down from the sky. Facing the terrifying demonic dragon, Jiang Chen's facial expression did not change. He did not even think about resisting. He knew that the demonic dragon's attack was not strong. His body was strong enough to resist it. What he needed to do now was to resist the demonic nature of the demonic dragon. At this time, the Great Soul Derivation Technique played a key role. Because of the Great Soul Derivation Technique, Jiang Chen's soul was extremely strong. It was much stronger than ordinary people. It was not easy for the demonic dragon to invade Jiang Chen's soul. The demonic dragon opened its mouth and swallowed Jiang Chen. The terrifying demonic spirit turned into a black lightning sea again, covering the entire sky. Yan Chenyu and De Huang Dog could only see darkness. They could not see Jiang Chen's figure. They could not help but worry. "Don't worry. This guy will be fine," De Huang Dog said. It was useless to worry at this time. Facing the heavens' tribulation, no matter how strong they were, they could not help Jiang Chen at all. They did not even dare to approach the center of the heavens' tribulation. Otherwise, if they attracted their own heavens' tribulation, they would not even have a place to cry. Chapter 785. The entire mountain range was filled with black lightning. The mountain range had been completely destroyed. At this moment, nothing could be seen in the center of the sea of lightning. Yan Chenyu and De Huang Dog stood far away and could not see Jiang Chen's situation clearly. The legendary dragon's calamity was so horrifying that no one in this world dared to say that they were absolutely sure that they could survive it. Even Jiang Chen did not dare to do so. At this moment, Jiang Chen was standing in the sea of lightning with his eyes closed, letting the lightning strike his body. It did not cause any harm to him, but the invisible demonic nature penetrated into the depth of Jiang Chen's soul, trying to demonize Jiang Chen completely. The fierce impact made Jiang Chen's soul feel a tearing pain. Under the impact of the origin, Jiang Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, this pain was nothing to him. The Great Soul Derivation skill was activated crazily to resist the demonic nature brought by the heaven's wrath. Demonic nature was different from attacking power. It was not something that could be resisted by physical strength. Even for Jiang Chen, it was extremely difficult to deal with it. Moreover, the demonic nature in this calamity was far from an ordinary devil's. The demonic nature penetrated every nook and cranny of Jiang Chen's body crazily. Even with the Great Soul Derivation skill, the process of resistance was still extremely uncomfortable. In the following time, Jiang Chen's emotions fluctuated greatly. All kinds of negative emotions kept appearing, which seriously affected Jiang Chen's origin. Jiang Chen raised his head and let out a roar. It was like the roar of a devil king: anger, melancholy, sorrow, slaughter, greed, bloodthirst. Jiang Chen's eyes had turned blood red, as if a peerless devil had appeared. His bones were producing cracking sounds, and his face was covered with black devilish energy. This was a battle that came from the depths of his soul, and even the dragon transformation skill couldn't help Jiang Chen in this battle. Jiang Chen's face was covered with black devilish energy. This was a battle that came from the depths of his soul, and even the dragon transformation skill couldn't help Jiang Chen. "Brother Chen will be alright, right?" That roar just now was so scary. Yan Chenyu was even more worried. She had never heard Jiang Chen scream like this before. She could almost feel Jiang Chen's pain. It was a struggle that came from the depths of his origin. No one could replace it. Jiang Chen had to fight it himself. "Little you, don't worry. He'll be fine." De Huang Dog comforted him. In fact, he was also extremely worried at this moment. He had been in contact with Jiang Chen for a long time, but he had never heard Jiang Chen roar like this before. There were too many negative emotions mixed in it. It could be imagined that Jiang Chen was currently enduring the huge impact of the demonic nature and was fighting against it with his life. This was a different kind of battle. It was a battle against the heavens, a battle against oneself, and a battle against one's own soul. Jiang Chen was in extreme pain. His whole body was trembling. Great Soul Derivation skill, edifying light. Jiang Chen's voice was a bit hoarse. He crazily operated the Great Soul Derivation skill and cast the Edifying Light at the same time. These two skills were the best to fight against the demonic nature. Gradually, Jiang Chen's emotions calmed down. His whole body calmed down, but his eyes were still blood red. He sat cross-legged in the void with his black hair fluttering in the wind. He was in a special state. At this moment, two Jiang Chens appeared in the depth of Jiang Chen's soul. One was Jiang Chen in white and the other was Jiang Chen in black. The white-robed Jiang Chen looked exactly like Jiang Chen. The black-robed Jiang Chen stood opposite him with a sneer. His eyes were filled with demonic nature, and there were demonic marks on his face and between his eyebrows. Jiang Chen knew that this black-robed him was formed because of the dragon's edge. Everyone had a demonic side and everyone had two sides. The dragon's edge had materialized the demonic side of Jiang Chen. Release your desires. Your greed, your laziness, all of them. The demonic Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh. Humph. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He suddenly made a move. The first move was the true dragon palm, slapping toward his demonic self. The demonic Jiang Chen's expression didn't change. He also struck out the true dragon palm, which collided with Jiang Chen's attack, forming a soul storm. I am you and you are me. Look, you even want to kill yourself and you still say that you are not a demonic self? The demonic Jiang Chen said with a smile. I will kill you and I will be me. I will make you disappear from this world, never to appear again. The demonic Jiang Chen said lung lung. Haha, ignorant, ignorant. I told you I am you and you can't kill me. Since you want to make a move, let's see who can control this body. The demonic Jiang Chen laughed loudly. With a swish, a long sword appeared in his hand. It was the Heavenly Saint sword, but it was indeed a demonic Heavenly Saint sword. It slashed toward Jiang Chen. Rumble. In the depths of their souls, the two demonic Jiang Chens started a life and death battle. Neither of them would give way. Jiang Chen understood that the demonic self had been stimulated by the dragon tribulation. They were now fighting for the control of the body. Once the demonic self obtained the control of the body, he would be completely demonized. From then on, he would become a murderous and greedy person. No, he would become a great demon that would harm the world. Wah! Jiang Chen, who was in the sea of lightning, kept spurting out blood. The edifying light kept wandering around his body, keeping Jiang Chen awake. His soul was in the void, and this kind of battle had caused great damage to Jiang Chen. But now Jiang Chen had no way to retreat. He could only continue to fight against the demonic self. This battle lasted for an hour. During this hour, the black sea of lightning did not change at all. De Huang Dog and Yan Chenyu were worried, but there was nothing they could do. In the void, the two Jiang Chens who had been fighting for an hour were panting and sweating profusely. See, you can't kill me. Don't waste your efforts. Let's control the body together. What do you think? The demonic Jiang Chen said. Don't even think about it. Jiang Chen's tone was firm. Stubborn. The demonic Jiang Chen was annoyed. It can't go on like this. I am fighting with the demonic self now, and it will consume a lot of my mental power and soul power. The Great Soul Derivation technique can no longer sustain it. This guy's strength is exactly the same as mine. It is basically impossible to kill him. Jiang Chen frowned. At this time he had to think of a way to deal with it. Suddenly an idea flashed in Jiang Chen's mind. As the saying goes, life and death are determined by fate. I am cultivating the dragon transformation skill and I am fighting against the heavens. Fighting against the heavens means death. However, once I succeed I will live. There is only a fine line between life and death. Everyone will die, but there is a way to live. Come on. Jiang Chen shouted again. He raised the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand and slashed at the demonic self. The demonic Jiang Chen also launched an attack. However, this time Jiang Chen did not really fight with his opponent. The moment he attacked, he stopped his attack and let his opponent's sword pierce into his body. At the moment when the cold long sword pierced into his body, Jiang Chen's soul felt a tearing pain. Arg! At the same time the devil Jiang Chen let out a blood-curdling scream. The devil Jiang Chen had killed himself, but instead he was suffering endless pain. Wah! In the next moment, Jiang Chen spurted out another mouthful of blood. He opened his eyes, looking incomparably tired. However, the sea of lightning around him disappeared like the tide. In just a few breaths of time, the sea of lightning had disappeared, and the dark clouds above it had also dispersed. The entire heaven and earth had returned to its original state. Seeing the miserable Jiang Chen, Yan Qinyu and a Huang dog quickly went up to him. "Qingij, are you okay?" Yan Qinyu asked with concern. "I am fine." Jiang Chen smiled. "Boy, you're awesome. You even defeated the dragon tribulation. How did you do it?" De Huang dog asked excitedly. "I did not understand the true essence of the dragon tribulation at first. The dragon tribulation itself is a trial of life and death. Once I understand the true essence of life and death, I will be able to defeat the dragon tribulation." A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Now he finally understood that the battle in the deepest part of his soul was just an illusion, just like his great illusion realm. If he couldn't break free from it, he would never be able to walk out of it for the rest of his life. In fact, every person who was demonized by the dragon tribulation was living in an illusion. In the illusion, there was a demonic self that was forever controlled by the demonic self. At the last moment, Jiang Chen comprehended the true meaning of life and death. He used suicide to destroy the illusory realm, destroying his devil nature and breaking the devil-dragon tribulation. It was an extremely bold decision, but he had succeeded. This dragon tribulation had given Jiang Chen endless benefits. He could even break the illusion of the dragon tribulation. There would be nothing that could confuse his mind in the future. Moreover, he had understood the true essence of life and death. His mental state had undergone an unimaginable change. Although he couldn't see it in a short period of time, the true essence of life and death would play an important role in his cultivation sooner or later. One should know that the path of cultivation was endless. There would be a lot of true essence waiting for him to comprehend. Weng, suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard in Jiang Chen's qi. Countless dragon marks and yuan force were surging like tides. At this moment, Jiang Chen was impacted by the dragon tribulation. His potential was stimulated again. New dragon marks began to form, pushing Jiang Chen to advance to the second-grade minor saint. He is going to advance to the second-grade minor saint. What a monster. De Huang dog laughed. Chapter 786. The number of dragon marks increased. Just as Jiang Chen had expected, with the help of the lightning tribulation, he had condensed a total of 2,000 new dragon marks. Not only did it allow Jiang Chen to advance to second-grade minor saint, it also allowed him to reach the peak of second-grade minor saint. Feeling his current strength, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. With his current combat strength, he could easily kill a 5th-grade minor saint. Under the effect of his dragon transformation, he could easily kill a 6th-grade minor saint. He could even fight against an ordinary 7th-grade minor saint. Of course, in order to kill a 7th-grade minor saint, Jiang Chen would need to advance to the 3rd-grade minor saint. Jiang Chen tidied his clothes. After advancing to the 2nd-grade minor saint, he had recovered all the energy he had consumed to fight the Heart's Devil. His body had returned to its peak and he was many times stronger than when he was a 1st-grade minor saint. "Brother Chen, how do you feel?" Yan Qinyu asked with concern. "I feel better than ever. I have already advanced to the 2nd-grade minor saint. With my dragon transformation, killing a 6th-grade minor saint is just a piece of cake. When I return, the first thing I will do is to go to the western domain and annihilate Tianyi Gate." Jiang Chen's qi fluctuated. His killing intent was revealed. What Tianyi Gate had done had completely infuriated him. If he didn't eradicate this force, he didn't know how many times such incident would happen in the future. "This sect is truly hateful. I will go with you," Yan Qinyu said. Her eyes flickered with cold light. The incident in Martial Saint Dynasty was too dangerous. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's timely arrival, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Xiaoyu, how is your 9 meridians?" Jiang Chen asked. "I've obtained the inheritance of the Ice God and fused with the Heart of Glacier. The Heart of Glacier has completely fused with my 9 meridians. Moreover, I've already condensed half of the Heart of the Ice God. Once I completely condense the Heart of the Ice God, my cultivation will undergo an earth-shattering change." Yan Qinyu said excitedly. She did not want to be a burden to Jiang Chen. With her current cultivation, she was no longer a burden to Jiang Chen. Thinking that she would soon be able to enter the divine continent with Jiang Chen, she was even more excited. "Ice God's heart? Very well, Xiaoyu, I might be able to help you. I have half a drop of heavenly earth pure water here. After you refine it, your cultivation grade will advance to 2nd grade minor saint or even higher. If you take the 9 yang less rond pill, your cultivation grade will increase again. Jiang Chen said. The inheritance of the ice god was terrifying plus Yan Qinyu. With the addition of Yan Qinyu's 9 yin meridians, her future achievement was destined to be unimaginable. Yan Qinyu was only a 1st grade minor saint now, but she already had the power to fight a 3rd grade minor saint. She was already considered as an abnormal being among abnormal beings. The characteristics of the heavenly earth pure water was the most suitable for Yan Qinyu. It was even more suitable than his water dragon seal. In the past he left half of the heavenly earth pure water for Yan Qinyu. It was imaginable that if Yan Qinyu could get the help of the heavenly earth pure water, even if she couldn't condense the heart of the ice god, she would still have a great improvement. At that time her cultivation grade would advance to 2nd grade minor saint or even 3rd grade minor saint. More importantly, Yan Qinyu had yet to take the 9 yang less rond pill. With the help of the 9 yang less rond pill, she would be able to reach the 4th grade minor saint in a short period of time. At that time she would be truly powerful. Thank you, Brother Qin. Yan Qinyu held Jiang Chen's arm. As long as she could stay by Jiang Chen's side, she would feel extremely happy. I didn't expect that the tribulation would take so long. There are still many things to take care of in Martial Saint Dynasty. Let's go back now. I'm afraid that we won't be able to go back today. Jiang Chen looked at the sky. It was almost noon. 2 people and a dog turned into 3 rays of light and flew towards the direction of Martial Saint Dynasty. On the way, Jiang Chen passed the remaining half of the heavenly earth pure water to Yan Qinyu. After returning to Martial Saint Dynasty, Yan Qinyu didn't waste any time. She immediately went back to her residence to refine the heavenly earth pure water. In the Martial Saint Palace, all the higher-ups of Martial Saint Dynasty had gathered together. Jiang Chen glanced around and saw the familiar faces of those people. Jiang Chen, Yan Zhanyun, Wu Jiao, Wu Lang, Yu Zihan, Daoist Black, Guishan, Guaniyun. These were Jiang Chen's family and friends. Looking at them reminded Jiang Chen of what had happened in Eastern Continent. Everyone could see that Jiang Chen's qi was much stronger than yesterday. Obviously his cultivation grade had advanced to another level. They couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Such a person could no longer be described as a genius. He was absolutely a monstrous genius. Qin Heir, when are you going to leave? Jiang Zhenhai asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. Before I leave, I want to make Martial Saint Dynasty stronger. I have some 9 sun less ron pill here. Each of you should take one. It will be very beneficial to you. Not to mention breaking through to the Combat Emperor realm, you might even become a minor saint in the future. After saying that, Jiang Chen turned his palm and took out 8 9 sun less rond pill. He had concocted 12 pills this time. He had given one to Yan Qinyu, so there were still 3 left in his hand. They were still useful to him. As soon as the 9 sun less rond pill appeared, the entire palace was filled with powerful energy waves. The aroma of the pill made them feel relaxed and refreshed. They even felt like they were about to advance to the next realm. Everyone's expression changed. They had never heard of the 9 sun less rond pill before. Even Guishan, an alchemist, had never heard of it before. However, they weren't fools. They could tell how precious this pill was just by looking at it. Besides, with Jiang Chen's current cultivation grade, anything he took out would be the most precious treasure in Martial Saint Dynasty. With a thought, Jiang Chen summoned the 9 sun less rond pill to each of them. What a great pill. Brother, I never thought your skill in alchemy has reached such a terrifying level. It's really hard to imagine. Guishan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He recalled the first time he met Jiang Chen in the Black Sect. At that time, Jiang Chen was just an outer circle disciple who had just joined the Black Sect, and he was just a tiny mortal core warrior. At that time, Guishan had never dreamed that Jiang Chen would become what he was today. Brother Gui, you are an alchemist, so you should know that when you consume the pill, you can't consume it all at once. You have to absorb the medicinal energy bit by bit. This pill will transform all of you, and it will also allow your cultivation grade to skyrocket. Jiang Chen reminded them. After all, the 9 sun less rond pill was different from other pills. None of them here had a high cultivation grade, so if they consumed it all at once, they might not be able to withstand the impact of the medicinal energy, and that would be the opposite of what they wanted. Besides, the 9 sun less rond pill contained an abundant medicinal energy. The lower the cultivation grade of a cultivator, the greater the benefits he would get after consuming it. Aside from improving his physique and transforming his body, his cultivation grade would also receive a great boost. Chen this time you will follow you to the divine continent. If that's the case, our martial saint dynasty won't have a powerful warrior to protect us. If those people come back, the martial saint dynasty will still be in danger. Jiang Zhenhai said worriedly. That's right, brother. Even if our physiques have improved and we have the chance to break through to a higher realm, it will still take time. The martial saint dynasty is getting stronger and stronger, and it won't be a problem for them to rule the eastern continent. However, if those powerful warriors from the divine continent come back, we still won't be able to defend ourselves. Wu Jiu said. Don't worry, brother Jiu. This time I'll make the necessary arrangements before I leave. Also, when I return, the first thing I'll do is to annihilate the Tianyi Gate to prevent any future troubles. Also, look at this. With a shift of Jiang Chen's divine sense, 3 silhouettes appeared in the main hall. Immediately, the entire hall was filled with vast devil qi. Under the intense pressure, everyone's face instantly turned pale. They felt indescribably uncomfortable, as if they were going to die at any moment. Isha, withdraw your aura. Jiang Chen shouted coldly. Yes, master. Isha and the other 2 didn't dare to hesitate. They immediately withdrew their powerful qi. Only then did Wu Jiu and the others let out a sigh of relief. Their eyes fell on Isha and the other 2. They saw that their bodies were surrounded by black devil qi, and their faces were filled with arrogance. 2 of them even had 2 black horns on their heads. They didn't look like humans at first glance. Regardless of whether they were humans or not, one thing was for sure: their cultivation was too strong. They were even more terrifying than the experts of the Tianyi Gate who came to attack the martial saint dynasty. Isha, the 3 of you listen to me. From now on, you 3 will be responsible for the safety of the entire martial saint dynasty. If anything happens to the people of martial saint dynasty, I'll hold you responsible. Jiang Chen and Leng Ling gave the order. Isha and the other 2 were powerful 3rd-grade minor devil saints. In addition to the powerful bloodline and physique of the devil race, they wouldn't be inferior to any ordinary 4th-grade minor saint. With the 3 of them guarding this place, he could leave with a peace of mind. Yes, master. Isha and the other 2 bowed at the same time. After being edified by Jiang Chen's edifying light, they had become Jiang Chen's slaves. They had no choice but to obey Jiang Chen's order. They wouldn't dare to show any signs of neglect. A single thought from Jiang Chen could take their lives. Go. Find a place to hide yourselves. Unless the martial saint dynasty is in danger, the 3 of you are not allowed to show yourselves. Jiang Chen waved his hand. The deterrence of the 3 powerful minor devil saints was too great. It was better for them not to show themselves. Otherwise, the entire martial saint dynasty would be plunged into chaos. With Isha and the other 2 guarding the martial saint dynasty, Jiang Chen felt relieved. Chapter 787. Isha and the other 2 turned into 3 black beams of light and disappeared. No one knew where they went. With their abilities, if they wanted to hide, no one would be able to notice them even if they were standing right in front of you. Isha and the other 2 were ordered to protect the martial saint dynasty and all the people here. Furthermore, they were not allowed to come out and scare people unless there was any danger. Brother, these 3? Wuxia was shocked. With his eyesight, it was impossible for him to see through Isha and the other 2's true cultivation level. However, he was sure that these 3 were supreme existences. With them protecting the martial saint dynasty in the dark, the martial saint dynasty would be absolutely safe. They are all powerful devils that I subdued in the devil realm. Now they are my slaves. They will listen to everything I say and won't dare to be stubborn. With their strength, they are more than enough to protect the martial saint dynasty. Furthermore, if anything happens here, they will inform me immediately," said Jiang Chen. Isha and the other 3 were edified by him, so Jiang Chen could receive their messages through the edifying light. In this way, even if they were to encounter an opponent that they couldn't resist, they would still be able to inform him immediately. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Of course, they had heard of what devils were. They were an extremely powerful species that was ferocious and inhumane, making them extremely difficult to deal with. More importantly, even if one had the ability to kill or defeat them, it was impossible to subdue them and make them your slaves. However, Jiang Chen had done it. Moreover, he had subdued 3 powerful devils at once. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Brother, your methods are really brilliant. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. With the protection of these 3 supreme existences, the martial saint dynasty will be impregnable. We don't have to worry about anything anymore. Wuxia sighed. He finally understood that Jiang Chen's strength had far exceeded his imagination. He was an existence that he couldn't even touch. Besides that, I will also leave some powerful combat weapons here. I will join forces with De Huang to set up a formation in this region of the martial saint dynasty. It will increase the density of the natural yuan qi by 10 times, turning this place into a sacred place for cultivation in the eastern continent. Jiang Chen said. Wu Jiao and the others were pleasantly surprised upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. In the entire eastern continent, the martial saint dynasty was definitely the place with the densest natural yuan energy. If one were to talk about cultivation treasures, it would definitely be the martial saint dynasty. But now Jiang Chen was going to increase the natural yuan energy of this place by 10 times, turning it into a treasure land among treasure lands. This was something that could excite anyone. There's no time to lose, De Huang. Let's do it now. After we finish setting up the formation, we'll wait for little Yu to refine the true water, and then we'll return to the divine prefecture to the western region. Jiang Chen stood up from his seat. This time he would not give Tianyi Gate too much time and opportunity. He had to get rid of such a formidable enemy as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. After that, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog set up a rare and mystical formation outside the martial saint dynasty. As expected, the natural yuan energy of this place was increased by 10 times. It was already late at night, but Yan Qinyu had yet to come out. It seems like we can't leave today. However, with little Yu's physique, she will be able to refine the true water much faster than ordinary people. She will be able to refine it by tomorrow. Let's leave tomorrow. I'll have more time to accompany my father. Jiang Chen looked at the sky and knew that it was impossible for them to leave today. Since it was not easy for him to come back, he decided to stay and accompany Jiang Zhenhai. He didn't know when he would be able to come back again. That night, the father and son had a long talk. Jiang Chen told Jiang Zhenhai a lot of problems related to cultivation and helped him solve many problems. Unknowingly, the night had passed. Early the next morning, an icy cold aura suddenly soared into the sky from somewhere in the martial saint dynasty. It pierced through the clouds and condensed into a cold beam of light. The beam of light was so powerful that it even froze the clouds in the sky. Little Yu has advanced. De Huang Dog said excitedly. Judging from her qi, she should be a 3rd-grade minor saint. The power of the true water is really not bad. Jiang Chen nodded, his face was filled with surprise. Yan Qinyu's 9 yin meridians were already very powerful. Now that she had advanced to the 3rd-grade minor saint, she would be considered as one of the top existences in the divine continent. She would be respected and valued wherever she went. Yan Qinyu's qi didn't stop after reaching the 3rd-grade minor saint. Apart from the heavenly earth pure water, she had also obtained a 9-sun less rond pill. The two of them complemented each other, doubling the impact on her. That unstoppable qi produced a cracking sound once again. It was as if a glacier in the sky had suddenly cracked open. Smoke and dust rose all the way to the sky, advancing to the 4th-grade minor saint before stopping. 4th-grade minor saint. Little Yu is too powerful. He has surpassed me. Seems like Master Dog will have to work harder. Big Yellow couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. Given Yan Qinyu's innate talent and her cultivation base of 4th-grade minor saint, she could even defeat a 6th-grade minor saint. The double impact of the heavenly earth pure water and the 9-sun less rond pill has pushed little Yu to the 4th-grade minor saint. This is indeed an exciting result, but it seems like her ice god's heart hasn't been fully condensed yet. Otherwise, I'm afraid that she wouldn't be a 4th-grade minor saint. Jiang Chen said with a smile. At this time, a ray of white light rushed to the front of Jiang Chen. It was Yan Qinyu who looked like a white fairy. Brother Chen, I have advanced to the 4th-grade minor saint. Not even a 6th-grade minor saint is a match for me. I won't be a burden if I follow you now. Yan Qinyu was very excited. The thought of going to the divine continent with Jiang Chen filled her heart with happiness. Of course. Not only is little Yu not a burden, she is also a great help. Jiang Qin pinched Yan Qinyu's nose. If little Yu was here when the northern and southern dynasties and White Tiger attacked the Nebula sect, it wouldn't have been so difficult. In the sky above the Martial Saint dynasty, two people were standing opposite each other. Both of them were filled with sadness. Yan Qinyu was hugging Yan Zhanyun. Her heart was filled with reluctance. Dad, your daughter is unfilial. I can't stay by your side for a long time. Yan Qinyu's eyes were filled with tears. He was a very emotional person, pure like a white lotus. Silly girl, your father's body is still strong and healthy. With your talent, if you continue to stay here, you will be buried. Your father can be at ease if you follow Qin. You don't need to worry. I won't be lonely when I'm with your father-in-law, Qin said with a smile. Yan Zhanyun said with a smile. Apart from his daughter, she was also his pride. Ever since Yan Qinyu's 9 yin meridians were cured by Jiang Qin, Yan Zhanyun knew that his daughter would leave him one day. Dad, farewell. Jiang Qin clasped his fists at Jiang Zhenhai, then disappeared with Yan Qinyu. He didn't like this kind of farewell scene as it would leave a trace of sadness in people's hearts. Since he had decided to leave, he wouldn't look back. Nebula sect had been busy. Jiang Qin had disappeared for a few days and even Nebula Kid didn't know about it. However, Han Yen and Nangong Wendian knew that Jiang Qin and a Huang dog had suddenly disappeared. While they were guessing, Jiang Qin came back with Yan Qinyu. Xiao Yu. Seeing Yan Qinyu, Han Yen and Nangong Wendian exclaimed at the same time. They couldn't believe their eyes, as if they were dreaming. Ayan Anan. Yan Qinyu was very happy to see her acquaintances again. She immediately greeted them with a smile. Gua Xiaofei and Mo Sang were stunned when they saw the beauty that suddenly appeared. What surprised them even more was Yan Qinyu's cultivation. Judging from her qi, she was not any weaker than Jiang Qin. Since when did such a genius appear in Xuanyu? Judging from her appearance, she was definitely 1 in a million. She was not inferior to Wu Ningzhu at all. Yan Anan, who is this girl? Gua Xiaofei asked in a low voice. She is Yan Qinyu, little Qinzi's wife. Han Yen said. Gua Xiaofei and Mo Sang couldn't help but let out a sigh after hearing this. They cursed Jiang Qin for having such good luck to have 2 wives, one more beautiful than the other. Xiao Yu, your current cultivation is too scary. It's as if you are here to deal us a blow. Nangong Wendian said speechlessly. With his eyesight, he could naturally feel the scariness of Yan Qinyu. They had fought hard in the Divine Continent, but they were only 9th grade combat emperors, which was still a distance away from the Minor Saint realm. Yan Qinyu had already surpassed them in the Eastern Continent. Little Qinzi, where have you been these days? How did you meet Xiao Yu? Han Yen asked. I have returned to Martial Saint dynasty. Something happened to my family. The Tianyi Gate had sent a large number of experts to attack Martial Saint dynasty. They wanted to capture my father to threaten me. Fortunately, Xiao Yu was there to stop them. That's why I was able to return in time. Jiang Qin told them about what had happened in Martial Saint dynasty. Instantly, Han Yen and Nangong Wendian were infuriated. The Tianyi Gate is too shameless. They are courting death. Han Yen couldn't help but curse. It seems like the Tianyi Gate's fate is coming to an end. Tyrant, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Based on his understanding of Jiang Qin, the Tianyi Gate was certainly going to be destroyed. Touching Jiang Qin's family was no different than courting death. That's right. I'm going to annihilate the Tianyi Gate now. Tyrant, you are from the Western domain. You should know a lot about the Tianyi Gate. What do you think of this sect? Chapter 788. After listening to Jiang Qin's words, Tyrant thought for a while and said, among the 8 major domains, the Western region is the most special. Because of the existence of the Great Leyin Temple, the Western region is the strongest among the 8 major domains. Although the size of the Western region is very small compared to the other major domains, the Great Leyin Temple is an existence that can be compared to the Pure Land. Even if there isn't any power in the Western region that can be compared to the Great Leyin Temple, the other major domains still can't compare with it. Tyrant paused and continued, Tianyi Gate is a very strong power. As far as I know, the master of Tianyi Gate, Luo Chongqing, is already a 7th grade minor saint. Besides that, there should be another 7th grade minor saint in Tianyi Gate. 2 7th grade minor saints? Jiang Qin frowned. He could easily kill a 6th grade minor saint, but if he were to face a 7th grade minor saint, It would be hard for him to kill a 7th grade minor saint even if he used his dragon form and the power of his saint bone. He didn't want any accidents to happen in this attack on Tiany Gate. He must kill Tiany Gate without leaving any future troubles. He didn't care about the other experts of Tiany Gate, but he couldn't ignore a 7th grade minor saint unless he could advance to the 3rd grade minor saint. If that was the case, he could easily kill a 7th grade minor saint in his dragon form. Even the powerful Xianxia was only a 4th grade minor saint. She could only deal with a 6th grade minor saint at most. She wouldn't be a match for a 7th grade minor saint. That's right. So, given our current strength, we won't have the upper hand if we attack Tiany Gate. Tyrant said. Tiany Gate must be annihilated and it must be done quickly. Tomorrow we will head to the western domain and annihilate Tiany Gate. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. Dealing with Tiany Gate was an urgent matter. He didn't want to waste any time. Do you have any good methods? Tyrant asked. As long as I advance to the 3rd grade minor saint, I can easily kill a 7th grade minor saint. Jiang Chen said. You have advanced to the 2nd grade minor saint right after advancing to the 3rd grade minor saint. Isn't it not an easy task? Tyrant asked. I have my ways. After saying that, Jiang Chen disappeared. He went to the depths of Nebula Sect and found Nebula Kid. Seeing Jiang Chen's appearance, Nebula Kid didn't dare to neglect and immediately stood up from his seat. When he noticed that Jiang Chen's cultivation had improved, Nebula Kid's facial expression changed. Jiang Chen, your cultivation has increased again. How terrifying. Nebula Kid felt helpless in his heart. There was nothing he could do when encountering such a monster. He didn't dare to show any neglect in front of Jiang Chen. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Chen was already a 2nd grade minor saint, even a 1st grade minor saint like Jiang Chen could kill him as easily as taking something out of his pocket. Those 5th grade minor saints who died in Nebula Sect were still alive. Example of this. Master, do you still remember our agreement? I want to take back the fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword now. Jiang Chen went straight to the point. The reason why he came to Nebula Kid was to take back the fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword. With the help of the Heavenly Saint Sword, his cultivation would advance to the 3rd grade minor saint. At that time it would be a piece of cake for him to annihilate Tiany Gate. Of course I remember. Nebula Kid didn't hesitate and immediately took out the Nebula Sword. It was reasonable for Jiang Chen to take back his belongings. Moreover, Nebula Kid had gotten something from Jiang Chen that was far more valuable than the fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword. Not to mention the 9 Sunless Rond pill, Jiang Chen had also helped him to rule the 4 domains and make Nebula Sect flourish. Of course, there was another more important reason. If Jiang Chen wanted to take back the Nebula Sword, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Very good. With the fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword, I can advance to the 3rd grade minor saint immediately. But you don't have to worry about it. When I come back from my task, I will help you reforge the Nebula Sword. It won't be any worse than the current one. Jiang Chen waved his hand and sent his divine sense into the Nebula Sword. In an instant, the Heavenly Saint Sword fragment that was condensed within the sword was drawn out by Jiang Chen, as if it had been summoned by something. Thank you. Nebula Kid clasped his fists at Jiang Chen. Ever since he knew the true identity of Jiang Chen, he had never doubted his decision. Now it seemed like his decision was incomparably wise. If he chose to go against Jiang Chen, it was hard to imagine what would happen to him now. Swoosh. Jiang Chen didn't say anything else. He disappeared with the fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword. What he needed to do next was to refine the fragment and fuse it with the Heavenly Saint Sword to advance to the 3rd grade minor saint. Tomorrow he would attack the Tiany Gate. Refining the fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword was an easy task to Jiang Chen. There was a close connection between him and the Heavenly Saint Sword. It was too easy for him to fuse with it. Weng, the Heavenly Saint Sword was trembling violently. It was a kind of excitement, especially the fragment that he had just obtained. He was jumping with excitement. It felt like a fallen leaf returning to its roots. Early the next morning, an incomparably bright sword light soared to the sky. It rippled in the sky above the Nebula Sect. Endless brilliance was emitting a strong pressure. The Heavenly Saint Sword had become even more mystical. It was much stronger than before. So far he had already found 4 fragments of the Heavenly Saint Sword. There were only 3 left. Once all 7 fragments were found, the Heavenly Saint Sword would be restored to its peerless glory. The return of the Heavenly Saint Sword naturally brought endless benefits to Zhou Xian. Under the impact, Zhou Xian had formed another 2,000 new dragon marks. The total number of dragon marks in his body had reached 65,000. His cultivation had also advanced to the peak of the 3rd grade minor saint. Zhou Xian turned into a ray of light and grabbed the Heavenly Saint Sword. His qi was unprecedentedly strong. He came to the sky above the courtyard and shouted, "De Huang Xiaoyu tyrant, let's go. Follow me to annihilate the Tianyi Gate." After that, Zhou Xian disappeared in a flash, flying towards the direction of the western domain. Kaka. De Huang dog laughed heartily and chased after Zhou Xian. Yan Qinyu and Tyrant had also disappeared. They exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly. Their cultivation was still too weak. It wasn't suitable for them to participate in such a battle. This made them feel depressed. They immediately went into seclusion, swearing to break through to the minor saint realm as soon as possible. Otherwise they would be left far behind by Zhou Xian and the others. Tianyi Gate. In the whole of Xuanyu, besides the Great Lightning Tune Temple, Tianyi Gate was considered as one of the major powers. It was also one of the giants in a large area. However, ever since they offended Zhou Xian, Tianyi Gate had suffered many setbacks and losses. This time the higher-ups of Tianyi Gate were infuriated. In the main hall of Tianyi Gate, even the sect master Luo Chongqing and the Supreme Grand Elder had appeared. They were 2 powerful 7th grade minor saints. Normally they wouldn't show themselves, but this time both of them showed up at the same time. Their faces looked incomparably ugly. All the people who were sent to the eastern continent to deal with Martial Saint Dynasty were dead. The sole jade slip that they left behind was broken, which meant that they were dead. Needless to say, this must be the work of Zhou Xian, because Zhou Xian had annihilated the northern and southern dynasties not long ago and conquered the 4 major domains. This proved that Zhou Xian had the ability to kill their elders. DMN it, this is 2DMN it. The Tianyi Palace has existed for such a long time, but we've never suffered such a great loss. It's a great shame and humiliation. We can't let this matter go like this. A powerful 6th grade minor saint said furiously. That's right. In my opinion, we should send our most powerful experts to the eastern continent to annihilate the entire family of Zhou Xian. Another person was also infuriated. His whole body was steaming with murderous intent. It seemed like he wouldn't stop until he annihilated all of Zhou Qian's family. The journey is too far and too troublesome. I didn't agree to deal with Zhou Qian's family from the beginning. Moreover, we have already lost the battle. Zhou Qian must be well prepared. If we want to deal with them again, we must do it with great fanfare. If this matter is spread out, it will be a disgrace to us. A white-bearded elder shook his head and said. He didn't agree to continue attacking the eastern continent. After all, Tianyi Gate was a powerful power. If this matter was spread out, it would affect the reputation of Tianyi Gate. They couldn't afford to lose their face. In my opinion, we don't even need to do anything. With Zhou Qian's character, he will definitely come knocking on our door. That brat's wings have grown big now and he's doing whatever he wants. If we attack his family, I'm sure he won't let it go and he will definitely come looking for us. Our target is only Zhou Qian, not his family. His family members pose no threat to us. Another respectable elder said. Humph. If Zhou Qian really comes, I guarantee that he won't be able to return. Even if he has the strength to kill a 5th grade minor saint, the power of our Tianyi Gate is incomparable to those powers in the heaven, earth, profound and yellow domains. It's not something that Zhou Qian can deal with. In any case, Zhou Qian's growth is too fast. We must get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will end up like those major powers in the 4 domains. Because of our enmity, our ending will be even worse. Many of the elders of the Tianyi Palace were talking about it. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that a kid at the Battle King realm would become a serious threat in such a short period of time and cause them huge losses. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have allowed a tiger to grow in his bosom. They should have killed him earlier. Humph. How could a nobody like him cause such a mess in our sect? All of you are trash. You can't even deal with a brat. Since Zhou Qian wants to come, let him come. This will save us the trouble of finding him. If he dares to come, I will personally kill him. That's right, Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian said. Luo Chongqing said. Chapter 789. Luo Chongqing was really alarmed this time. The Tianyi Gate had never suffered such a huge loss before. He felt that he had to solve this problem himself. As a 7th-grade minor saint, he knew Jiang Chen's potential better than anyone else. If such a genius was given the chance to grow, the consequences would be unimaginable. One day the Tianyi Gate would be destroyed by Jiang Chen. As a matter of fact, they would never have thought that this day would come so quickly. In fact, it was almost about to arrive. While the higher-ups of the Tianyi Gate were having a meeting in the main hall, Jiang Chen and his friends had already appeared in the western domain. Under the guidance of Tyrant, they found the mountain gate of the Tianyi Gate very quickly. The Tianyi mountain range had a circumference of a few thousand miles. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with boundless white fog. It was like a fairyland. Such scenery alone gave people the feeling of forgetting to go home. On this huge mountain range there was a colossus. It was an enormous sect, the Tianyi Gate. At this moment, 4 figures suddenly appeared outside the Tianyi mountain range. Their bodies exuded a solemn killing intent. This was especially so for that extremely beautiful white-robed woman. The aura that she casually exuded could even freeze the void. It was extremely terrifying. The Tianyi Gate is right in front. Little Chenzi, what are you going to do? Tyrant looked at Jiang Chen. There's nothing much to say. Today I'm going to erase this power from the western domain. Jiang Chen's tone was extremely cold. He wouldn't show any mercy or politeness to Tianyi Gate. That day in Martial Saint Dynasty, the experts of Tianyi Gate had destroyed a large number of buildings in Martial Saint Dynasty. At least thousands of innocent people had died. One should know that in the eyes of Tianyi Gate, those who died were all defenseless mortals. Even if Tianyi Gate wanted to capture Jiang Zhenhai, they couldn't treat the lives of the people of Martial Saint Dynasty as if they were grass. It was imaginable that if it wasn't for Yan Qinyu's timely arrival, no one knew how many innocent people would have died in the Martial Saint Dynasty. This was a gruesome crime. The blood of the people of Martial Saint Dynasty couldn't be shed in vain. Master Dog will go first. De Huang Dog was extremely excited. Fighting and killing had always been his favorite and specialty. Dragging his majestic body, he appeared on the mountain gate of Tianyi Gate in a flash. The mountain gate of Tianyi Gate was huge. It was 100 zhang high. 3 big words were carved on it, Tianyi Gate. Where did this dog come from? How dare he trespass into the mountain gate of Tianyi Gate? Is he courting death? Kill him. How dare a dog be so arrogant? Doesn't he know where he is? Several guards of the mountain gate flew into the sky in anger. In an instant they surrounded De Huang Dog. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. De Huang Dog didn't even look at them. From his body many golden rays shot out. Each ray was like an invincible sharp sword. The bodies of several disciples of Tianyi Gate were instantly pierced and burst into blood mist. Rumble, De Huang Dog's head hit the gate of Tianyi Gate. The majestic gate was smashed into powder in an instant. Such a huge movement instantly shocked the entire mountain range. All the elders and disciples on and off the mountain of Tianyi Gate heard it clearly. For a moment they didn't know what was going on. Then they flew out one after another. What's going on? Someone is here to make trouble. It's Jiang Chen. It must be Jiang Chen. I didn't expect him to be so fast. Let's go out and have a look. We must kill him today. In the main hall, many of the higher-ups who were still in a meeting were instantly alarmed. However, before they could go out, they heard an earth-shattering roar coming from outside the mountain range. De Huang Dog's body grew bigger once again. He exerted his peerless divine might and cast the soul-crunching tune at Tianyi Gate. Endless sound waves swept out like waves. Those elders and disciples who rushed out from Tianyi Gate were the first to be affected by the sound waves. Arg! Miserable shrieks lingered in the ears. One by one figures fell from the sky. Their bodies were covered with blood and died on the spot. De Huang Dog was a 3rd-grade minor demon saint. To these disciples and elders with weak cultivation base, the existence of De Huang Dog was a destructive force that couldn't be resisted at all. The death of a large number of elders and disciples wasn't a big deal. Large areas of buildings collapsed under the roar of De Huang Dog, turning into ruins. The scene was very similar to what happened in Martial Saint Dynasty. The power of De Huang Dog's roar not only destroyed a large area of buildings, but also killed hundreds of elders and disciples. could be said to be extremely brutal. By God! Where did this dog come from? He's too strong. Hurry up and inform the elders that someone has trespassed into Tianyi Gate. This dog is too powerful. Let's retreat quickly. This is a minor demon saint. Only the elders of minor saint realm can deal with it. Everyone was shocked. The entire Tianyi Gate was in an uproar. None of them dared to be careless. The intruder was too terrifying. Whoosh. At this time, incomparably powerful silhouettes flew out from the interior of Tianyi Gate. There were more than 30 of them. Each of them was a powerful minor saint. Jiang Chen looked at them and deeply felt the power of Tianyi Gate. It wasn't something that any power in Xuanyu could compare with. It seemed like if Tianyi Gate wasn't afraid of Great Master Ranfeng and didn't dare to attack him in the Western Domain, he would have been dead by now. However, that was all in the past. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to be afraid of Tianyi Gate. Today Tianyi Gate would be completely destroyed in his hands. Jiang Chen, Yan Chenyu and Tyrant flew forward and came to the side of De Huang Dog, facing the experts on the opposite side. On the side of Tianyi Gate there was a leader. He seemed to be in his 40s. He was very muscular. His face was covered with a full beard. He was wearing a loose green robe. His eyes were cold. His chi was like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky. No one dared to look at him directly. This man was the master of Tianyi Gate, Luo Chongqing. Beside Luo Chongqing was a 60 to 70-year-old supreme elder. He was also a 7th grade minor saint, but judging from his chi he wasn't weaker than Luo Chongqing. These two 7th grade minor saints were very powerful. Other than that, there were also many other experts of Tianyi Gate. There were 4 6th grade minor saints, 8 5th grade minor saints, and the remaining minor saints added up to 20. At this moment, all the minor saints of Tianyi Gate were looking at the destroyed buildings of Tianyi Gate and the elders and disciples who died tragically. Their faces were filled with unprecedented anger. This was a great humiliation. Tianyi Gate had been established for such a long time, but no one had ever dared to come to our sect and kill people. This was simply unimaginable. Then all of them raised their heads and looked at the opposite side. A white-robed youth and a majestic De Huang dog. With such a symbol they didn't need to guess who they were. In addition to the enmity between Tianyi Gate and Jiang Chen, their identity was even more obvious. "You are Jiang Chen?" Luo Chongqing said. His eyes fell on Jiang Chen like two sharp swords. "That's right," Jiang Chen said indifferently. "Damn it. Jiang Chen, how dare you come to Tianyi Gate to kill people? You must be tired of living. I will tear you into pieces today." A 6th grade minor saint elder shouted. It seemed like he couldn't wait to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. The dignified Tianyi Gate has always been doing shameless things. You all came to my hometown to kill my family members. Am I not allowed to come to your sect? Let me tell you, Tianyi Gate is finished today. I, Jiang Chen, am here to take revenge. I will make your shameless sect disappear from the Western Domain. Jiang Chen's chi was strong. His murderous aura soared up to the sky. His words seemed like a joke, but he wasn't joking at all. Haha. Ridiculous. This is really ridiculous. A little brat dares to say that he wants to annihilate Tianyi Gate? This is the funniest joke I have ever heard in my life. Jiang Chen, how can a few trash like you create trouble in Tianyi Gate? You really don't know what's good for you. I alone am enough to kill you. Since you are here, it saves us the trouble of finding you. I will send you to heaven now. A powerful 6th grade minor saint said arrogantly. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. His chi fluctuated and he turned into a whirlwind, rushing at Jiang Chen. De Huang Dog, Yan Chenyu and Tyrant shook their heads at the same time. They gave the elder a pitiful look and retreated at the same time. Ka-cha, a cracking sound was heard from Jiang Chen's arm. A sturdy and powerful blood-red dragon arm emerged. The blood-red dragon claw clawed forward, tearing a huge hole in the void. The powerful true dragon palm was like a terrifying cage, enveloping the elder. What? The 6th grade minor saint's facial expression changed dramatically. The moment Jiang Chen attacked, he could feel Jiang Chen's power. That blood-red dragon claw was like a huge mountain, suffocating him. Jiang Chen's dragon claw was like a huge mountain, suffocating him. Bang Pu, the true dragon palm slammed onto the old man's body, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to resist, but he found out that his entire body was trapped by the true dragon palm, making it extremely difficult for him to move. In other words, with just a single strike he was completely controlled by Zhou Xian. What? This time the entire Tianyi Gate was in an uproar. Even Luo Chongqing was shocked. Zhou Xian's power was beyond his imagination. A powerful 6th-grade minor saint couldn't even withstand a single move from Zhou Xian. How terrifying was this? Chapter 790. Zhou Xian quickly release Elder Wu. Luo Chongqing's qi fluctuated. His powerful domain spread out. He didn't think that Zhou Xian would be this powerful. Now that a 6th-grade minor saint had been captured, he had to take Zhou Xian seriously. At the same time, he understood that he had to do it himself in order to kill Zhou Xian. Release? I can release his corpse. Zhou Xian sneered. The true dragon palm suddenly exerted force. All the force was exerted on Elder Wu's head. With a ka-cha sound, Elder Wu's head was smashed into pieces, turning into a mist of blood. Zhou Xian waved his hand and threw a headless corpse to Luo Chongqing. As you wish. I'm returning it to you. Bastard. Luo Chongqing was infuriated. He had never seen such a deranged person before. Not only did he come to cause trouble in Tianyi Gate, he even killed a respectable elder of Tianyi Gate in front of him. Such a scene was intolerable to him. Today all of you will die. Zhou Qian's murderous intent soared to the sky. He cast out his 5-elemental domain and launched an attack at Luo Chongqing. Since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Luo Chongqing's murderous intent was stronger than Zhou Qian's. Immediately he cast out his domain and struck at Zhou Qian. He couldn't remember when was the last time he attacked. As the boss of Tianyi Gate, a powerful 7th-grade minor saint, he hadn't attacked anyone for a long time. Once he attacked, he would definitely kill. Bang! The two domains collided with each other and separated. Zhou Qian was sent flying 100 meters away before he could regain his balance. In comparison, Luo Chongqing's face looked even worse. He looked at Zhou Qian with eyes full of horror. Impossible. How can a man possess 5 types of domain at the same time? This is absolutely impossible. Luo Chongqing felt that he had encountered a monster. This was an unimaginable thing. 5 domains directly subverted Luo Chongqing's understanding of cultivation. This person is too terrifying. Fortunately, his cultivation base is still weak. I must get rid of him today. Luo Chongqing gritted his teeth, the fierceness in his eyes becoming even more exuberant. Seems like I have to use my dragon transformation to deal with a 7th-grade minor saint. Zhou Qian thought to himself. Just now he had purposely used his own strength to fight against Luo Chongqing, but the result wasn't ideal. Although he could still fight against a 7th-grade minor saint, it was absolutely impossible for him to kill a 7th-grade minor saint. So he still had to transform into his dragon form. Zhou Qian faced the sky and let out a dragon roar. The clouds beyond the 9th heaven were directly shattered. A surge of power from ancient times suddenly burst out from his body. His appearance changed drastically in an instant. His body was more than twice as majestic as before. His entire body was covered with blood-red dragon scales. He looked incomparably ferocious and terrifying. Yan Qinyu, who was behind him, opened her mouth wide. This was the first time she saw Zhou Qian transform into his dragon form. Naturally, she was surprised. Don't be afraid, Xiaoyu. This is a type of transformation technique. Under this transformation, Zhou Qian's combat power will be increased by 10 times. Otherwise, even he wouldn't be able to deal with a 7th-grade minor saint. De Huang Dog said. Yan Qinyu nodded, but the appearance of Zhou Qian was still very scary. What kind of monster is this? Transformation technique? I feel that his combat power has increased by a lot. This bastard is really abnormal. I have never heard of this kind of transformation technique before. The elders of Tianyi Gate's facial expression changed. The existence of Zhou Qian was too shocking to them. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that there was such a terrifying technique in this world. Luo Chongqing's facial expression darkened. He could feel that Zhou Qian's power had increased by a lot after his transformation. Even a 7th-grade minor saint like him could feel the tremendous pressure. Supreme Elder, let's attack together and kill him. The rest of you kill the 2 people and the dog. No, we can't kill that monk. Luo Chongqing said. Killing a monk in Western domain was simply courting death. If the genius of Great Lightning Tune Temple was killed, the consequences wouldn't be something that Tiany Gate could bear. Yes. All the minor saint elders nodded. They weren't fools. Their opponent was far scarier than what they had imagined. Otherwise, the sect master and the supreme elder wouldn't have joined forces to deal with Jiang Chen. Dong the supreme elder took a step forward. His huge foot stomped on the void, creating a hole in the void. A black gale came out from the hole. At the same time, the remaining 30-plus minor saints surrounded Yan Qingyu and De Huang Dog. Kaka, you need to have some ability if you want to kill Master Dog. De Huang Dog laughed. Suddenly, a pair of golden light wings grew out from his back. He disappeared in an instant, breaking through the defense of those minor saints and arrived above Tiany Gate. De Huang Dog opened his huge mouth and roared at the buildings and disciples of Tiany Gate. Roar! It was the soul-crunching sound again. Endless screams were heard from below. The buildings were collapsing. Tiany Gate was in a mess. Motherfucker. Stop that damn dog. Someone cursed. A 6th-grade minor saint flew out and attacked De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog was a 3rd-grade minor demon saint. He could fight a 5th-grade minor saint, but he was no match for a 6th-grade minor saint. However, De Huang Dog's speed was too fast. It wouldn't be easy for a 6th-grade minor saint to kill him. Kaka De Huang Dog's laughter reverberated in the sky above Tiany Gate. A 6th-grade minor saint couldn't kill him. This bastard's speed was too fast. He appeared at another place in a blink, wreaking havoc wantonly. To the ordinary elders and disciples of Tiany Gate, it was a disaster. Whoosh, whoosh. 7 to 8 minor saints separated and attacked De Huang Dog. There were 2 6th-grade minor saints among them. Even so, De Huang Dog was still able to deal with them, causing them to roar in anger. This showed how brutal he was. On the other side, 3 minor saints besieged Tyrant. 2 of them were 2nd-grade minor saints and 1 was 3rd-grade minor saint. They didn't put this 1st-grade minor saint in their eyes. Plus, they were instructed to besiege Tyrant, not to kill him. The rest of the minor saints besieged Yan Qingyu, but her facial expression didn't change at all. She was no longer the same as before. Her 4th-grade minor saint strength gave her the ability to suppress a 6th-grade minor saint. In addition to her 9 meridians and Ice God's heart, her attacks were extremely terrifying. Her opponents couldn't withstand it at all. Tyrant, I advise you not to get involved in this mess. A 2nd-grade minor saint said to Tyrant. Amit Ba. Tyrant uttered a word of Buddhism. Then he struck the 2nd-grade minor saint who was closest to him with his palm. Motionless Dharma King Seal. A giant Dharma King shadow suddenly appeared. It was as big as a mountain. It was extremely terrifying and fast. It hit the 2nd-grade minor saint in an instant. Arg. The 2nd-grade minor saint let out a blood-curdling scream. He was killed by Tyrant's palm. The other 2 minor saints' facial expression changed drastically. They didn't expect that this ordinary-looking tyrant would be so abnormal. He was merely a 1st-grade minor saint, but he was able to kill a 2nd-grade minor saint with just a single strike. What made them depressed was that Tyrant was too cruel. They didn't plan to deal with Tyrant at first, but they couldn't stop him from killing them. Amit Ba. Tyrant's facial expression didn't change. He looked like an eminent monk. He had obtained the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus and the 3 lost supreme seals of Buddhism sect. They were the Motionless Bright King Seal, Motionless Lion King Seal and Motionless Dharma King Seal. Each of these seals was extremely terrifying and contained the essence of Buddhism sect. Although Tyrant was only a 1st-grade minor saint, he could kill a 2nd-grade minor saint effortlessly with these powerful seals. Damn it! Catch him! The 3rd-grade minor saint was infuriated. He suddenly reached out his palm and tried to grab Tyrant. On the other side, Yan Qingyu was displaying her divine power. Even though there was a 6th-grade minor saint besieging her, she wasn't afraid at all. Her profound ice was seeping out, freezing the entire void. Her domain was the legendary Ice God domain. It was extremely powerful. In just a few breaths of time, not only did those minor saints fail to kill her, but 2 of them were killed by her instead. Such a scene was witnessed by Luo Chongqing and the Supreme Elder. They were shocked. Since when did so many abnormal beings appear in this world? Moreover, they had encountered all of them at the same time. The situation in front of them was too terrifying. Tiany Gate was losing people every second. Minor saint elders were falling one after another. That dog was wreaking havoc wantonly. It took so many minor saints besieging him to stop De Huang Dog, but De Huang Dog was too cunning. It was too difficult to kill him. Luo Chongqing and the Supreme Elder had already noticed that it wouldn't be easy to kill either De Huang Dog or that woman unless they personally attacked. Therefore they had to join forces to eliminate Jiang Chen as soon as possible. As long as they could kill Jiang Chen, the others wouldn't pose a threat to them. Luo Chongqing shouted. Together with the Supreme Elder, they attacked Jiang Chen from both sides. Two powerful 7th-grade minor saints unleashed all of their qi, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Their killing intent soared up to the sky. Their domain was spread out, enveloping Jiang Chen completely. 5 Elemental Domain. Jiang Chen also unleashed his domain. The powerful 5 Elemental Domain was definitely the most abnormal being in this world. Zhoosh. The dragon wings on Jiang Chen's back fluttered casually. His body raised a gust of wind. In the next moment he appeared in front of the Supreme Elder. His sharp dragon claws clawed at him. Sky-dominating palm. Chapter 791. Chi-Chi. The Supreme Elder's sky-dominating palm collided with Jiang Chen's dragon claw. It was supposed to be an invincible attack, but what happened was something that the Supreme Elder couldn't accept in his entire life. The resplendent palm print that he struck out produced a sizzling sound and a large amount of sparks. It was torn apart by Jiang Chen's dragon claw bit by bit and finally shattered into pieces. How is this possible? The Supreme Elder exclaimed. He finally knew the scariness of Jiang Chen. He didn't dare to be careless anymore. With a wave of his arm, a long sword that was glowing with blue light appeared. It was the power of the stars. Jiang Chen could tell that this sword was similar to Nebula Kid's Starlight Sword at first glance. It seemed like this old man's cultivation method was similar to Nebula Kid's Starlight Sword, which allowed him to absorb the power of the stars. The power of this sword was extraordinary. One look and anyone could tell that it was a supreme treasure. Jiang Chen didn't know how to forge a new combat weapon for Nebula Kid. If he had this sword he could go back and forge it meticulously. Jiang Chen's attack was extremely fast. It happened in just a few seconds. The Supreme Elder didn't even have the chance to use his sword. Jiang Chen's sharp claw penetrated his chest and crushed his heart into pieces. The Supreme Elder felt the threat of death, but it was too late. He didn't even have the time to scream before his body was crushed by a powerful force. Bang! The 7th-grade minor Saint Supreme Elder was instantly killed by Jiang Chen. His entire body was crushed into powder. The long sword was kept by Jiang Chen. It was a miserable scene. Hong Long. At the same time, Luo Chongqing's attack arrived. What he casted was also a powerful combat technique, but it didn't have any effect on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen in his dragon form was too terrifying. Just his physical body alone had reached an unimaginable level. Jiang Chen stretched out his dragon claw. It contained the true dragon palm. Only by using the true dragon combat skill could he fully display the power of the combat skill. Luo Chongqing's attack was crushed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen then thrust his sharp claw forward. The boundless force was like a ferocious beast pushing Luo Chongqing back. Luo Chongqing was much stronger than the Supreme Elder, but Jiang Chen didn't have to spend much effort to kill him. However, Luo Chongqing's facial expression changed dramatically. The Supreme Elder was killed by Jiang Chen in a second. Such a scene was too shocking. It was an unimaginable psychological blow to him. Before today he couldn't imagine how a 3rd-grade minor saint could kill a 7th-grade minor saint. By God! The Supreme Elder has been killed. How could that Jiang Chen be so terrifying? It's over. Our Tianyi Gate is doomed. That Jiang Chen is too abnormal. Not even a 7th-grade minor saint is his match. I'm afraid that even the sect master is no match for him. How could this happen? The Supreme Elder was killed by him. No one wasn't shocked. The entire Tianyi Gate was in chaos. Even those minor saints who were besieging De Huang Dog and Yan Qinyu had a drastic change in their facial expression. They thought that the sect master and the Supreme Elder were both 7th-grade minor saints. Jiang Chen would be the one who would be killed in a second. They didn't expect that the powerful Supreme Elder would be killed in a second. How could they fight this? If the sect master was killed by Jiang Chen, no one in Tianyi Gate would be able to resist the evil star Jiang Chen. I have no enmity with all of you. Originally, I had no enmity with you and I could even be good friends with you. Back in the Devil Realm, it was you who provoked me first and destroyed our friendship. Later you sought out the Dark Shadow organization to kill me. I never thought about how to deal with the First Heaven School because in my eyes, although the First Heaven School is a great influence in the Western regions, you are not qualified to be taken seriously by me. However, you went to attack my family, which is simply unforgivable. From the moment you sent people to the Eastern continent, you should have known what kind of punishment you would receive. Jiang Chen's tone was extremely cold. His murderous aura was overwhelming. Every step he took forced Luo Chongqing to take a few steps back. Jiang Chen, don't be complacent. Do you think that you are invincible just because you killed the Supreme Elder? Do you think that Tianyi Gate doesn't have any trump cards after ruling the Western domain for so long? Let me tell you, you will pay a heavy price for what you have done today. All of you will die, including your family members. Luo Chongqing said while gritting his teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue shield that looked like a compass suddenly appeared in his hand. The shield was radiating boundless brilliance. One look and anyone could tell that it was a rare treasure. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled, because he could already tell that this shield was a powerful minor saint weapon that was comparable to the brilliant mirror. Just like what Luo Chongqing said, how could a major power like Tianyi Gate not have any trump cards? This combat weapon could indeed enhance his combat strength, but Jiang Chen didn't care about it at all. If Luo Chongqing thought that he could defeat Jiang Chen with just a golden shield, it would be ridiculous. Starlight Shield, show me your power. Luo Chongqing suddenly shouted. The starlight shield in his hand buzzed and trembled violently. Then an ancient tower located at the center of Tianyi Gate was instantly covered with blue starlight, forming a connection with the starlight shield. After the starlight shield and the ancient tower were connected, a strong power was immediately emitted. Jiang Chen frowned. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that the starlight shield and the Supreme Elder's longsword were of the same nature. Both of them could draw support from the power of the stars. The ancient tower must have stored a large amount of the power of the stars. Then it was connected with the starlight shield using a formation, allowing the starlight shield to exert its greatest power. This was the foundation of Tianyi Gate. The stored power of the stars was used to defend against external enemies during critical moments. Look, Sect Master has activated the Starlight Tower. The Starlight Tower and the Starlight Shield have fused together, increasing the combat strength by several folds. That Jiang Chen is certainly not a match for Sect Master. This is the true foundation of Tianyi Gate. No one knows how much power of the stars is stored in the Starlight Tower. It's enough for the Starlight Shield to be used continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. Kill Jiang Chen. He must be killed. This man is too scary. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. The activation of the Starlight Tower allowed the elders of Tianyi Gate to see hope again. They recovered from the haze of Jiang Chen's strength. In their opinion, no matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, he wouldn't be a match for the combination of the Starlight Tower and the Starlight Shield. Jiang Chen, you have killed so many people of Tianyi Gate and caused our Tianyi Gate to suffer a great loss. I will make you pay with your blood. Luo Chongqing shouted. He held the Starlight Shield in his hand and fused it with his domain. The powerful Starlight Shield shook violently and grew more than twice its original size. It now had a radius of 2 zhang. Luo Chongqing was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Jiang Chen. He raised the Starlight Shield high and slammed it down on Jiang Chen. Let me see how powerful your Starlight Shield is. Jiang Chen attacked brazenly. He didn't put the Starlight Shield in his eyes at all. He didn't even use the Heavenly Saint Sword. Instead, he cast out the True Dragon Palm. The huge dragon claw pressed down like a barrier and collided with the Starlight Shield. Hung long. Both of them collided with each other, producing a loud bang. The void was directly smashed, creating a large amount of sparks. The power of the Starlight Shield was indeed great. Jiang Chen was sent flying again, but this time he only flew for 2 zhang before he stabilized his body. No wonder it's a powerful minor saint weapon, a peak existence. Jiang Chen praised. His eyes that were looking at the Starlight Shield became a little excited. If Nangong Wentin could fuse and refine such a powerful treasure, he would be able to break through to the minor saint realm immediately. Nangong Wentin cultivated the limitless stars transformation and absorbed the power of the stars. The combination of the starlight shield and the limitless stars transformation was perfect. How can this brat's body be so hard? Even the starlight shield couldn't cause any damage to him. Is he still a human? Luo Chongqing was shocked once again. The starlight shield was now supported by the starlight pagoda, making it much more powerful. Even so, it still couldn't cause any damage to Jiang Chen. His opponent's strength was simply appalling. However, what made Luo Chongqing feel relieved was that the starlight shield had finally suppressed Jiang Chen. What a good starlight shield. Come on. Jiang Chen roared again. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand with a clang. The power of the starlight shield didn't make him feel any fear. Instead, it aroused his fighting spirit. This time, Jiang Chen was supposed to be very relaxed when he attacked the Tianyi Gate. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a strong resistance. This made him very happy. The heavenly saint sword had completely turned into a dragon sword. It was wrapped in a blood-red light. It looked extremely mystical. The dragon head was the hilt of the sword. The body of the sword was covered with dragon patterns. Adding the fact that the heavenly saint sword had just fused with the fourth fragment, its quality had improved a lot. Now the heavenly saint sword had reached the peak of the minor saint weapon. It wasn't any weaker than the starlight shield and the brilliant mirror. Moreover, the starlight shield was supported by the starlight pagoda while the heavenly saint sword only needed Jiang Chen to support it. Moreover, the heavenly saint sword was different from the brilliant mirror. The brilliant mirror consumed a lot of yuan force while the heavenly saint sword was Jiang Chen's natal weapon. It had a certain connection with Jiang Chen's origin. Therefore, if Jiang Chen wanted to use the heavenly saint sword, he could do it as he pleased. Hong Long. The starlight shield once again burst into endless brilliance. Chapter 792. Hong Long. The starlight shield and the heavenly saint sword collided with each other. No one knew how powerful the collision was. Jiang Chen was like an ancient dragon, too powerful. His entire being was the symbol of invincibility. Under the condition of merging with the heavenly saint sword, he was able to sweep away everything. Not even the starlight shield was able to withstand his attack. Luo Chongqing, who was holding the starlight shield, was sent flying a few meters away by the heavenly saint sword. His facial expression changed dramatically. He felt that his arm that was holding the starlight shield was going numb. Even the shield in his hand was about to fly away. The blue starlight rippled. The connection between the starlight shield and the starlight tower began to shake violently. Impossible. How can he be so powerful? Luo Chongqing was truly shocked. He had never been so shocked before. He was a dignified 7th-grade minor saint who was using the starlight shield, but he was once again repelled by a 3rd-grade minor saint. He couldn't believe and accept such a scene. Haha, the starlight shield is nothing. It will still be destroyed by my heavenly saint sword. Today your Tianyi Gate will be annihilated. Jiang Chen laughed loudly. His body was filled with boundless combat strength. Even the sky was trembling. The feeling of power made Jiang Chen a little obsessed. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he was. However, it seemed that even with the help of the starlight shield, Luo Chongqing wouldn't be a match for him. Howl. The heavenly saint sword let out a sword howl that soared to the sky. A blood-red sword light rushed to the sky. Under Jiang Chen's control, it once again slashed at Luo Chongqing. The heavenly saint sword left a dazzling shadow in the void like the Milky Way. Luo Chongqing bellowed in anger, but there was nothing he could do. It was impossible for him to retreat at this moment. He could only rely on the starlight shield to resist Jiang Chen's violent attack. Hong Long. The two minor saint weapons collided again. As expected, Luo Chongqing was sent flying again. Jiang Chen was getting more and more courageous while Luo Chongqing was getting more and more surprised. If this continued, Luo Chongqing wouldn't be able to resist Jiang Chen's attack for a long time. Look, that Jiang Chen is too ferocious. Sect Master can't stop him anymore. What should we do? Could it be that our Tianyi Gate is finished? How could there be such a perverted person in this world? It's over. Tianyi Gate is finished. The Supreme Elder is dead. Now even the Sect Master can't stop Jiang Chen. There's no one else in the sect who's more powerful than the Sect Master. The entire Tianyi Gate fell into despair once again. Luo Chongqing's defeat made them unable to see any hope. Rumble. With the heavenly saint sword in hand, Jiang Chen brought along an unparalleled domineering aura and once again clashed with Luo Chongqing's starlight shield. Without any surprise, Luo Chongqing was sent flying by Jiang Chen for the third time. Wow, after 3 consecutive collisions, even Luo Chongqing found it hard to resist. Every strike from Jiang Chen was like a huge mountain crashing into him. Luo Chongqing spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his complexion turned incomparably pale. Looking at Jiang Chen again, he was like a divine dragon that had descended into the world. His battle intent was monstrous, and the more he fought, the fiercer he became. The two of them directly formed the clearest contrast. At this point in the battle, Luo Chongqing was no fool. He was very clear that if the battle continued, he would die in the hands of Jiang Chen sooner or later. There was no doubt about this. Escape? No, that was impossible. He was the sect master of Tianyi Gate. If he chose to escape, what would happen to the sect? What would happen to the thousands of elders and disciples? He had the ability to escape, but they didn't have the ability to escape from the clutches of Jiang Chen. At that time, if Jiang Chen vented his anger on the elders and disciples of Tianyi Gate, it would be a disaster for everyone in Tianyi Gate. But what else could they do if they didn't escape? Jiang Chen wouldn't let go of Tianyi Gate either. Quickly, go and invite the experts of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Luo Chongqing shouted. At this time, only the Great Lightning Tune Temple could help them. The Great Lightning Tune Temple was the holy land of Western Domain. It was the most powerful force that ruled the entire Western Domain. The reason why the major powers in Western Domain could live in harmony with each other and rarely fought was because of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. The Great Lightning Tune Temple's aim was to create a peaceful Western Domain. Amit Ba. Just as Luo Chongqing's voice faded away, a voice that sounded like a great bell suddenly reverberated in the sky. After that, 2 silhouettes suddenly appeared in the sky above Tianyi Gate. They were 2 eminent monks of Buddha sect. Both of them looked to be in their 40s. Their chi was similar to Luo Chongqing's. Both of them were powerful 7th-grade minor saints like Luo Chongqing. The appearance of 2 eminent monks of minor saint in the Western Domain meant that they were from the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Seeing that the eminent monk from the Tempest Temple had appeared, Luo Chongqing's face was instantly filled with surprise. The other people from the Tianyi Gate were the same. From their point of view, no matter how arrogant Jiang Chen was, he wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of the Tempest Temple. Otherwise, he would be courting death. Seeing this, Jiang Chen frowned. The people from the Tempest Temple must have gotten wind of it, so they sent experts to stop him. Benefactor, please stop. The Western region is the holy land of Buddhism. Large-scale slaughter is forbidden here. One of the monks looked at Jiang Chen and said, "It's none of your business. The Tempest Temple better stay out of it." Jiang Chen casually glanced at the monk who spoke. Today he was determined to annihilate the Tianyi Gate. Even if it was the Tempest Temple, he wouldn't give them any face. In fact, he had already given the Tempest Temple a lot of face. If it wasn't for the Tempest Temple, these 2 would have been dead by now if they dared to stop him. Little brat, don't be too arrogant. This is the holy land of Buddhism. Our Tempest Temple is the overseer of the Western region. We will absolutely not allow you to kill the innocent. The other monk spoke in a rather overbearing tone. It was obvious that his temper wasn't very good. Humph. Jiang Chen coldly snorted. He didn't pay any attention to the 2 monks. With a sway of his body, he once again launched an attack towards Luo Chongqing. His majestic body instantly appeared in front of Luo Chongqing, and the heavenly saint sword once again slashed at Luo Chongqing, sending him flying. This time, the starlight shield in Luo Chongqing's hand was sent flying as well. Then Jiang Chen grabbed it and kept it. The 5 elemental sphere spread out like a tidal wave. With a walla sound, it enveloped Luo Chongqing. The dragon claw fiercely stretched out, grabbing Luo Chongqing and pulling him towards himself. This series of actions was too fast. Not to mention the 2 monks, even Luo Chongqing himself didn't have the time to react. In the blink of an eye, he was imprisoned in Jiang Chen's hand. Even moving had become incomparably difficult. Evil creature, hurry up and help. An eminent monk let out a loud shout and struck out a palm strike at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen waved his hand and a dazzling radiance blasted out, easily dispersing the monk's attack. Evil creature, human blood flows in your body, but you have become neither human nor demon. This is a sign that you have turned into a devil. This poor monk represents the Tempest Temple to execute you. That monk had a bad temper. Once again he attacked Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was enraged. Even a clay figurine would have 3 points of anger, let alone him, Zhou Xian. He had already held back with that attack just now, but he didn't expect the other party to be so unforgiving. Did he really think that he could use his identity as a member of the Tempest Temple to oppress him? What a joke. True Dragon Palm. Rumble. Zhou Xian unleashed the True Dragon Palm, and with a single slap he sent the monk flying away. Poot, that monk spat out blood on the spot. His strength wasn't even as strong as Luo Chongqing. Now that Zhou Xian was in his dragon transformation state, the other party was simply too weak to withstand a single blow. This move didn't kill him directly but only injured him. That was already very merciful. Bald donkey, don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you are from the Tempest Temple. The Tempest Temple can't interfere in my Zhou Qian's business. Hurry up and get lost. Zhou Qian pointed at the 2 great experts of the Tempest Temple and scolded them. He didn't give them any face at all. Seeing this situation, Luo Chongqing, who had fallen into Zhou Qian's hands, was in complete despair. He finally knew how strong and terrifying Zhou Qian was. He didn't even give face to the Tempest Temple. Moreover, he scolded 2 minor saint experts of the Tempest Temple, bald donkey. This was the first time in the Western domain. Bastard. Great devil. I will definitely eliminate you. The other eminent monk was furious. He was about to attack as well. Buddha light was emitting from his body. As the light flowed, the talisman of Buddha's sect appeared. Amit Ba. Don't meddle in other people's business. The fault lies with the Tianyi Gate. The people of the Tianyi Gate went to the eastern continent to kill the family of Zhou Qian. This is a shameful way of bullying ordinary people. Tyrant stood out and spoke. He was now a disciple of the Tempest Temple. He didn't want the Tempest Temple to get involved in this matter. He knew Zhou Qian's character too well. He knew how determined Zhou Qian was to annihilate the Tianyi Gate. Even if the God of Heaven came, Zhou Qian wouldn't show any mercy. You are a disciple of Buddha sect. How could you walk together with an evildoer? You are a disgrace to our Buddha sect. Not only did the eminent monk not appreciate Tyrant's kindness, he even started to criticize him. You are a disciple of the Tempest Temple? You will be severely punished when you return, and then you will be expelled from the Tempest Temple. The eminent monk who was injured by Zhou Qian said to Tyrant. Seeing the attitude of the 2, Tyrant couldn't help but roll his eyes. These 2 fellows were simply unreasonable. Little monk, step aside. We will return to the Tempest Temple with you later to receive your punishment. The other eminent monk said. Fuck you. Tyrant shook his head and said in a low voice. What did you say? The eminent monk widened his eyes and looked at Tyrant in disbelief. This poor monk said fuck you. Tyrant repeated loudly in a serious manner. In his heart he didn't have a good impression of the Great Layin Temple. The reason why he joined the Great Layin Temple was because of his master. All these years the Great Layin Temple had been bothering Great Master Ranfeng. Tyrant hated the Great Layin Temple to begin with. Besides, with his temper, how could he stand these 2 guys standing in front of him and shouting at him? Chapter 793. When these 4 words were shouted out by Tyrant, the atmosphere instantly became incomparably cold. Apart from that, the 2 eminent monks stared at Tyrant with their eyes wide open. Their eyes were filled with ridicule and disbelief. Was this bastard really a Buddhist? Was he really from the Great Layin Temple? He looked serious, but the moment he spoke he revealed his true nature. Vulgarities came out of his mouth. This was not the steadiness that a Buddhist disciple should have. If he really was a Buddhist, he must be a scum of the Buddhist sect. That's right, he must be a scum. Insulting the elders is an unforgivable sin. How can Buddhism accept an unfilial son like you? Today I will clean up the sect first. The senior monk was furious. He suddenly slapped the monk with his palm. Courting death. Zhou Qian's eyes were filled with coldness. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of the eminent monk in an instant. His terrifying dragon claw grabbed the eminent monk's arm and exerted force. With a ka-cha sound, the eminent monk's arm was ripped off by Zhou Qian. Arg! The eminent monk immediately let out a blood-curdling scream when his arm was forcefully torn off. Zhou Qian didn't care about him. He took the opportunity to step on the eminent monk's face, sending him flying away. When the other eminent monk saw this, he hurriedly stretched out his hand to catch the other person. "I arm my hand," the eminent monk roared, completely losing his usual dignified demeanor. The two eminent monks looked at Zhou Xian in horror. They finally knew how terrifying Zhou Xian was. He wasn't someone they could deal with. In fact, this time, the Great Laying Temple sent them here not only because they were strong enough but also because of the reputation of the Great Laying Temple. However, they didn't expect that the reputation of the Great Laying Temple would be completely useless in front of Zhou Xian. It was ruthlessly smashed into pieces. What was even more insane was that their master actually dared to hurt the higher-ups of the Great Laying Temple. In the western regions, this was simply unimaginable. "Audacious madman, do you know what you are doing? If I were you, I would immediately release the sect master of Tianyi Gate and come with us to the Tempest Temple to accept your punishment. You might still have a chance to live." The monk continued to shout at Zhou Xian, as if he couldn't see the situation clearly. In fact, he couldn't be blamed. The Tempest Temple's reputation was too great. In the western region, there had never been anyone who dared to look down on the Tempest Temple. "Get out of here right now. Don't think that I won't kill you," Zhou Xian and Leng Leng said. Zhou Xian had already given the Tempest Temple a lot of face by allowing these two guys to stand here and talk. However, it didn't mean that Zhou Xian wouldn't dare to kill them. Whether it was his previous life or his current life, he had never had any relationship with the Tempest Temple. In his previous life, he had befriended Ancestor Green Lotus, but Ancestor Green Lotus wasn't a disciple of the Tempest Temple. Ancestor Green Lotus was a free and easy person who practiced medicine to help the people. He was a true living Buddha. Compared to a true Buddha like Ancestor Green Lotus, the current Great Laying Temple didn't live up to its reputation. If the Great Laying Temple was truly the representative of the supreme holy land of Buddhism, Ancestor Green Lotus and Great Master Ranfeng would have joined it. In the ancient times, Buddhism was prosperous and the Gautama Buddha founded the Tempest Temple. However, ever since the Gautama Buddha ascended to the heavens, the Buddhism in Saint Origin World had declined day by day. Only a few true Buddhas remained in the Tempest Temple. Sensing Zhou Xian's killing intent, the two eminent monks didn't dare to utter another word. However, they didn't leave, but secretly informed the people of the Tempest Temple. Zhou Xian treated them as if they were nothing. The Great Laying Temple was a very powerful temple and this place was the western region. He didn't want to have a bad relationship with the Great Laying Temple right now. If he really killed someone from the Great Laying Temple, it would bring him trouble. Zhou Qian's gaze returned to Luo Chongqing. At this moment, Luo Chongqing had already lost all hope. In his eyes, Zhou Xian was a madman, a mad devil. He even dared to hurt the eminent monks of the Tempest Temple. He even tore off their arms. Was there anything in this world that he wouldn't dare to do? "Zhou Xian, don't kill me. Let's write off all the debts between us. From now on, my Tianyi Gate will no longer be your enemy. You have already killed so many people of the Tianyi Gate. You have already taken your revenge. Moreover, your family is safe and sound. You have gained a lot from this." Luo Chongqing opened his mouth and begged for mercy. What a joke. If I didn't return in time, I'm afraid that my family would have been annihilated by you all. You even captured my father to threaten me. Do you think you can write off all the debts with just a few words? What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? Let me tell you, you are going to die today. A lot of people are going to die with you. Zhou Qian's dragon eyes were cold. He didn't want to waste any more time. His sharp claws pierced through Luo Chongqing's body, instantly destroying him. At this point, the two 7th-grade minor saints of the Tianyi Gate had died in the hands of Zhou Qian. Luo Chongqing was killed by the eminent monks of the Tempest Temple. The two eminent monks of the Tempest Temple had witnessed Zhou Qian killing Luo Chongqing. Zhou Qian's way of treating them as heir had made them feel endless humiliation. Not only did he not put them in his eyes, he also didn't put the dignity of the Tempest Temple in his eyes. The two of them gritted their teeth but didn't dare to say anything. This half-human, half-dragon man in front of them was simply a madman. He was a peerless devil. Anyone who provoked him must die. Master. Luo Chongqing's death caused a wave of wailing in the Tianyi Gate. It was a kind of sorrow that all the heirs had been killed. Everyone felt despair. Before today, they were still very proud of being the disciples of the Tianyi Gate. Tianyi Gate was still one of the top major powers in the Western domain. However, the collapse would only last for a moment. What awaited them next would be the ultimate destruction. No one knew how many people of the Tani Gate could survive after falling into the hands of such a god of death. You have already killed the master of the Tani Gate. Can you let the others go? The eminent monk in the distance said. Zhou Xian didn't even bother to pay attention to them. With a sway of his body, he rushed into the camp of the minor saints in a blink of an eye. The 5 elemental sphere spread out and surrounded all the minor saints. In order to destroy a major power, one must completely destroy it. Xianxia never liked to leave behind future troubles. He could spare the elders and disciples of the Tani Gate who were below the minor saint realm, but every minor saint was a potential threat. Xianxia wouldn't allow such a threat to exist at all times. Xianxia went on a killing spree. The group of minor saints began to let out earth-shattering screams as they fell into the 5 elemental sphere. Everything was under Xianxia's control. No one could escape from it. What awaited them was only death. The scene was bloody. The entire Tani Gate was facing the real destruction. This was an unprecedented disaster for the Tani Gate. Because the minor saints were divided into 2 groups to deal with De Huang Dog and Yan Qingyu respectively, Xianxia's 5 elemental sphere didn't cover all of them at once. The remaining minor saints didn't dare to hesitate when they saw the situation. They didn't care about their sex anymore and immediately ran away. It would be too late if they didn't run now. Xianxia was a peerless evil star who killed without blinking an eye. Even the eminent monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple couldn't save them. Only by running away would they have a chance of survival. None of you can run away. Xianxia's chi was monstrous. The 5 elemental sphere expanded all of a sudden. All the minor saints who were trying to escape were enveloped by the 5 elemental sphere. The screams continued. Xianxia was like a peerless devil. He started a massacre in his 5 elemental sphere. 20 to 30 minor saints fell one by one. In just a few blinks, half of them had died in Xianxia's hands. Even a powerful 6th grade minor saint couldn't withstand a single strike from Xianxia. Below, all the disciples and elders of Tani Gate were looking at the one-sided massacre with pale faces. It was a feeling of helplessness, despair and deep fear. They had never thought that such a calamity would happen. It was too cruel. They had never seen such a cruel person before. Save us, eminent monks. Save us. A minor saint who was trapped cried out to the 2 eminent monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. The faces of the 2 eminent monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple turned pale. They were here to suppress Xianxia and solve the crisis of Tani Gate. But now they had become spectators watching Xianxia kill the people of Tani Gate with their own eyes. They couldn't do anything but watch helplessly. This was the biggest humiliation in their lives. Even the dignity of the Great Lightning Tune Temple was trampled mercilessly by Xianxia. Stop. You madman. The Great Lightning Tune Temple will never let you go. The eminent monk shouted loudly, but Xianxia didn't seem to hear him. He was still crazily killing those minor saints. The only way to stop him is to stop him directly. Why don't you give it a try? Tyrant stood at the side and said sarcastically. The eminent monk looked at Tyrant and gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to tear this shameless monk into pieces. How could a little monk, a junior, dare to disrespect him? However, he didn't have the guts to personally stop Xianxia. His companion's arm had been torn off. He was afraid that he would be killed if he went forward. The ending of Tani Gate had been decided. Under Xianxia's crazy slaughter, all the minor saint elders of Tani Gate were killed without exception. From now on, Tani Gate had become a third-rate power in the western region. It had been a long time since the fall of so many minor saints in the western region. Xianxia retracted his chi and his dragon form, returning to his original appearance. His clothes were as white as snow. In addition, there were the destroyed buildings and the experts who were killed. A trace of anger emerged on his face. Great Master Yuanji, you have to seek justice for us. The 2 eminent monks who saw Great Master Yuanji just now rushed forward to greet him. The monk with the severed arm was gnashing his teeth in anger. Only now did Great Master Yuanji see the miserable state of the 2 eminent monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple, especially when he saw one of them had his arm torn off. His white bones were exposed. The anger in his eyes flared up. In this Western domain, no one had ever dared to harm the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple in public. This was equivalent to making the entire Buddha sect their enemy. Benefactor, why did you kill so many people of Tianyi Gate? Great Master Yuanji shifted his gaze to Zhou Xian. This is a personal grudge between me and Tianyi Gate. It has nothing to do with your Great Lightning Tune Temple. We will mind our own business. I hope that your Great Lightning Tune Temple won't meddle in other people's business. Zhou Xian said. Evildoer, how dare you speak to Great Master Yuanji in such a tone? This is unforgivable. The eminent monk roared at Zhou Xian. The appearance of Great Master Yuanji had given him a powerful backer. He no longer had to be afraid of Zhou Xian. He didn't believe that a puny third-grade minor saint like Zhou Xian could deal with a ninth-grade minor saint like Great Master Yuanji. They weren't on the same level. Great Master Yuanji, this man is cruel by nature. He has already turned into a devil. He killed the innocent and tore off one of my arms. He doesn't put the Great Lightning Tune Temple in his eyes at all. And that little monk, as a disciple of Buddha sect, he has joined hands with an evildoer. He has really brought shame to the Buddha sect. The monk with the severed arm said. Both of them told Great Master Yuanji everything that had happened here with some embellishments, including Tyrant. Only then did Great Master Yuanji notice Tyrant's presence. His expression changed because he was no stranger to this little monk. Over the years he had visited Green Lotus Mountain many times to look for Great Master Ranfeng, so he knew very well that Great Master Ranfeng had a disciple. You are the disciple of Ranfeng? Great Master Yuanji asked. That's right. Tyrant admitted immediately. Being the disciple of Great Master Ranfeng was an incomparably glorious thing in his heart. What? Great Master Ranfeng's disciple? How dare you mix around with a monster? Once you return to the Great Lane Temple, you will definitely be punished. Even though Ranfeng has joined our Great Lane Temple, it's only in name. He stays at Green Lotus Mountain all day and has never been to the Great Lane Temple. Even that little monk rarely goes to the Great Lane Temple. After knowing Tyrant's identity, the two eminent monks were a little surprised. After all, Great Master Ranfeng's disciple could not be neglected. Little monk, this matter involves the reputation of Buddhism. If you repent now and draw a clear line between yourself and this evildoer, I can pretend that nothing happened and let bygones be bygones. Grandmaster Yuanji said to Tyrant. I'm afraid I can't agree to this. I have a bottom line. The people of Tianyi Gate deserve to die. I killed them just now. Of course I didn't kill them. I sent them to the pure land of bliss to repent. Tyrant said in a serious manner. His words were filled with righteousness. In fact, he was saying that he was not in the wrong. They were the ones who were in the wrong and deserved to die. Hearing this, not to mention the two eminent monks, even Grandmaster Yuanji felt like fainting. He thought to himself that Great Master Ranfeng had actually raised such a top-notch disciple. The words he said in a serious manner were enough to infuriate people to death. Zhou Xian and a Huang dog were already used to it. This monk had always said shocking things. Whenever he didn't say something that would infuriate people, it wouldn't be Tyrant style. In that case, I will punish you on behalf of your master. Also, Benefactor Zhou Xian, I want you to go to the Great Lane Temple to receive punishment and repent, Grandmaster Yuanji said. The Great Lane Temple had ruled the western region for so many years, but such a thing had never happened before. A big sect was almost annihilated. Such a thing happened in the western region and it made the Great Lane Temple lose a lot of face. As the culprit, Zhou Xian must be punished by the Great Lane Temple. I, Ranfeng, have no right to punish my disciple. Right at this moment, another deep and resounding voice sounded. Following that, an old monk wearing a simple and unadorned imperial robe walked out from the void and stopped in front of Grandmaster Yuanji. The old monk looked to be in his 60s or 70s, and his face was covered with white beard. It was Great Master Ranfeng. Master. Tyrant came in front of Great Master Ranfeng and bowed deeply. Greetings, Great Master Ranfeng. Zhou Xian cupped his fists at Great Master Ranfeng. He knew that Great Master Ranfeng would definitely appear. This old monk looked gentle, but as the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus, he naturally had a domineering aura. He knew how important Tyrant was to Great Master Ranfeng, and Great Master Ranfeng would definitely protect his disciple. Just like what he said earlier, Even if his disciple made a mistake, it was not up to others to punish him. And not bad at all. Great Master Ranfeng's eyes lit up when he saw Zhou Xian. He couldn't help but nod his head in praise. Zhou Xian was definitely the most abnormal genius he had ever seen. Tyrant's improvement was already very scary, and he only advanced to the minor saint realm after obtaining the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus, a first-grade minor saint. However, Zhou Xian was now a third-grade minor saint. What was more terrifying was that Zhou Xian was able to kill a seventh-grade minor saint with a mere third-grade minor saint. Such abnormal combat strength was unheard of. Even with Great Master Ranfeng's knowledge and experience, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Great Master Ranfeng didn't blame Zhou Xian for annihilating the Tianyi Gate. He saw hope in Zhou Xian. There were some things that one could only rely on oneself. It was impossible to rely on the Great Lightning Tune Temple. From another point of view, Great Master Ranfeng and the Great Lightning Tune Temple weren't on the same side. This could be seen from the fact that he had been staying in Green Lotus Mountain for so many years, and the fact that the Great Lightning Tune Temple had never invited him. Old friend Ranfeng, long time no see. When Great Master Yuanji saw Ranfeng, he immediately greeted him. However, his tone wasn't as courteous and enthusiastic as before. Zhou Xian guessed that perhaps after the Great Lane Temple invited Great Master Ranfeng to join them, he still didn't get what he wanted and was disappointed with him. Yuanji, you just said that you want to teach my disciple a lesson. Since when is it your turn to teach my disciple a lesson? Great Master Ranfeng, who had always been kind and gentle, suddenly became fierce. Chapter 795. This old man is Tyrant's master. He is indeed domineering. It was De Huang Dog's first time meeting Great Master Ranfeng. He was instantly impressed by Great Master Ranfeng's domineering manner. The old monk looked kind and gentle, but he didn't expect him to be so domineering. He didn't even give face to the minor saint of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Of course. Zhou Xian smiled. This was De Huang Dog's first time meeting Great Master Ranfeng. He had already seen Great Master Ranfeng when he was in the Western Domain. In order to save him, Great Master Ranfeng sent out his divine sense and killed a 9th-grade combat king with a single glance. Ranfeng, let's not talk about your disciple's matter for now. I hope that your appearance isn't because of this evildoer. Yuanji was obviously afraid of Great Master Ranfeng. He turned his attention to Zhou Xian. He knew very well that it was impossible for him to punish the little monk. With Great Master Ranfeng's temper, he would definitely stop him. However, Zhou Xian must be punished today. Evildoer? Why does this sound so unpleasant? Zhou Xian is a rare and peerless genius. The grudge between him and Tianyi Gate is a grudge of life and death. If Tianyi Gate wants to kill him, he will eliminate Tianyi Gate. Isn't this reasonable? Besides, Zhou Xian only killed those minor saints. He didn't kill any innocent people. There are too many grudges like this in Saint Origin World. Does the Great Lightning Tune Temple want to get involved in all of them? Great Master Ranfeng said leisurely. His appearance this time was obviously because of Zhou Xian. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here to chat with Yuanji. In his heart, Zhou Xian was more important than the entire Great Lightning Tune Temple. He couldn't rely on the Great Lightning Tune Temple, but he could rely on Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian would be of great help to him in the future. Ranfeng, don't forget your identity. You are now an eminent monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. You have to think about the reputation of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. But now you are siding with an outsider. Putting aside the fact that Zhou Xian has destroyed the Order of the Western Domain by killing all the higher-ups of Tianyi Gate, how dare he hurt an eminent monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple? This is no different from slapping the face of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Such an evildoer must be eliminated. For your sake, I will spare his life, but he must go to the Great Lightning Tune Temple to receive his punishment. Yuanji was also angry. All these years he had been in frequent contact with Great Master Ranfeng, but it was all for a specific purpose. Later on, Great Master Ranfeng joined the Great Lane Temple, and it was indeed due to Yuanji's efforts. However, ever since Great Master Ranfeng joined the Great Lane Temple, not only did the Great Lane Temple not obtain any benefits from him, this great master didn't even step through the doorstep of the Great Lane Temple. This situation made Yuanji very angry, And it also made him understand that wanting to get what he wanted from Great Master Ranfeng was simply a delusion. I have already given your Great Lightning Tune Temple a lot of face. The fact that the two of them are still standing here is the best proof. Jiang Chen said. What he said was the truth. He and the Tianyi Gate were mortal enemies. There was no possibility of reconciliation. The two 7th grade minor saints of the Great Lightning Tune Temple had come to stop him from annihilating the Tianyi Gate. According to Jiang Chen's temper, he would have killed both of them directly. The fact that they were still standing here showed that Jiang Chen had already given the Great Lightning Tune Temple some face. Evildoer, such a thing has never happened in the Western domain before. You must be punished, and this is already considered a light punishment. Yuan Ji shouted loudly. Yuan Ji, for the sake of our many years of friendship, why don't you give me some face and let this matter go? In the future, Jiang Qin and the Great Lightning Tune Temple will not interfere with each other's business. What do you think? Great Master Ranfeng said. After all, the Great Lightning Tune Temple was too powerful. To Jiang Qin it was better not to offend them. All right, as long as you hand over the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus to the Great Lightning Tune Temple, I will let this matter go. What do you think? Yuan Ji looked at Great Master Ranfeng. All along, the entire Great Lightning Tune Temple had been coveting the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. They said that it was something that was passed down by Ancestor Green Lotus. I have already said that my master didn't leave any inheritance behind. Great Master Ranfeng didn't show it on his face, but he was sneering in his heart. After so many years, the Great Lightning Tune Temple still hadn't given up. This was the real reason why the Great Lightning Tune Temple looked for him. Ranfeng, stop pretending. You know what the Great Lightning Tune Temple wants. In the past, Ancestor Green Lotus obtained the supreme scripture of Buddhism, and he must have passed it down. We don't want his other inheritance, just this scripture. Ranfeng, you should understand that this is something that belongs to Buddhism, not an individual. The Great Lightning Tune Temple is the holy land of Buddhism, and the scripture should be kept in the Great Lightning Tune Temple. If you hand it over, you will have made a great contribution to Buddhism, and the Great Lightning Tune Temple will let bygones be bygones. Yuan Ji said. It's a pity that you can't agree to my condition. Great Master Ranfeng shook his head. Ranfeng, the Great Lightning Tune Temple will never agree to your condition. That place isn't easy to enter. Yuan Ji said loudly. Jiang Qin stood on the side and furrowed his brows. Because of him, the conflict between the Great Leying Temple and Great Master Ranfeng had once again intensified. He had no idea what kind of condition Great Master Ranfeng wanted the Great Leying Temple to promise him, but he guessed that it was related to Ancestor Green Lotus. If Ancestor Green Lotus hadn't ascended to the immortal realm, there must be some unspeakable secret behind it. Then there's nothing else to say. Today I will protect Jiang Qin. Yuan Ji, whether you give me face or not, I will protect Jiang Qin. Great Master Ranfeng's attitude became tough again. Since he couldn't convince Ranfeng, there was nothing else he could say. Then I have no choice but to exchange pointers with you, Brother Ranfeng. Yuan Ji's qi fluctuated, perfectly displaying the strength of a 9th grade minor saint. He hadn't fought with Great Master Ranfeng for all these years, but he wanted to see how strong the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus was. You are no longer qualified to fight with me. Great Master Ranfeng remained indifferent and said in an indifferent tone. What did you say? Yuan Ji glared at Great Master Ranfeng and released an even stronger aura. An incomparably dazzling Buddhist Dharma seal was shot out by him. The huge Dharma seal looked like a golden barrier, like a huge compass. It carried a powerful aura and crazily attacked Great Master Ranfeng. In the face of Yuan Ji's attack, Great Master Ranfeng's facial expression didn't change. He showed an indifferent expression. He casually stretched out a finger and pointed at the void in front of him. A popping sound was heard. The Buddhist seal that Yuan Ji had unleashed was instantly destroyed. All the attacks were shattered into nothingness. Even the void returned to its original state. In other words, a casual point from Great Master Ranfeng could blow away the qi wave created by Yuan Ji. The attack of a 9th grade minor saint didn't even leave a trace in the void. What? Chapter 796. Yuan Ji was right. The appearance of a great sage was a major event. The Great Leying Temple would definitely be alerted. Almost as soon as Yuan Ji's voice faded, two imposing auras emerged in the sky. A great sage was extremely powerful. They could travel millions of miles with just a great void teleportation. If the great sage of the Great Laying Temple wanted to make a move, it would only take a few seconds for them to appear here from the moment they sensed Great Sage aura of Great Sage Ranfeng. This was also the reason why Great Master Ranfeng didn't run away with Zhou Xian. As long as the Great Lightning Tune Temple didn't let them off, they wouldn't be able to escape. Today's grudge must be settled. The two Buddhas of the Great Laying Temple appeared. The golden light emanating from their bodies was much stronger than Yuan Ji's. Both of them had a golden Buddha mark on their glabella, which made them look extremely mystical. These two Buddhas looked much younger than Great Master Ranfeng. They seemed to be in their 50s. They had a dignified demeanor and even their eyes were golden. Ranfeng, you have advanced to the Great Saint Realm. Congratulations. One of the Buddhas said with a smile when he saw Great Master Ranfeng advancing to the Great Saint Realm. They were naturally happy to see a disciple of the Great Lightning Tune Temple after sensing the chi of a great saint. Great Master Ranfeng frowned. Jiang Chen's facial expression turned ugly. The cultivation of these two Buddhas was very high. One of them was the same as Great Master Ranfeng, a first-grade great saint, but the other had already reached the second-grade great saint. One should know that it was very difficult to cross the gap between each level in the Great Saint Realm. Uncle Master Tiandang Ranfeng has colluded with evildoers and is going against the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Yuan Ji bowed to one of the Buddhas. Even with his status and age, he still had to address him as Uncle Master. This showed how honorable the other party's position in the Great Tempest Temple was. Yuan Ji used his telepathic thoughts to tell the two Buddhas everything that had happened earlier. After listening to Yuan Ji, the facial expression of Great Master Tiandang and the other Buddha changed. The way they looked at Great Master Ranfeng changed instantly. Master, what should we do now? Tyrant was a little worried. Each of the Buddhas was from the Tian generation of Buddha sect. Each of them was very profound and difficult to deal with. Now that there were two of them, it would be even more difficult to deal with them. Ranfeng, your ascension to the Buddha realm is a matter worthy of celebration. I'm happy for you, but don't go astray and associate yourself with this evildoer. The Tianyi school is a great force in the western region. Now all the high-level members were killed by this evildoer without any explanation. As the leader of the western region, the Big Laying Temple must take care of this. Master Tiandang said. Great Master Tiandang, this is a personal enmity between Jiang Qin and the Tianyi Gate. I hope that the Great Lightning Tune Temple can give me some face and stop this matter. Jiang Qin is my good friend. Little friend Jiang Qin contributed a lot to the advancement of the Great Sage Realm. Besides, little friend Jiang Qin didn't kill the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. I Ranfeng am also an important person. Can't I give you some face? Great Master Ranfeng said. It was impossible for them to hand Jiang Qin over to the Great Laying Temple. If Jiang Qin fell into the hands of the Great Laying Temple, he would definitely be imprisoned as a monster. If that happened, Jiang Qin's life would be finished. Ranfeng, I think Yuan Ji has told you everything that needs to be said. Jiang Qin must be punished. If you insist on protecting him, I can only use force. Great Master Tianhong received a strong impact. He retreated a few steps before regaining his balance. He felt a tightness in his chest. It was an indescribable discomfort. The invisible domain was trembling. His face turned pale, looking at Great Master Ranfeng in shock. Impossible. Great Master Tianhong was incomparably shocked. His cultivation had stagnated at the first-grade Great Saint for at least 20 years. He had reached the peak of the first-grade Great Saint, but Great Master Ranfeng, who had just stepped into the first-grade Great Saint, was able to repel him with just a single strike. What surprised Great Master Tianhong even more was that Great Master Ranfeng didn't use any of the Buddhist sect's supreme arts, but Great Master Ranfeng was able to use the powerful swaying palm. Just imagine if Great Master Ranfeng also used a powerful Buddhist sect's supreme art. Great Master Tianhong's ending wouldn't be as simple as being pushed back. Amit Ba. Great Master Ranfeng put his palms together. From the beginning until now, he had been behaving calmly. This was his first battle after advancing to the Great Saint Realm. Although he had defeated his opponent, he didn't show the slightest bit of excitement. This showed his temperament. Chapter 797. Good. Tyrant shouted and leaped forward. He wasn't as calm as Great Master Ran Feng. Besides, how could he not be excited when he saw his master's divine power? In Tyrant's eyes, besides being his master and father, his master was also his idol. Previously he was worried that Great Master Ran Feng, who had just advanced to the first grade Great Saint, wouldn't be a match for Great Master Tianhong. Now it seemed like Jiang Chen's eyesight was really good. His previous worries were completely unnecessary. Great Master Ran Feng's ferociousness had not only defeated Great Master Tianhong, but also did it with such ease. This old monk is truly ferocious. De Huang Dog stuck out his tongue and drooled. Yan Chenyu didn't say anything, but she was also shocked by Great Master Ran Feng's means. This was the first time she saw a great saint in action. She deeply felt the terror of a great saint. There was still a long way to go in the path of cultivation. I don't believe that a first-grade great saint who has just advanced to the first-grade great saint is stronger than me. Great Master Tianhong was infuriated. His qi rose once more, preparing for another battle with Great Master Ran Feng. Anyone who had reached the great saint realm would have their own pride. Great Master Tianhong absolutely didn't believe that he couldn't defeat a first-grade great saint who had just advanced to the first-grade great saint. That strike just now had completely disgraced him. Junior brother Tianhong, let me do it. Great Master Tiandang spoke. He had already noticed that the gap between Great Master Ran Feng and Great Master Ran Feng wasn't small. Although Great Master Ran Feng had just advanced to the Great Saint realm, his strength was still very strong. Great Master Tianhong was no match for him. If he continued to fight, not only would he not be able to avenge himself, he would also be humiliated even more. Yes, senior brother. Although Great Master Tianhong was unwilling, he still obeyed his senior brother's words. Immediately he retreated. Dong. Great Master Tiandang took a step forward. A loud sound echoed in the void. Great Master Tiandang's foot directly entered the space. A cold wind blew out from the space. It was a powerful spatial turbulence. Although it affected Great Master Tiandang's body, it couldn't harm him at all. Tyrant and De Huang Dog started to worry. Great Master Tiandang was much stronger than Tianhong. There was a gap of one level between the two of them. On their side there was only one great saint, Great Master Ran Feng. Now that both sides had shed all pretense of cordiality, Great Master Ran Feng was determined to protect Jiang Chen. He wouldn't care even if he had to go against the Great Lane Temple. Jiang Chen was touched by Great Master Ran Feng's action. In the past he was a good friend of Ancestor Green Lotus. He had never thought that he would be involved with the descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus. Jiang Chen swore that no matter what the outcome of today's matter was, he would remember Great Master Ran Feng's kindness. No matter what kind of difficulties Great Master Ran Feng would face in the future, he would spare no effort to help Great Master Ran Feng. The disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus is truly extraordinary. He has such powerful strength even though he has just advanced to the Great Saint realm. Even I have to admire him. Ran Feng, we are all people of Buddha sect. We don't want to make things too unpleasant. If you withdraw from the dispute now, I can pretend that nothing has happened. Great Master Tiandang said. Amit Ba. Let's do it. Great Master Ran Feng's facial expression remained unchanged. His words stunned Great Master Tiandang. He didn't expect that Great Master Ran Feng would ask him to take action. He really didn't know where Great Master Ran Feng got the confidence to fight him with a mere first-grade great saint. All right. Let me see how many means the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus has. Great Master Tiandang was a little angry. In his point of view, this Ran Feng didn't know how to appreciate his kindness. Great Master Ran Feng would never back down. Putting aside the fact that he had to protect Jiang Chen, the identity of the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus made it impossible for him to back down. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to his master's name. Miluo Dharma Seal. Great Master Tiandang made his move. It was the same powerful Dharma seal of Buddha sect. A huge seal was conjured. It was a few hundred meters in size, like a huge heavenly barrier. There was a powerful shadow of Miluo on it. The divine aura of a second-grade great saint was many times stronger than Tianhong. In the face of Great Master Tiandang's attack, Great Master Ran Feng's eyes glittered with brilliance. His qi rose abruptly. It was many times stronger than when he was dealing with Tianhong. Feeling the tyrannical qi waves from Great Master Ranfeng's body, Great Master Tianhong's facial expression turned even uglier. He suddenly understood that Ranfeng had already held back when he was dealing with him. Honglong. Great Master Ranfeng slowly raised his palm and slapped forward lightly. No one knew how much power was contained in this slap. A huge Ming King Dharma seal was struck out. After the Ming King Dharma seal appeared, it was as if it had come to life, suppressing everything like a mountain. The Mi Luo Dharma seal cast by Great Master Tiandang was inferior to the Ming King Dharma seal in essence. The supreme Dharma seal of Buddha sect was incomparable to any ordinary Dharma seal. Naturally, its power was incomparable. Fortunately, Great Master Tiandang's cultivation base was a grade higher. Otherwise, the qi unleashed by the Ming King Dharma seal would be enough to destroy the Mi Luo Dharma seal. Amidst the powerful vibration, Great Master Tiandang's Ming King Dharma seal was destroyed. Under the tremendous attack, Great Master Tiandang was forced to take a step back. When he looked at Great Master Ranfeng again, he was like a towering pine tree. Whoa! The entire scene was in an uproar. No one knew how many people were shocked by this scene. Great Master Tianhong and the two 7th grade minor saints gaped at Great Master Ranfeng in disbelief. Even Tyrant and De Huang Dog were dumbfounded. The only one who had a normal reaction was Jiang Chen. What? Master is too awesome. Master is the best. Tyrant laughed heartily. He didn't look like a disciple of Buddha sect anymore. He rarely saw his master in action. He didn't expect his master to be so ferocious. He had just advanced to the 1st grade great saint, but he was able to repel a 2nd grade great saint. Could he be any more awesome? Of course, the one who was most surprised was Great Master Tiandang himself. He couldn't believe that he would be defeated by Ranfeng. He was a mighty 2nd grade great saint, but he was defeated by a newly advanced 1st grade great saint. This was such a shameful thing. However, Great Master Tiandang suddenly thought of Great Master Ranfeng's seal just now. His eyes lit up all of a sudden. Ranfeng, what he used just now, is one of the 3 great supreme seals of Buddha sect, the unmovable Bright King seal. The 3 great seals have been lost for a long time. In the entire Saint Origin world, only Ancestor Green Lotus knows how to use it. If you can hand over the cultivation method of the 3 great seals to the Great Lightning Tune Temple, I will let this matter go and I won't make things difficult for Jiang Chen. What do you say? Great Master Tiandang's eyes were burning with passion. The 3 supreme mudras of Buddhism, now that they had reappeared in the world, how could he not be excited? Furthermore, being defeated by the Fudo mudras, he suddenly didn't feel ashamed anymore. If the Great Layin Temple could obtain the 3 supreme mudras, he would be the hero of the entire Great Layin Temple. He would even be qualified to cultivate the 3 supreme mudras. Not to mention cultivating all of them, even cultivating just one of them would bring him endless benefits. This belongs to my master. I don't have the right to hand it over to anyone else. If you have the ability, you can ask my master for it. Great Master Ranfeng said. His words stunned Jiang Chen. Seemed like his guess was right. Ancestor Green Lotus wasn't dead, nor had he ascended. He was still in Saint Origin world. In that case, I will suppress you now. Great Master Tiandang's qi fluctuated violently once more. Both of his hands danced in the air, pinching out a complicated seal, and launched another attack at Great Master Ranfeng. At the same time, he secretly sent out his divine sense to the Great Lightning Tune Temple. He knew very well that it was impossible for him to suppress Great Master Ranfeng with the help of the Supreme Seal. At this moment he needed a higher level Buddha. Great Sage was a supreme existence. To ordinary cultivators it was a distant existence. No matter which region one was in, it was extremely difficult to see one. Today so many great sages had appeared in the Western domain. Such a scene was really rare. Great Master Ranfeng remained indifferent to Great Master Tiandang's attack. He used the Akalanatha seal again. The powerful Supreme Seal was enough for him to challenge those who were at a higher level than him. Jiang Chen suddenly saw the demeanor of Ancestor Green Lotus from Great Master Ranfeng. Of course, there was still a huge gap between the current Great Master Ranfeng and Ancestor Green Lotus when he was at his peak. Jiang Chen was recognized as the greatest saint in the world. He didn't respect anyone. If there was one person that he admired, it would be Ancestor Green Lotus. If there was a ranking in Saint Origin world, he would be ranked first. No one would dare to compete with Ancestor Green Lotus for the second place. Honglong. Just as Great Master Ranfeng and Great Master Tiandang were engaged in a fierce battle, a loud rumble was heard in the sky. A bright Buddha light that looked like a Milky Way hung in the sky, illuminating the entire sky. Immediately, Ranfeng and Great Master Ranfeng stopped their battle and raised their heads to look at the sky. For God's sake, another great saint has come. De Huang Dog couldn't help but curse. The Great Lightning Tune Temple would never stop today. What a powerful chi. I'm afraid that it's a third-grade great saint. My master won't be able to withstand it. Tyrant frowned. His face was full of worry. It seemed like there was no way to resolve this matter peacefully. Although his master's divine power was matchless, he had just stepped into the great saint realm. It was undoubtedly a fantasy for him to fight against the entire Great Lightning Tune Temple alone. Jiang Chen's expression turned gloomy. He didn't expect such a scene to happen. He thought that the Great Lightning Temple would interfere in the conflict between him and the Heavenly Sect, and that they would step forward to stop him. At that time, Great Master Ranfeng would be the only one who could solve the problem. Chapter 798. The sudden appearance of a third-grade Great Saint Buddha changed the situation again. Great Master Ranfeng couldn't help but shake his head. It was impossible for him to fight against the Great Lightning Tune Temple alone. It was already very good that he could hold on until now. Great Master Ranfeng turned around and looked at Jiang Chen. He saw a calm expression on Jiang Chen's face, and not a single ripple could be seen in his eyes. Even when facing such a situation, Jiang Chen was still able to maintain his composure. Just this mentality alone was enough for Great Master Ranfeng to give Jiang Chen a thumbs up. This was a peerless genius, and he was destined to become a dragon that soared through the 9 heavens. No matter what, Great Master Ranfeng had to protect Jiang Chen and prevent him from falling into the hands of the Great Lightning Temple. However, that was his master's inheritance. How could he give it to someone else? The third-grade great saint appeared. He was also an old monk with a fat head and big ears. There was an obvious mark of an old monk, which was his ears. His ears were big and long, with a dangling earlobe that looked like a meatball, shrouded in golden brilliance. Senior brother Tian Ho. Tian Dang and Tian Hong hastily bowed to greet the newcomer. No one would dare to neglect a mighty third-grade great saint. Such a figure would be highly regarded in any place in Saint Origin world. While greeting, Great Master Tian Dang had already told Buddha Tian Ho everything that had happened here using divine sense. After listening to Tian Dang's narration, Great Master Tian Ho sighed, as if he was feeling sorry and disappointed. Finally, Buddha Tian Ho's eyes fell on Great Master Ranfeng. His eyes seemed gentle, but they were incomparably sharp, like 2 sharp blades that could make one's soul tremble. Junior brother Ranfeng, you really disappoint me. Great Master Tian Ho said with a sigh. I just want to make a compromise. Jiang Chen is my best friend. Besides, this is between little friend Jiang Chen and the Tianyi Gate. There are so many kinds of grudges in this world. Does the Great Lightning Tune Temple have to intervene in all of them? Great Master Ranfeng said. This is the Western region, so it's different. The place where our Buddhist sect is located must be a symbol of peace. There must be no mass killings. This is related to the face of the Buddhist sect. If we let Jiang Chen go today, who in the Western region will still obey the Great Lightning Temple? Master Tian Ho said. Obey? These 2 words are too incongruous when used in Buddhism. Buddhism is particular about meticulousness and the pursuit of virtue. But now, the Tempest Temple has given birth to the idea of ruling and fighting for hegemony. They even care about their appearance. The true meaning of Buddhism is getting further and further away from us. Great Master Ranfeng also sighed. The current Great Lightning Temple could no longer represent the Buddhist sect. It could only represent itself, a powerful force and a giant in the Western regions. It had long lost the elegance of the Buddha. Bastard Ranfeng, how dare you criticize the Great Lightning Temple like that? Great Master Tiandang flew into a rage again. Junior brother Ranfeng, you don't have to say any unnecessary words. In order to defend the dignity of the Great Lightning Temple, I must punish this evildoer and bring him back to the Great Lightning Temple for punishment. Great Master Tian Ho's chi fluctuated. It seemed like he was about to attack. The power of a third-grade great saint was incomparable to the second-grade great saint Tian Dang. Great Master Ranfeng could deal with Tian Dang and Tian Hong, But he couldn't deal with Great Master Tianhou even if he had the 3 supreme Dharma seals. Hold on. Great Master Ranfeng spoke. Junior brother Ranfeng, do you really think you can stop me? Great Master Tianhou's eyes widened. Ranfeng is willing to exchange the 3 supreme Dharma seals for the peace between little friend Jiang Qin and the Great Lane Temple. Great Master Ranfeng said. What? A few exclamations were heard at the same time. Even Jiang Qin widened his eyes, looking at Great Master Ranfeng in disbelief. He didn't expect that Great Master Ranfeng would exchange the 3 supreme Dharma seals for him. That was the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. It had always been regarded as more important than his own life by Great Master Ranfeng. However, in order to save Jiang Qin, Great Master Ranfeng made such a decision. This made Jiang Qin feel very uncomfortable. Master. Tyrant looked very angry. Of course, he wasn't angry because his master had taken out the Dharma seals to save Jiang Qin. If he was in Jiang Qin's position, he would have made the same decision. Jiang Qin was his life and death brother, more important than anything else. What he was angry about was the Great Lane Temple. Even a fool could see the current situation. The grudge between Jiang Qin and Tianyi Gate was just a fuse. The Great Lane Temple had been eyeing the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus for a long time. In his impression, his master had never been threatened. Today's incident made him feel helpless and aggrieved. Motherfucker. De Huang Dog cursed. If it wasn't for his weak strength, he was afraid that he would have pounced on these bald donkeys and bitten them to death. Junior brother Ranfeng, a monk doesn't lie. Is what you said true? Great Master Tianhou instantly retracted his qi. When he mentioned the supreme Dharma seals, blazing sparks flashed in his eyes. Compared to the 3 supreme Dharma seals, a puny Jiang Qin was nothing. I don't agree. Great Master Ranfeng wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Jiang Qin. He took a step forward and stood opposite to Great Master Tianhou. Even in the face of a powerful 3rd-grade great saint, his facial expression didn't change. Little friend Jiang Qin. Great Master Ranfeng looked at Jiang Qin. I, Jiang Qin, appreciate Grandmaster's kindness. However, if the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus is given away to someone else because of me, I won't be able to rest easy. What Grandmaster has done for me today is more than enough. I will always remember your kindness and I will definitely repay you in the future. Jiang Qin cupped his fists at Great Master Ranfeng. After that, he looked at Tianhou and the other 2 and said in an indifferent tone, You people from the Great Lightning Tune Temple really like to meddle in other people's business. In that case, I'll follow you to the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Little Chinzi, you can't go. Tyrant became anxious on the spot. Although the Great Lightning Tune Temple was a sacred place of Buddha sect, the punishment for demons and ghosts was extremely terrifying. They had now regarded Jiang Qin as a demon. Once Jiang Qin arrived at the Great Lightning Tune Temple, he would certainly be punished and the consequences would be unimaginable. Good, it's good that you took the initiative to stand out. However, not only you but also that woman and that dog. The 3 of you will be going to the Great Lightning Tune Temple to receive your punishment. You will have to pay for the sins you have committed in the Tianyi Gate. Great Master Tianhou's tone was calm, but everyone could sense the anger in his heart. He didn't care about the bullshit Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. What he cared about was the supreme Dharma seal of Buddha sect. He was so close to getting it, but this Jiang Qin wanted to stop him. It was so infuriating. No way. Jiang Qin's expression changed. He was instantly enraged. The Great Lightning Tune Temple was asking for a mile after giving him an inch. If he went to the Great Lightning Tune Temple alone to receive the punishment, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape. Besides, with his methods, it wouldn't be easy for the Great Lightning Tune Temple to punish him. However, Great Master Tianhou actually wanted to send De Huang Dog and Yan Qinyu to the Great Lightning Tune Temple together. This was something that Jiang Qin couldn't accept. He could be hurt, but he would never allow others to hurt the people around him. Motherfucker, old bald donkey, Master Dog will bite your head off sooner or later. De Huang Dog couldn't hold it in anymore and cursed. Such a crazy evildoer will only be a scourge if he stays in this world. Let me deal with him first. Great Master Tiandang, who was at the side, locked his gaze on De Huang Dog. After that, he suddenly stretched out his palm and shrouded De Huang Dog. He wanted to kill De Huang Dog on the spot. Stop. Jiang Chen's eyes turned red. His opponent's attack was too fast and the gap in their strength was too huge. It was impossible for him to stop it. Great Master Ranfeng was locked by Tianhou, so he couldn't rescue De Huang Dog in time. Tiandang's palm was about to hit De Huang Dog's body. If this attack landed on his body, the consequences would be imaginable. De Huang Dog would be turned into powder and die tragically on the spot. Howl. At this moment, a howl resounded through the 9 heavens. Then a high-pitched voice was heard. "Old bald donkey, who gave you the courage to touch the people of my demon race?" As this domineering voice rang out, a terrifying rainbow-colored claw pierced through the void. The claw looked incomparably beautiful. The rainbow-colored brilliance flowed like a rainbow across the sky. Of course, under this beauty, there was an infinite amount of terror and destructive power hidden. The terrifying 7-colored sharp claw shattered Tiandang's attack in an instant. At the same time it grabbed one of his arms. Everyone saw that Tiandang's arm, a dignified second-grade great saint, was torn off by the sharp claw. Blood splattered everywhere. Who? Not far away, Tianhou's countenance drastically changed. He immediately blasted out a palm strike. At this moment an illusory figure appeared in the air. That illusory figure radiated a multicolored light. It was the most beautiful light in the world. That illusory figure casually blasted out a beam of light, directly shattering Tianhou's attack. The void trembled. A middle-aged man wearing a 7-colored feather robe emerged from the void. He disappeared with every step he took. In a blink of an eye, he arrived above the battlefield. He didn't look majestic. He had a medium build. His eyes were radiating 7-colored divine light. His demonic chi soared to the sky. There was a mark on his glabella. It was the mark of a peacock. Peacock King. Great Master Tianhou exclaimed. He recognized the man. He was a super great demon of the Pure Land. No one dared to provoke him. He had never thought that he would appear here today. Awesome. De Huang Dog was very excited. This Peacock King was too awesome. He had torn the arm of a 2nd-grade great saint and suppressed a 3rd-grade great saint. His demonic chi was monstrous and domineering. He had completely sensed the bloodline of a divine beast in De Huang Dog. The surprise on his face was indescribable. Zhoush. The Peacock King retracted the 7-colored radiance. Originally he was wild with joy, but all of a sudden he slapped the head of De Huang Dog with his palm, producing a sound of iron striking. "For God's sake, why did you slap me?" De Huang Dog glared at the Peacock King angrily. Was this guy sick? Didn't he know that it was impolite to slap someone's head at the first meeting? Motherfucker, you have the bloodline of a powerful mutated dragon horse, but you look like a dog. This is outrageous. The Peacock King said and slapped the head of De Huang Dog a few more times. Only then did he calm down. Jiang Qin, Tyrant, and Yan Qinyu couldn't help but laugh. De Huang Dog was slapped so many times by the Peacock King, but he didn't show any anger. Finally, there was someone who could take care of this bastard. However, they could also see that although the Peacock King was slapping De Huang Dog, he didn't use any force. Otherwise, with his cultivation, no matter how hard the De Huang Dog's head was, it would be smashed into pieces. The Peacock King was overjoyed, but he was depressed about the dog's appearance. "I'm doing this to disguise myself." De Huang Dog quickly distanced himself from the Peacock King. "Not bad. Your reaction is fast and your head is quite hard too. You are indeed worthy of the bloodline of a divine beast. No matter what you look like, the bloodline of a divine beast can't be faked. Our demon race is going to prosper." The Peacock King laughed heartily. Then the Peacock King turned around and looked at the Buddhas of the Great Layin Temple. He immediately scolded, "Bald donkey, your Great Layin Temple is really something. How dare you kill the geniuses of the demon race? Are you going to declare war on the demon race?" "Peacock King, don't go too far. This isn't the territory of your demon race. You better not get involved in the business of the Great Layin Temple." Great Master Tianhou was furious. He was a highly respected Buddha, but he couldn't stand being scolded as a bald donkey. Old bald donkey, who do you think you are? If I don't give face to the Great Layin Temple, I will slap you to death. Since I, the Peacock King, want to meddle in other people's business, I will definitely meddle in it. Today I will bring my people away. Ask the abbot of the Great Laying Temple to come and see if he can stop me. The Peacock King was too arrogant. He didn't even put the Great Laying Temple in his eyes. Great Master Tianhou was infuriated, but he didn't lose his temper. He didn't dare to go against the Peacock King directly. Who didn't know about the Peacock King's ferocious name? If he was angered and killed, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. This is the Western region. If you dare to kill the geniuses of the demon race, I will directly smash your bald donkey head. The Peacock King didn't give any face to the senior monks of the Great Laying Temple. De Huang Dog laughed and jumped up and down in the air. He kept sticking his tongue out at the senior monks of the Great Laying Temple. The only thing he didn't do was shake his butt at their faces. The faces of the people of the Great Laying Temple turned ashen. They were so angry that their lips turned purple. They simply couldn't bear it. However, there was nothing they could do. The demon race wasn't to be trifled with. Moreover, they had a backer who was much stronger than the Great Laying Temple. Just the Peacock King in front of them was enough to make them suffer. Great Master Tianhou shook his head and said to the Peacock King, "Peacock King, the genius of your demon race is still fine. Not only did we not hurt him, but you also tore off one of our great sage's arms. You still have the advantage. Now take this dog and leave. I hope the demon race won't get involved in other matters." "No way. Xianxia is my life and death brother. His matter is my matter. Peacock King, you must kill these bald donkeys now. Otherwise I will not join the demon race." Peacock King said. Big Yellow opened his mouth. He was a man who would never forgive his enemies. Now that they had the upper hand, Big Yellow wouldn't let this matter rest. These few old monks were so arrogant just now that they had almost stewed him. He had to vent his anger on them. "Motherfucker, you're even fiercer than me. This is the Western regions. It's not good to kill me directly." The Peacock King rolled his eyes. De Huang Dog actually used joining the demon race to threaten him. "Are you going to kill me or not? If you don't kill me, I won't join the demon race." De Huang Dog was enraged. "You dare to threaten me? In this world no one dares to threaten me, the Peacock King. You damn dog, you dare to threaten me? Do you know the consequences?" The Peacock King glared at De Huang Dog, but his attitude changed instantly when he saw that De Huang Dog didn't care about him. "Good, you have character. I like it." Xianxia and Tyrant almost vomited blood. Today they finally saw what a weirdo was. The Peacock King against De Huang Dog was like a big weirdo against a small weirdo. "Peacock King, how dare you attack us in the Western regions?" Great Master Tianhou shouted. "He threatened me, and now you bald donkeys dare to threaten me? I will kill you all today. Let's see what your Great Laying Temple can do." The Peacock King was a guy who couldn't stand being threatened. According to his character, he might just go up and bleed these Buddhas one by one. Amitba. At this time, Great Master Ranfeng took a step forward and said to the Peacock King, "Peacock King, let's not make things too big. Otherwise it won't do anyone any good." Since Great Master Ranfeng said so, then forget it. "Count yourself lucky, bald donkeys," De Huang Dog said. In fact, he was very clear that if the Peacock King really killed these few eminent monks, the Great Laying Temple would never let it go. After all, Xianxia's current cultivation was still too weak. Making things too big would do him no good. As long as Xianxia's matter was settled, De Huang Dog didn't care whether these eminent monks were killed or not. "Alright, I will give Great Master Ranfeng some face. Alright, I'll give Great Master Ranfeng some face. Ancestor Green Lotus is the Buddha I admire the most. He's a true transcendent being, unlike the current Great Laying Temple that's fighting for power and influence. I think the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus is more pleasing to the eye. All of you bald donkeys, listen up. With me, Peacock King here, don't even think about touching a single hair of Xianxia." The Peacock King's attitude towards Great Master Ranfeng was obviously much better. After all, the reputation of Ancestor Green Lotus was not just for show. "As long as they offend me, I will kill them. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just report my name to me." The Peacock King patted on Xianxia's shoulder. His words were full of praise. He was also a rare genius in the demon race, but compared to the current Xianxia, he was still far behind. Xianxia smiled. He wasn't surprised that the Peacock King was so familiar with his matters. If the demon race wanted to inquire about De Huang Dog, they would definitely know everything about him. Moreover, such a big incident had happened in the four domains. Even the major families in the Pure Land would know about it. You follow me to the demon race. The Peacock King looked at De Huang Dog. This dog was the main reason why he came here. If it wasn't for De Huang Dog, he wouldn't have the leisure to care about the grudge between the Great Lightning Toon Temple and Xianxia. I won't go. What's so good about the demon race? De Huang Dog curled his lips. What did you say? The Peacock King's eyes widened. If this was said by someone else, he would have been slapped to death on the spot. However, he didn't have any temper towards this dog. De Huang, the demon race, is one of the 8 major families in the Pure Land. They have a deep foundation. You have the bloodline of a divine beast. If you go to the demon race, you will definitely be nurtured with great resources. Moreover, your status will not be low in the future. With your current cultivation level, going to the demon race is indeed a good choice. Xianxia said. He knew that the reason why De Huang Dog didn't want to go to the demon race was because he didn't want to be separated from him. Both of them had been together since they were in the Origin Mountain Range. They had never been separated. No one could compare to their deep relationship. Xianxia naturally didn't want to be separated from De Huang Dog, but he didn't want to delay De Huang Dog's future. De Huang Dog was now a 3rd-grade minor demon saint. It wouldn't be easy for him to continue to improve his strength. However, the demon race was different. Each of the 8 major families in the Pure Land had a deep foundation. De Huang Dog had the bloodline of a divine beast. Therefore, he would be nurtured with great importance by the demon race. Otherwise, the Peacock King wouldn't have shown up in person. Moreover, with De Huang Dog's talent, his cultivation would certainly improve by leaps and bounds after he went to the demon race. It was very likely that he would break through to the Great Sage Realm in the shortest time possible. At that time, he would be of great help to Xianxia. De Huang Dog looked at Xianxia. Then he shook his head and said, "All right, I will go with you to the demon race." Today it was all thanks to the Peacock King's help. So Yixuan still had to give him face. Moreover, De Huang Dog was a demon after all. Going to the demon race could be considered as his final destination. That's right. I will protect you when you go to the demon race. The Peacock King pretended to pat the dog's head again. This master dog's divine might is matchless. I need you to protect me. De Huang Dog said in a deadpan manner. Fuck. The Peacock King had an impulse to beat the dog's head. It was unknown how many people in the demon race wanted to let him, the Peacock King, look at them, but they didn't have the chance. This dog actually didn't appreciate his kindness. Xianxia smiled. He could see that the Peacock King liked De Huang very much. With the Peacock King around, De Huang wouldn't suffer any grievances when he went to the demon race. Of course, even without the Peacock King, De Huang Dog wasn't someone who would suffer losses. Kid, without this master dog to protect you in the future, you have to be careful. If you encounter any trouble, you can always come to the demon race to look for me. De Huang Dog left these words for Xianxia and then disappeared with the Peacock King. Xianxia, Yanqinyu and Tyrant looked at the place where De Huang Dog and the Peacock King disappeared. They didn't look away for a long time. De Huang left just like that. Yanqinyu was a little reluctant. Going to the demon race will bring him endless benefits. As for the Pure Land, we will be going there soon. Xianxia said. Little friend Xianxia, since the matter has been resolved, this old monk will be going back. Great Master Ran Feng put his palms together in front of Xianxia. Great Master, after what happened today, the relationship between you and the Great Layin Temple has been completely ruined. Moreover, the 3 supreme seals of Buddhism have been exposed. I'm afraid that the Great Layin Temple will not let this matter rest. Xianxia said. He was a little worried. The Great Layin Temple's goal was very clear. Although Great Master Ran Feng had reached the Great Saint Realm, there was still a huge gap between him and the Great Layin Temple. In order to obtain the seals, the Great Layin Temple would definitely find a way to deal with Great Master Ran Feng. Little friend, don't worry. This old monk has his own countermeasures. After Great Master Ran Feng finished his words, he disappeared and left the place. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Initially, he wanted to ask about Ancestor Green Lotus, but he didn't expect Great Master Ran Feng to just leave like that. However, this also made him understand that it wasn't time for him to reveal the secrets hidden in Great Master Ran Feng's heart. At least with the current situation, Xianxia and Tyrant were still very weak. My master has pinned all his hopes on me. I must not let him down. Tyrant looked at the place where Great Master Ranfeng disappeared. He was a smart person. He naturally knew that his master had a secret in his heart. However, he had never told him about it because his strength was still too weak. Tyrant secretly swore that he must improve his strength as soon as possible so that no one could bully his master in the future. All right. The matter of the Tianyi Gate has come to an end. Let's collect the power of the stars in the Starlight Tower and leave. After saying that, Jiang Qin flew towards the Starlight Tower. The people of the Tianyi Gate had seen everything clearly. Until now, all of them were still in a state of deep shock. They would never forget what had happened today for the rest of their lives. So many terrifying great saint experts had appeared. Even the great saint of the demon race, Peacock King, had appeared. Unfortunately, Jiang Qin, the main culprit of the destruction of the Tianyi Gate, didn't receive any punishment. This indicated that from today onwards, the name of the Tianyi Gate would be completely erased from Saint Origin World, just like what Jiang Qin had said. There was still a large amount of power of the stars in the Starlight Tower. Jiang Qin took out the Starlight Shield and absorbed all the power of the stars. A powerful minor saint weapon would have a certain amount of storage space. The more powerful the weapon, the bigger the storage space. The storage space of the Starlight Shield was bigger than the Starlight Tower. Therefore, it was very easy for it to store the power of the stars. Chapter 801. The Tianyi Gate was annihilated. Jiang Qin didn't care how much turmoil this incident would bring to the Western domain. He left with Tyrant and Yan Qinyu. The Huang dog had gone to the demon race and wouldn't be back in a short period of time. Although the grudge between Xuanyu and Tianyi Gate had been resolved, there were still more things waiting for Jiang Qin. Although he was already a third-grade minor saint, the enemies that he had to face were much stronger than before. It made Jiang Qin more eager to improve his cultivation. Next, Jiang Qin was going to the Pure Land. The Pure Land was a vast and boundless domain. It was much bigger than any of the 8 domains. Wuningzhu was an ancient people. The Huang dog was in the demon race. Both of them had gone to the Pure Land. The Saint Cliff that Jiang Qin fell from in his previous life was also in the Pure Land. It was only a matter of time before Jiang Qin went to the Pure Land. Wuningzhu's matter must be resolved in the Pure Land. Now the Great Lightning Tune Temple was involved in this matter. Because of Jiang Qin, Great Master Ranfeng and the Great Lightning Tune Temple had completely fallen out. It was imaginable that even if Great Master Ranfeng had the time to deal with the Great Lightning Tune Temple, his life wouldn't be any better. Moreover, the secret of Ancestor Green Lotus was involved in this matter. These secrets could only be accessed by a great saint. Jiang Qin deeply felt that his strength wasn't enough. After returning to the Nebula sect, Jiang Qin didn't waste any time and went straight to Nangong Wenyin. Currently, Nangong Wenyin was in seclusion to break through to the minor saint realm. He was forcefully awakened by Jiang Qin. Little Qinzi, you are back? Needless to say, the Tianyi Gate must have been annihilated by you. Where's De Huang? Nangong Wenyin could basically guess the ending of the Tianyi Gate when he saw Jiang Qin's powerful return. However, he was puzzled that De Huang dog didn't come back with him. De Huang has been taken away by the great saint of the demon race. Yan Qinyu said. The Monster Clan, one of the 8 clans of the Pure Land, why did they take De Huang away? Nangong Wenyan was stunned. Are you really stupid or are you just pretending? De Huang is a dragon horse and has a powerful bloodline of a divine beast. If the demon clan can get their hands on De Huang, not only will they get a great potential stock, they will also get a peerless genius. More importantly, divine beasts generally symbolize auspiciousness. The demon clan has the bloodline of a divine beast, which can bring a certain amount of luck to the demon clan. Tyrant said. In that case, this dog has gone to the demon race to be a lord. Nangong Wenyan came to a sudden realization, and immediately became envious and jealous. Alright, let's cut the crap. I'm going to the Pure Land soon. All of you must improve your strength. This Starlight Shield is a powerful minor saint weapon. Its grade has already reached the peak of minor saint weapon. It's comparable to the Brilliant Mirror. After you refine it and combine it with the Myriad Star Ruler, your power will be boundless. Jiang Qin took out the Starlight Shield and placed it in front of Nangong Wenyan. Nangong Wenyan's gaze landed on the Starlight Shield, and his eyes instantly shone brightly. Ever since he started cultivating the boundless star transformation, his sensitivity towards the power of the stars had become more and more acute. One look and he could tell that the shield in front of him was a rare treasure. Little Chinzi, you are so nice to me. If you were a girl, I would definitely bear your child. Nangong Wentian said in a serious tone. Flap. Jiang Chen kicked Nangong Wentian's face, leaving a deep footprint. Half of his face swelled up. Damn you. You don't have to be so cruel. Nangong Wentian was about to cry. Cut the crap. This starlight shield contains a large amount of power of the stars. It's enough for you to break through to the minor saint realm. Hurry up and go into seclusion. Jiang Chen pointed at Nangong Wentian's nose and shouted. Got it. Nangong Wentian quickly turned and left. However, he only took 2 steps before he turned back to Jiang Chen and said, Oh right, Yan has returned to the Moyin cult. It seems like the Moyin cult's devil blood pool has undergone some changes. Only Gu Tianma's physique can suppress it. After saying that, Nangong Wentian went into seclusion again. Will Yan be alright? Yan Qinyu said worriedly. Don't worry. Gu Tianma's physique is unparalleled. He is the devil of all devils. The devil blood pool will only bring benefits to Yan. We don't have to worry about him. Jiang Chen smiled. He wasn't worried about Gu Tianma at all. Gu Tianma's bloodline would only grow stronger with his growth. His potential was basically limitless. Xiaoyi, you stay here with Tyrant. I will go and find Master. Jiang Chen said and flew towards the center of Nebula sect. Helping Nebula Kid reforge the Nebula sword might be the last thing he would do in Xuanyu. He would leave after that. In a sealed space, Nebula Kid was sitting cross-legged on a futon, cultivating. He felt the space in the hall trembling. He opened his eyes and saw Jiang Chen appearing in front of him like a ghost. He could feel that the current Jiang Chen was already a 3rd-grade minor saint. Although he guessed that it was because of the Heavenly Saint sword, he still couldn't accept such a rapid advancement. However, he felt relieved after thinking about it. Jiang Chen wasn't an ordinary person after all. He was the reincarnation of the greatest saint. It was only a matter of time before he became a great saint. He wasn't someone that Nebula Kid could compare with. Jiang Chen, you are getting more and more powerful. If I'm not mistaken, you should be leaving soon. Nebula Kid said with a smile. He knew that Jiang Chen would go to the Pure Land. It was impossible for someone like Jiang Chen to stay in a small place like Xuanyu. That's right. I came back this time to help you reforge the Nebula sword. After that, I will leave. Jiang Chen said, Master, please take out your sword. After hearing this, Nebula Kid's eyes lit up. He thought that Jiang Chen was a man of his words. Without hesitation, he took out his sword. Even though the Nebula sword had lost part of the Heavenly Saint sword, it was still an incomparably sharp sword. King Jiang Chen waved his arm and another sword appeared in his hand. This sword was glowing with azure light. It looked extremely mystical. After it appeared, it made a buzzing sound and trembled violently. Compared to Nebula Kid's sword, this sword was much stronger. Good sword. Nebula Kid's eyes sparkled. He couldn't help but praise it. He didn't ask Jiang Chen where did he get this sword from. There was no need to ask. It was imaginable that if he could fuse this sword with his own sword and forge a new Nebula sword, its power would be much stronger than the previous one. Jiang Chen didn't know the name of this sword, but he knew that it was the sword used by the Supreme Elder of Nebula sect. A 7th-grade minor saint combat weapon wouldn't be weak. Nebula Kid's eyes fell on Jiang Chen's hand. Forging a combat weapon was an incomparably difficult task. There were very few blacksmiths in Saint Origin world. They were even rarer than alchemists. However, there were many cultivators who could forge their own natal weapon. That was why blacksmiths weren't as famous as alchemists. However, in Saint Origin world, there was a big family of blacksmiths that was respected by countless of people. It was the Bin family, one of the 8 families in Pure Land. The people of this family were born with great talent in forging. The quality of the combat weapons that they forged was also the best. Nebula Kid didn't doubt Jiang Chen's skills. Although he hadn't seen the abilities of the greatest saint in the world, he had heard about it. This was a peerless genius that would only appear once every 10,000 years in Saint Origin world. He was proficient in alchemy and weapon forging. Apart from his combat strength, he was also an excellent alchemist and blacksmith. Forging battle weapons and concocting elixirs were different approaches, but they had the same result. The main thing that was tested was the refinement of the soul energy and the control of the flames. In Zhou Xian's hand, the two swords fused together very quickly. It wasn't difficult to forge a new nebula sword. To Zhou Xian it was a very simple task because the two swords were related to the star force. There wasn't any repulsion between the two swords. Thus, the fusion was a matter of course. 2 hours later. A loud howl sounded. The nebula sword was reforged. It was radiating a bright blue light. It was flying back and forth in the air above the palace like a blue dragon. It looked extremely mystical. Nebula Kid's eyes were incomparably bright. Looking at the new nebula sword, his face was filled with unconcealable excitement. Nebula Kid grabbed the nebula sword with his big hand. The nebula sword immediately fell into his hand. Feeling the power and transformation of the sword, Nebula Kid couldn't help but laugh out loud. He instilled his divine sense into the nebula sword. His whole body had a close connection with the sword. This is great. Nebula Kid was very excited. Compared to the nebula sword that had fused with the fragment of the Heavenly Saint sword, this sword was more suitable for him. Just like what Zhou Xian had said, the fragment of the Heavenly Saint sword didn't belong to him. Forcefully fusing with it would only make him stronger temporarily. However, the sword in front of him was different. He could definitely forge it into his own natal weapon. Master, the deal between you and me has been completed. Of course, I, Zhou Xian, will always be a member of the Nebula sect. Sooner or later I will move the Nebula sect to the Pure Land. Zhou Xian's chi fluctuated as he said. I absolutely believe in your ability. When do you plan to go to the Pure Land? Nebula Kid asked. If it was someone else who said such arrogant words, Nebula Kid would just casually laugh and treat it as a fart. However, it was Zhou Xian who said it. He had 100 reasons to believe that this dream would come true sooner or later. Since the matters here have been settled, I don't want to waste any more time. I plan to leave tomorrow. Zhou Xian said. Thinking of entering the Pure Land again, his excitement couldn't help but be ignited. It was just like the time when he came to the Divine Continent from the Eastern Continent. I'll leave the Nebula sect to you. Zhou Xian held his fists towards Nebula Kid and left. He had already prepared to leave for the Pure Land tomorrow. Chapter 802. Congratulations, Father, for advancing to the 6th grade minor saint. Zhou Xian clasped his fists at Dan King. Currently, Dan King had successfully advanced to the 6th grade minor saint and was much stronger than before. This is all thanks to your 9-yang less rond pill. Without the 9-yang less rond pill, I wouldn't have been able to break through the bottleneck so quickly. Dan King said. His words were filled with gratitude towards Zhou Xian. Father, is there anything I can help you with? Zhou Xian said with a smile. Although he didn't put Dan King in his eyes due to his current strength, he still respected Dan King very much. This was a person worthy of being friends with. Putting aside the fact that Dan King had helped Wu Ningzhu a lot and helped him obtain the mulberry divine tree, Zhou Xian was very grateful to Dan King for helping him during the crisis of Nebula sect. Chen Heir, now that the matter in Xuanyu has been settled and the 4 domains have basically been conquered by you, your next target should be the Pure Land, right? Dan King said. Although he hadn't been in contact with Zhou Xian for a long time, he knew a genius like Zhou Xian very well. A genius like Zhou Xian wouldn't be satisfied with a peaceful life. His next step would definitely be the Pure Land. Moreover, since Wu Ningzhu had gone to the ancient people's palace, Zhou Xian would definitely go there as well. That's right. I am preparing to go to the Pure Land. Zhou Xian said. Chen Heir, your foundation is too strong. I can see that every time you advance, you will need to consume a huge amount of energy. Now that you have advanced to the minor saint realm, the heaven elixir won't be of much use to you in the near future. At that time you will need to consume even more saint elixir. However, you should know that the saint elixir is an extremely rare and precious energy pill. It won't be an easy task to obtain a huge amount of saint elixir. Even if you concoct it yourself, I'm afraid that you won't have enough time to concoct it. Have you thought about this? Dan King said. Hearing this, Zhou Xian frowned. What Dan King was worried about was exactly what he was worried about. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill and was blessed by the heavens. It was a peerless skill. However, the only downside of it was that the amount of energy pills required for each advancement was too huge. In Saint Origin World, energy pills were divided into 4 grades. human elixir, earth elixir, heaven elixir, and saint elixir. To the current Zhou Xian, human elixir and earth elixir were useless. Once he reached the high realm of minor saint, heaven elixir wouldn't be able to support him anymore. At that time he would need a huge amount of saint elixir. Moreover, the amount of saint elixir would be enormous. He was only in the minor saint realm now. There were still 9 more levels of great saint. Zhou Xian didn't even dare to imagine the consumption of saint elixir. Moreover, the saint elixir was different from the heaven elixir. It was extremely precious. Some low-level great saints rarely used the saint elixir to cultivate. If a monster like Zhou Xian kept using the saint elixir, he was afraid that even the big families in the Pure Land wouldn't be able to afford it. Such a huge support was terrifying just thinking about it. However, Zhou Qian's gaze immediately fell on Dan King. Dan King wouldn't come to me for no reason. There must be a reason why Dan King said this. Godfather, you are right. Foster father, you are right. This is also the thing that worries me the most. The saint rank restoration dawn are too precious and my consumption is too great. I can't see anything in a short time, but once I advance to the great sage realm I will have to worry about it. Foster father suddenly telling me this, could it be that you have a solution? Asked Zhou Qian. The heroic deeds of the greatest saint isn't a secret. I know about it. But what does it have to do with void triangular domain? Zhou Qian asked. When the greatest saint split open the gate of the immortal world, the spatial zone of the saint origin world was shaken. A series of changes happened. Many weak spatial zones appeared and alien races appeared. Void triangular domain appeared at that time. Due to the shaking of the world barrier, a spatial link was formed between void triangular domain and void triangular domain. It's a special spatial zone. The reason why it's called void triangular domain is because it has a spatial node with Saint Origin world and 2 other worlds. One is the boundless land and the other is the black-yellow continent. Dan King said. After listening to Dan King's introduction, Zhou Qian couldn't help but be shocked despite his calm temperament. He knew that there were many planes in this heavens and earth. Each plane was a world and Saint Origin world was just one of the many planes. However, because of the barrier of the world and the restriction of the origin of the world, it was very difficult to connect the planes. Therefore, it was very difficult to travel from one world to another. Without a doubt, the existence of void triangular domain had connected the 3 worlds, forming a common node. However, what puzzled Zhou Qian was why there weren't any cultivators from the boundless land and the black-yellow continent in Saint Origin world. You must be wondering why the structure of Saint Origin world hasn't changed since void triangular domain connected the 3 worlds. The reason is because of void triangular domain. For example, if a cultivator wants to travel from the boundless land to Saint Origin world, he or she needs to enter void triangular domain first. Then he or she can travel to Saint Origin world through the spatial node. Although void triangular domain is an independent world, the world barrier is extremely weak. It can't withstand the chi of a great saint. Once a great saint appears in void triangular domain, he or she will be attacked by the origin of the domain. Therefore, no great saint has ever entered void triangular domain and no one has ever thought of going to another world through void triangular domain. Dan King explained. So that's how it is. Zhou Qian was enlightened. Great saints couldn't enter void triangular domain. Only a fool would be willing to enter another world. For example, if a minor saint came to Saint Origin world from the boundless land, he or she would be treated as an outsider. If he or she offended a major power, they might just kill him or her. That would be a tragedy. If that's the case, what's the purpose of the existence of void triangular domain? It has nothing to do with the consumption of energy for my advancement, right? Zhou Qian asked. If void triangular domain was an independent world, he wouldn't be interested in it anymore. It's very meaningful. The existence of void triangular domain is equivalent to providing a place for the 3 worlds to trade. You should know that the species and treasures in each world are different. If they can be traded with each other, it would be a win-win situation. More importantly, void triangular domain produces a kind of mineral called true meta stone. This kind of true meta stone contains pure light energy. After a cultivator absorbs it, he or she can directly convert it into energy. The energy contained in a high-grade true meta stone is even denser than a saint elixir. Dan King had a smile on his face. His intention was clear. He looked at Zhou Qian. Sure enough, Zhou Qian's eyes lit up when he heard about the true meta stone. How do I enter Void Triangular Domain? Xianxia got straight to the point. This true metastone was very important to him. It would be a necessary treasure for him to advance to the Great Saint realm in the future. Chapter 803. Chin Air, don't be anxious. I know how important true metastones are to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you. Let me tell you about the situation in Void Triangular Domain. Dan King said. In order to enter Void Triangular Domain, one must first understand the situation on the other side and know what he was going to face. Void Triangular Domain is an independent world. In other words, although this world is very small, it is not even as big as a domain in the Divine Continent. However, it is a complete world with its own origin. This world is very special. It is formed by two special elements, the dark element and the light element. There is a kind of human living in this world. They are born with the ability to absorb the dark element to cultivate. Their bodies are very strong. They call themselves the Dark Generation. Dan King paused for a while and continued. In Void Triangular Domain, the dark energy is the support of the Dark Generation's cultivation. The light energy is the source of the true metastones. The physique of the Dark Generation is very special. They basically rely on the dark element to cultivate. Therefore, true metastones are useless to them. Therefore, they use a large amount of true metastones to trade with the cultivators from other worlds. Due to the limitation of their physique and conditions, there are no alchemists, blacksmiths or beasts in the Void Triangular Domain. Xianxia was enlightened. Therefore, the Dark Generation, the ruler of Void Triangular Domain, used their useless true metastones to trade for pills, combat weapons and even demonic and devil souls from other worlds to strengthen themselves. That's right. Because of this, the Void Triangular Domain has become a unique trading place for many years. It is the largest trading place that connects the cultivators from the three worlds. In the Void Triangular Domain, not only can you exchange a large amount of true metastones, you can also trade with the cultivators from the Boundless Land and the Black-Yellow Continent to exchange for their treasures. Dan King said. A powerful trading point in the Void Triangular Domain. This is really surprising. Xianxia sighed. This situation was caused by the sword that he had used in the past. The Void Triangular Domain opens once every 3 years as the people of the Dark Generation are still cautious against the cultivators from the other three worlds. The resources that they could get from this trade are enough to last them for 3 years. The domain will open again in half a month's time. Dan King said. How are we going to enter the passage to Void Triangular Domain? Xianxia quickly asked. He was concerned about how to enter the Void Triangular Domain. After listening to Dan King's explanation, Xianxia's interest in the Void Triangular Domain was piqued. In the Divine Continent, there are 8 spatial passageways that lead to the spatial nodes of Void Triangular Domain. They belong to the 8 clans of the Pure Land. Apart from that, the Dark Generation has also distributed a lot of spatial talismans that lead to the spatial nodes. Most of the people who can get these talismans are alchemists. The Dark Generation has a very good attitude towards alchemists. I happen to have a spatial talisman with me. Not only can it lead to the Void Triangular Domain, it can also be used to enter the domain. Of course, each spatial talisman can bring a lot of people into the domain. Dan King said and took out a talisman that was emitting dark energy. The talisman contained a very strong spatial energy. It looked very mystical. This talisman is different from the ordinary spatial teleportation talisman. It can only help us find the precise coordinates of the spatial nodes. As for entering the domain, we need to open up a spatial passageway by ourselves. Therefore, this talisman is not a one-time use item. It can be used at will. Of course, it can only be used once every 3 years. Dan King said. Xianxia nodded. To powerful minor saints like them, finding the coordinates was enough. Opening up a spatial passageway was a piece of cake for them. Once every 3 years. I'm sure there will be a lot of people participating in this event. Xianxia said. Of course, the true metastone is useless to the Dark Generation. However, it is very useful to the cultivators of Saint Origin World. Compared to the Saint Elixir, the supreme grade true metastone is purer and denser. More importantly, it is a natural true metastone that doesn't require much effort to concoct. The reason why the Saint Elixir is so rare is because it is very difficult to concoct. The 8 clans of the Pure Land will send their people to Void Triangular Domain. I have been there once before. This will be my second time. Dan King said. The 8 clans of the Pure Land? It's not bad to meet them in Void Triangular Domain. Zhou Xian revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Finally, it was time to meet the 8 clans of the Pure Land. He looked at Dan King and asked, "When are we departing?" "I will depart tomorrow. You should get ready as well." Although there is still half a month before the opening of Void Triangular Domain, the distance to the Void Triangular Domain is too far. I'm afraid that it will take us at least half a month to reach there. The royal family of the Dark Generation will hold a grand trade fair half a month after we arrive at the Void Triangular Domain. During this half a month, the cultivators from the 3 worlds will be able to visit any city in Void Triangular Domain freely. Dan King said. If that's the case, let's depart tomorrow. Zhou Xian nodded. It was better to be early than late. It was pointless for him to stay in the Nebula sect anymore. He was going to the Pure Land tomorrow, but the arrival of Dan King had changed his target. He decided to go to Void Triangular Domain first. He would be able to obtain great benefits there. Once he became stronger, he would be more confident in going to the Pure Land. Moreover, he would still have to meet the people from the Pure Land in Void Triangular Domain. He might even have the chance to meet the people from the other 2 worlds. On the same day, Dan King didn't leave the Nebula sect. Zhou Xian told Tyrant and Xianxia about Void Triangular Domain. Both of them were shocked. Even Tyrant didn't know about the existence of Void Triangular Domain. It seemed like Great Master Ranfeng didn't tell him about it. However, Tyrant was very interested in Void Triangular Domain. Of course, he wanted to go with them. Perhaps he might be able to obtain great benefits. As for Xianxia, she would follow wherever Zhou Xian went. Early the next morning, Zhou Xian, Dan King, Xianxia and Tyrant left the Nebula sect. This time only the 4 of them were going to Void Triangular Domain. Nangong Wentian and Han Yen were in seclusion trying to break through to the Minor Saint realm. Therefore, Zhou Xian didn't want to disturb them. Moreover, most of those who were going to Void Triangular Domain were experts. Those below the Minor Saint realm wouldn't be able to display their full strength. On top of a desolate mountain range, Dan King took out a spatial talisman. He sent his divine sense into it and the talisman exploded, turning into a dark light spot. This light spot was trembling constantly. It could enter and exit the void at will, guiding Zhou Xian and the others in the right direction. If it was nighttime, one wouldn't be able to see this dark light spot with naked eyes. However, that was only true for ordinary people. To minor saints like Zhou Xian, they could see a fly from thousands of miles away, let alone a dark spot that was right in front of them. Zhou Xian reached out his hand and tore the void. Qila, the void was torn open. Immediately, the 4 of them entered the void and began to teleport. Inside the void, the 4 of them were concentrating on following the dark spot. They didn't dare to be careless. Senior Dan King, you said that Void Triangular Domain couldn't withstand the power of a great saint. Does that mean that there are no great saints in the Dark Generation? Tyrant asked curiously. That's right. In the entire Void Triangular Domain, the highest cultivation grade is only a peak 9th grade minor saint. The origin of this world doesn't allow the existence of great saints. Dan King said. Don't the 9th grade minor saints of the Dark Generation want to advance to the Great Saint realm? I think that once the cultivators of the Dark Generation reach the peak of 9th grade minor saint, they would reach an agreement with the Boundless World, Black Yellow World and Saint Origin World. Then they would be able to break through to a higher realm. I don't think they would be willing to stay at 9th grade minor saint until they die of old age. Tyrant asked. That's not the case. Due to the special physique of the people of Dark Generation, cultivation will become extremely difficult once they leave Void Triangular Domain. Take our Saint Origin World as an example. It is a complete world. Yin and Yang, 5 elements and all kinds of elements exist. The dark energy is very weak. Therefore, there are only 2 options for the cultivators of Dark Generation after they reach the 9th grade minor saint. One is to wait for death. The other is to enter the turbulent current of the spatial zone to find a world with rich dark element. However, the chances of finding a world with rich dark element are very slim. Dan King explained. These are not our concern. Our target this time is the true meta stones. A large amount of true meta stones. As for the life and death of the Dark Generation, It has nothing to do with us. Jiang Chen said. Currently he was only interested in true meta stones. As for the Dark Generation, in his eyes, they were an alien race that could only rely on the power of darkness to cultivate. In essence, they were no different from monsters. Those who had absorbed the power of darkness for a long period of time were no different from the devil race in terms of character and behavior. Jiang Chen did not have a good impression of this race. Chen Er is right. These are not our concern. The journey to Void Triangular Domain is very far. It will take half a month. We can't afford to be idle during this time. We have to make good use of this time to concoct a large amount of pills. We will be able to exchange them for more treasures. Dan King reminded. The pills that the Dark Generation needs shouldn't be energy pills like the human elixir, right? Jiang Chen asked. That's not it. Our energy elixirs still contain a lot of medicinal ingredients. However, they are only energy elixirs after all. Although the Dark Generation also needs them, most of their attention is on other elixirs. All kinds of elixirs are extremely precious to them. Chapter 804. Until now, Jiang Chen had basically understood everything about the Void Triangular Domain and the Dark Generation. Before Jiang Chen went to do something, he had to find out more about it. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy would you be able to win every battle, especially in a place like Void Triangular Domain. The bigger the trading place, the more people and forces would participate in it. There would be more conflicts and conflicts. A trading place like Void Triangular Domain was definitely the grandest trading place that Jiang Chen had ever come across. The experts of the 3 great worlds would be there. The 8 families of the Pure Land, the forces of the Boundless World and the Black-Yellow World, and the Dark Generation of the Void Triangular Domain. It was impossible that there wouldn't be any sparks when so many forces were gathered here. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't care about it. The more chaotic the scene was, the more he liked it. Only when there were battles would there be passion. He was a man who never lacked passion. Furthermore, his current cultivation grade was enough for him to gain a foothold in a place like Void Triangular Domain. With Jiang Chen's current strength, killing a 7th grade minor saint would be as easy as killing a chicken under his dragon form. He would even be able to put up a fight against an ordinary 8th grade minor saint. Perhaps he would be able to find some great fortune in Void Triangular Domain. At that time his cultivation grade would improve again. At that time no one below the Great Saint Realm would be a threat to him. In the next half a month, Yan Qinyu and Tyrant were responsible for moving forward according to the direction of the spatial talisman. Jiang Chen and Dan King began concocting various kinds of pills. Both of them were experts with great wealth. Dan King had an unknown amount of medicinal ingredients stored in Dan King County. The amount of medicinal ingredients that Dan King brought with him was enough for him to concoct pills for a year without stopping. In addition to the large amount of finished pills that he brought with him, he was well prepared for this trip to Void Triangular Domain. Jiang Chen's wealth was even stronger than Dan King's. He had killed and robbed along the way. The amount of medicinal ingredients and pills he had was no less than Dan King's. Inside the silent spatial zone, the strong wind was whistling. Jiang Chen and Dan King summoned their powerful flames and began concocting pills. Whether it was the concoction technique or the speed, Jiang Chen was way ahead of Dan King. For example, Dan King would need 30 minutes to concoct 10 pills with 100% effectiveness. However, Jiang Chen only needed 5 minutes to concoct 20 pills with 100% effectiveness. Yan Qinyu and Tyrant, who were watching from the side, couldn't help but sigh. There was no comparison between Jiang Chen and Dan King. Dan King claimed that he was a Dan King. It was imaginable how profound his attainment in alchemy was. Otherwise he wouldn't have the title of Dan King. However, as a dignified Dan King, he was completely suppressed by Jiang Chen in his field of expertise. To Dan King this was a heavy blow to his ego. Sigh. Dan King couldn't help but sigh. His face was filled with a bitter smile. This was the first time he felt so defeated in the history of concocting pills. However, when he thought of Jiang Chen's strength and saw Jiang Chen's equipment, he felt a little better. Qin'er is truly a peerless genius. Not only is his combat strength terrifying, his alchemy skills are also unparalleled. His alchemy skills are probably one of the best even in the Dan clan of the 8 great clans. His flame is the strongest yang flame in the world, the legendary True Thunderfire. There's also another flame that is on par with the true Thunder Dragon flame. There are very few people in this world who can possess these two kinds of flames at the same time. I'm afraid that only Qin can possess these two kinds of flames at the same time. Even the fire clan of the 8 great clans doesn't possess these two kinds of flames. Simply terrifying. Furthermore, his soul power is at least 10 times stronger than mine. There's simply no way to compete with such a powerful combination of soul power and flame. That's right. Dan King was full of praise for Jiang Chen. It was hard for him not to praise Jiang Chen when he encountered such a monstrous existence. Half a month passed unknowingly. The 4 of them had been flying in the spatial zone for half a month. Under the guidance of the spatial talisman, they had already left Saint Origin World and arrived at the spatial node between Saint Origin World and Void Triangular Domain. Jiang Chen and Dan King had already collected all the flames in the spatial zone. Half a month's worth of preparation was more than enough. In addition to Jiang Chen's strength, it was more than enough for them to deal with anything. Plus, Jiang Chen still had another powerful technique, which was to rob others if they couldn't handle it. When they arrived at the spatial node, they could clearly see the spatial node in front of them. It was like a huge door that was 100 zhang wide. However, it was sealed and hadn't been opened yet. At this moment, there were already a lot of people standing outside the spatial node. They were standing in different directions. Most of them had powerful cultivation and had a certain status in Saint Origin World. However, judging from their cultivation and qi, they weren't from the 8 major families. These people are the ones who have obtained the spatial talisman of Black King family. Most of them are famous alchemists. Just like us, they have come here in advance to have a look around Void Triangular Domain. Dan King said. There were at least 200 people in front of them. Saint Origin World was just too big. Apart from the 8 major domains, there were also some special places where there were geniuses. For example, Danyuan City, where Dan King came from. It was a place that didn't belong to any of the 8 major domains. Why are there so many people? The geniuses of the 8 major families haven't appeared yet. Tyrant looked at the crowd. As a genius, he also wanted to see the demeanor of the geniuses of the 8 major families. The geniuses of the 8 major families have distinguished identities. Since the spatial node hasn't been opened yet, they won't appear so early. Plus, they have their own spatial passageway that can lead them directly to this place. They are much faster than us. Most of them are famous alchemists. Some of them are their trusted followers or people from their own forces. There are also people from the Pure Land. Dan King explained. There were 8 major families in the Pure Land. However, the Pure Land was boundless and there were a lot of forces there. Most of them were the subordinates of the 8 major families. They had to obey the orders of the 8 major families. Brother Dan King, I didn't expect you to be so proactive. You have come before the spatial node has been opened. At this time, a voice was heard from the left not far away. Jiang Chen and the rest looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a group of 7 to 8 people standing together. The one in the lead seemed to be around 50 years old. He was wearing a Dan robe. He looked wise and valiant. There was a faint soul power overflowing from the surface of his body. One look and anyone could tell that he was a powerful alchemist. His cultivation grade was also extraordinary. He was already a 6th grade minor saint. However, his appearance was similar to Dan King. Isn't Brother Yuan faster than me? I heard that your son has entered the Dan family. Congratulations. Dan King looked at the man and said indifferently. From his tone, one could tell that he didn't like this powerful alchemist. Haha. My son isn't talented, but he has the talent of alchemy. Not too long ago he had just become a disciple of the Pill race. That's really something. I've heard that Brother Pill King had organized a son-in-law selection previously. To think that one of your adopted daughters turned out to be someone from the ancient race. She was forcefully taken away by the ancient race, and in the end your son-in-law selection was just too ridiculous. Oh right. I've heard that the son-in-law you've chosen is a pretty incredible genius. The alchemist's face was filled with a sense of superiority. He specifically mentioned the matter of the Dan King's son-in-law selection. It was obvious that he was mocking and ridiculing the Dan King. First he said that he was the son of the Dan King and became a disciple of the Dan King. Using this, he mocked the Dan King for not having a son. He had finally taken in a foster daughter and she was even someone from the Gu clan. This man is so annoying. Tyrant said. His name is Yuan Zhong. He is also an alchemist. Our relationship has never been good. Now that his son Yuan Hao has been accepted as a disciple of the Dan family, he has become even more arrogant. Naturally, he will mock me whenever he sees me. Dan King Ling said. Brother Dan King, why didn't your son-in-law come with you? Let us see how talented your son-in-law is. By the way, your son-in-law is only a combat emperor, isn't he? It's embarrassing to bring a combat emperor to the grand meeting of Void Triangular Domain. Yuan Zhong had completely turned on the rhythm of mocking and ridiculing. Dan King still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took a step forward and said, I am the son-in-law of Dan King. Coincidentally, I am also an alchemist. I can see that your son's concoction technique is very ordinary. Although he is already a second-grade minor saint, it is obvious that he relied on pills to increase his cultivation level. This kind of foundation is very unstable and his future will be very limited. Since when did the Dan family become so bad that they would accept any Tom, Dick or Harry? Jiang Chen's eyes fell on an arrogant young man beside Yuan Zhong. This man was already a rare second-grade minor saint. It was very rare to reach this level at such a young age. Unfortunately, Yuan Hao's cultivation level was forcefully increased by using pills. His foundation was very unstable. A person like him wouldn't have a good future in the future. What did you say? How dare you call me a Tom, Dick or Harry? I don't know where you came from. How dare you talk to me like that and insult the Dan family? You are courting death. Yuan Hao was enraged on the spot. He was a young alchemist, a genius with the support of the Dan family. Naturally, his arrogance soared to the sky. Even the forces in the Pure Land had to be polite to him. No matter where he went, he would be respected. But today, a kid who came out of nowhere dared to call him a cat or a dog. What kind of humiliation was this? It was simply unbearable. Dan King, I didn't expect your son-in-law to be so rude. Chapter 805. Brother Yuan, this son-in-law of mine doesn't have a good temper. I advise you to be more polite when you talk to him. I am reminding you out of goodwill. Dan King said with a smile. That Yuan Hao was a rare genius in alchemy, but compared to Jiang Chen, the gap between him and Jiang Chen was huge. To put it bluntly, whether it was in alchemy or cultivation, the two of them weren't on the same level. Yuan Hao would only be trampled by Jiang Chen if he wanted to feel superior to Jiang Chen. Dong. Before Yuan Zhong could say anything, Yuan Hao had already lost his patience. He took a step forward, creating cracking sounds in the void. Cracks appeared on the interior of the spatial zone. He unleashed his second-grade minor saint's chi. His arrogance soared to the sky. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. Of course, that was because he couldn't see through Jiang Chen's cultivation grade. Brat, how dare you scold me in public and humiliate the Dan family? Any one of these words can send you to a graveless death. Today I, Yuan Hao, will kill you. Tell me, what is your name? I don't kill nameless people. Yuan Hao's murderous intent soared to the sky. He must kill Jiang Chen. Yuan Hao is truly terrifying. He has already become a second-grade minor saint at such a young age. Yuan Zhong is also a famous alchemist in the Pure Land. His son has also entered the Dan family. Naturally, he has the right to be arrogant. That Dan King who came out of nowhere has offended Yuan Hao and his son. Isn't he courting death? That's right. The current Yuan Zhong is no longer the same as before. Not only has he advanced to the 6th-grade minor saint, he has also climbed up the tree of the Dan family. Ordinary people can't afford to offend him. That son-in-law of Dan King really doesn't know the meaning of death. Young people are full of vigor. However, a loose tongue can cause trouble. This man dared to call Yuan Hao a nobody. Naturally, Yuan Hao won't let this matter go. There's going to be a good show to watch since the spatial node hasn't been opened yet. The surrounding people were all discussing. Most of the people present were famous figures in the alchemy world. Although they were all in different regions, they still knew some of the famous figures in the alchemy world. For example, Dan King and Yuan Zhong were both famous figures in the alchemy world. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen announced his name indifferently. People like Yuan Hao, he was too lazy to even look at them. If they didn't provoke him, he wouldn't even bother with them. However, it seemed like he couldn't back down now. Since Yuan Zhong was Dan King's enemy, Jiang Chen wouldn't be polite to him. If Yu Wenzhong wanted to step on Dan King to feel superior, then Jiang Chen would use his fists to shatter this sense of superiority and take it back for Dan King. Jiang Chen, this name sounds so familiar. I remember now. I heard that the heaven, earth, profound, and yellow domains were in chaos, and a heaven-defying monstrous genius called Jiang Chen made a sudden appearance and swept through the 4 domains. Could it be this fellow before us? It can't be that coincidental, right? What's the relationship between Jiang Chen and Dan King? If it's true, I'm afraid Yu Wenhao is no match for him. Many people sighed. The commotion in the 4 domains was too big. Even the people who lived far away had heard about it. Therefore, when they heard the name Jiang Chen, they would associate him with the heaven-defying monstrous genius who had turned the 4 domains upside down. Of course, there were still some who didn't know about it. Yu Wenzhong and his son were one of them. Therefore, even though Jiang Chen had announced his name, Yu Wenhao still didn't put him in his eyes. Kid, if you kneel down and kowtow to my son, you might still have a chance to live. Otherwise, based on what you said just now, you will definitely die. Not even your godfather can save you. Yu Wenzhong pointed his finger at Jiang Chen and said arrogantly. Tyrant and Dan King looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. They saw a trace of pity in each other's eyes, but it was for Yu Wenzhong and his son, not for Jiang Chen. I'm in a good mood now. If you and your son kneel down and kowtow to me, I might consider sparing your lives. Jiang Chen said arrogantly. He had already made up his mind. If this father and son dared to kill him, he wouldn't mind killing them. Courting death. Yu Wenhao was enraged. He had a high status and had never been humiliated like this before. It had always been him who humiliated others. This white-robed man in front of him was really courting death. Since that was the case, he would fulfill his wish. Yu Wenhao made his move. He casually grabbed at Jiang Chen. The airflow in the air was condensed. An incomparably bright palm was conjured by him and slapped at Jiang Chen. The terrifying attack of a second-grade minor saint was extremely frightening, but it was nothing in Jiang Chen's eyes. He didn't even bother to look at it. He just casually pointed his finger and destroyed the palm that Yu Wenhao had conjured. What? Yu Wenhao was shocked. He didn't expect his opponent to be so powerful. Unfortunately, everything was over when Jiang Chen unleashed his qi. The response to Yu Wenhao was Jiang Chen's attack. Jiang Chen didn't even move from his original spot. Instead, he threw a punch at Yu Wenhao. It was a simple punch that didn't contain any combat skills. The sharp wind generated by the punch directly hit Yu Wenhao's body. It was so fast that Yu Wenhao didn't even have the time to dodge. Arg! Yu Wenhao let out a blood-curdling scream. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Yu Wenhao was blown up by Jiang Chen's punch. He turned into a mist of blood and vanished in the void. How air! He let out a heart-wrenching roar. That was his son's death. He had spent a lot of effort to nurture his son. His son had always been his greatest pride. His son had just entered the Dan family not long ago. His future was immeasurable. His son was supposed to have a bright future, but now he had lost everything. His son, whom he was proud of, was killed by a brat who came out of nowhere with a single punch. He was a 6th-grade minor saint, but he couldn't do anything to save his son. Yu Wenzhong's eyes turned red when he saw his son being killed in front of him. He let out a heart-wrenching roar. It was heart-wrenching. It was too painful. Hatred. It was monstrous hatred. Yu Wenzhong was infuriated like an enraged lion. His eyes were like a venomous snake, locking onto Jiang Chen's body in an instant. Amazing. That Yu Wenhao was a 2nd-grade minor saint, but he was killed by a punch so easily. How strong is that white-robed youth? There's no doubt about it. He must be the Jiang Chen who caused chaos in the 4 big domains. Only he has such a powerful strength. Did you all notice that his qi fluctuated just now? He has exposed his cultivation grade. He is a 3rd-grade minor saint. That Yu Wenhao is only a 2nd-grade minor saint. Isn't he courting death by going after Jiang Chen? However, this Jiang Chen is too cruel. He killed the moment he arrived. He didn't put Yu Wenzhong in his eyes at all. Yu Wenhao is going to be enraged this time. Yu Wenhao is his favorite son. Now that he has joined the Dan family, his bright future has been ruined. Jiang Chen is too audacious. Even if he isn't afraid of Yu Wenzhong, isn't he afraid of the Dan family? After all, Yu Wenhao is already a member of the Dan family. I really don't know how much courage he has to kill a member of the Dan family. Everyone was shocked. Many of them were discussing the incident. They couldn't believe their own eyes. Yuan Hao had a special identity. Apart from being an alchemist, he was also a member of the Dan family. Even if he was just an ordinary outer disciple, he would still be regarded as a superior existence once he had the name of the Dan family. Killing a member of the Dan family was equivalent to provoking the Dan family. Who in the entire divine continent would have such courage? Brat, I want you to die. No, I won't let you die so easily. I will let you experience 100 kinds of tortures in this world before I kill you to avenge my son. Yuan Zhong roared at Jiang Qin. His qi of a 6th grade minor saint was unleashed perfectly. A surge of qi that was mixed with anger hovered in the sky. He swore that he would kill Jiang Qin to avenge his son. Yuan Zhong, I have already warned you before that this son-in-law of mine isn't someone you can mess with. But you still want to provoke him. Now that your son is dead, you have only yourself to blame. However, I still want to advise you to calm down. Of course, if you want to go down there and reunite with your son, I think your wish will come true. Dan King crossed his arms in front of his chest and began his counterattack. The current Dan King was much more complacent than Yuan Zhong. Who asked you to show off your son in front of me? Now that your son has been killed, you don't have to show off anymore, do you? Suddenly, Dan King felt that bringing Jiang Qin along was an incomparably joyful thing. Destroying Yuan Zhong's prestige was truly satisfying. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, he would have been angered to death by Yuan Zhong. How could Yuan Zhong listen to Dan King's words? Dan King's words didn't calm him down at all. Instead, he went into a frenzied state. Immediately, he struck out a large piece of dazzling light. It was like an ocean of yuan force, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, pressing down on Jiang Qin. You have to die too. Jiang Qin's qi fluctuated. He struck out the true dragon palm. A terrifying blood-red dragon claw with intense killing intent slammed on Yuan Zhong's energy attack. The ocean of yuan force was like a piece of paper under the true dragon palm. It couldn't withstand a single blow and was forcefully torn into pieces. A mere 6th grade minor saint. Even if he didn't transform into his dragon form, Jiang Qin would still be able to deal with him effortlessly. Dong. Chapter 806. Yuan Zhong's expression changed drastically. He would never know how terrifying Jiang Qin was without a real battle with him. Just like this moment when Jiang Qin destroyed his energy attack, Yuan Zhong instantly woke up from his frenzied state. In his eyes, the power of Jiang Qin's attack was like an ancient barbaric beast. It was so terrifying that even a 6th grade minor saint like him felt powerless. However, he didn't have the time to be shocked. Jiang Qin's attack came again like a violent storm. Every step of the Azure Dragon 5 steps made Yuan Zhong feel a mountain-like pressure. If Jiang Qin's pressure was like an ocean, then Yuan Zhong was like a small boat floating in the middle of the waves. He could be destroyed at any time. He was just too weak. Bang! The 3rd step of the Azure Dragon 5 steps landed on Yuan Zhong's body. Even though Yuan Zhong had tried his best to resist, he still couldn't stop the terrifying true dragon combat technique. The mountain-like energy felt like the sky was pressing down on him. Yuan Zhong felt that his body was being torn apart bit by bit. Arg! Finally, Yuan Zhong let out a shrill scream. Half of his body was crushed by Jiang Qin's foot. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he would have ended up like his son under the attack of Jiang Qin, dying on the spot. Yuan Zhong dragged the remaining half of his body and retreated into the distance, dripping with blood. At this moment, Yuan Zhong no longer had any of the arrogance from before. He endured the pain and stared at the white-clothed young man standing in the wind, as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Who are you? How can a 3rd grade minor saint have such powerful combat strength? Even the top geniuses of the 8 families couldn't do this. Yuan Zhong couldn't help but shake his head. It wasn't a big problem for a powerful 6th grade minor saint to suffer such injuries. Qin Er's growth is just too fast. He could easily kill a 6th grade minor saint. If he is in his dragon form, I'm afraid that even a 7th grade minor saint wouldn't be a match for him. Yuan Zhong has kicked an iron plate today. He deserved it. Dan King couldn't help but sigh. If he knew that Jiang Qin had gone to the Western Domain to annihilate the Tianyi Gate and killed 2 7th grade minor saints, he would be shocked. The ending of Yu Wenzhong and his son was because they made a huge mistake. They thought that the leader of this expedition was Dan King and neglected the existence of Jiang Chen. As a matter of fact, although Dan King had brought Jiang Chen here, Jiang Chen was the real backbone of the four of them. He was the real leader and had the absolute right to speak. Moreover, Dan King knew Jiang Chen too well. He was a lawless genius. There was no one that he wouldn't dare to offend. It would be useless to use the name of Dan family to intimidate him. Jiang Chen would never hesitate to kill those he wanted to kill. That's right. Perhaps Jiang Chen didn't put the father and son in his eyes at all. It was Yu Wenhao who threatened to kill Jiang Chen because of a few words, which aroused Jiang Chen's killing intent. It was a tragedy. However, in this world all kinds of tragedies were happening every day. Moreover, it was Yu Wenhao and his son who were courting death. Death was death. They would eventually disappear from this world, never to be remembered by anyone. By God! What kind of monster is this Jiang Chen? He's just a third-grade minor saint, but he could easily kill a sixth-grade minor saint. Isn't this too absurd? That's right. Even the top 10 geniuses of the sky ranking of Pure Land wouldn't be able to kill a sixth-grade minor saint when he's just a third-grade minor saint. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. It's a tragedy for Yu Wenhao and his son. Their son was killed and their father is in such a sorry state. I wonder if Jiang Chen will kill them. However, if he does that, he will offend the Dan family. Given the temper of the 8 families, they will surely seek revenge on Jiang Chen. The onlookers were shocked. They wanted to watch a good show, but they didn't expect that it would turn into a massacre. A young man who came out of nowhere killed the father and son in the most brutal way. Among those who came with Yu Wenzhong, there were a few first and second grade minor saints. Most of them were old. There were 2 young men who were only at the 9th grade combat emperor. Such people were nothing in the Pure Land. At this moment, their faces were filled with horror. At first they had the same thought as Yu Wenhao. They didn't put this young man in their eyes, but now, it seemed like they had made an unforgivable mistake. Jiang Chen's qi didn't diminish. He walked towards Yu Wenzhong step by step. His overbearing qi had scared Yu Wenzhong to death. He was regretting his decision. He should have waited for the opening of Void Triangular Domain. Why did he have to provoke this evil star? What a shameless mouth. Jiang Chen, how dare you kill me? Yu Wenzhong shouted with a lack of confidence. He was considered half a member of the Dan family. He didn't believe that the reputation of the Dan family couldn't subdue a young man. Jiang Chen responded to him with his actions. The first thing he did was to slap him. This slap carried a terrifying energy wave. If Yu Wenzhong was hit by it, he would be slapped to death. Yu Wenzhong was scared out of his wits. Immediately he took out his combat weapon. It was a dazzling sword that was thrust towards Jiang Chen's palm. Unfortunately, with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to block any attack from Jiang Chen. Even if he was at his peak condition, he wouldn't be a match for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's palm changed, avoiding the sharp sword. Then his palm turned into a cold light and cut off Yu Wenzhong's palm with a chi-la sound. The sword fell into Jiang Chen's hand. This wasn't a low-grade minor saint weapon. It was a rare treasure. He could exchange it for a lot of true meta stones in Void Triangular Domain. Arg! Yu Wenzhong let out another blood-curdling scream. The remaining half of his body retreated as he shouted, Jiang Chen, you are a crazy devil. My son is a member of the Dan family. I am also half a member of the Dan family. Dan family will never forgive you for killing my son and me. Unfortunately, threats were useless against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen held the long sword in his hand and cut off Yu Wenzhong's head with lightning speed. It was the most humiliating way to die under one's own combat weapon. Humph! After killing Yu Wenzhong so casually, Jiang Chen harumphed coldly and kept his sword. Then he slowly returned to Dan King's side. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Chen's performance was as calm as the wind and clouds. The 4 of them chose a direction and flew towards it. Father, you said that there will be a large-scale trade fair in half a month's time. Where will it be held? Jiang Chen asked. Normally, a large-scale trade fair would be accompanied by a large-scale auction. At that time there would be all kinds of treasures. Jiang Chen's interest was in the large-scale trade fair. The large-scale trade fair will be held in the King City of Void Triangular Domain. The large-scale trade fair will be held in King City of Void Triangular Domain. That's where the imperial family of Dark Generation resides. Ordinary people aren't qualified to enter King City, but during the large-scale trade fair, King City will be open to all of us. I was fortunate enough to be there once, but I could only be a spectator. When the time comes, there will be a large-scale auction where all kinds of treasures from the 3 great worlds will be auctioned. Some of them have seen before, some of them have never seen before. There will be all kinds of rare treasures that will dazzle my eyes. The major powers of the Boundless Continent, the Black-Yellow Continent, the 8 major families of Saint Origin World and the Imperial family of Dark Generation. It's hard to imagine how spectacular the scene will be. Ordinary people like us will have to thank the heavens if we can even get a seat in the corner of the auction hall, not to mention the treatment of the distinguished guests. That's right. That's right. Dan King's eyes sparkled as he recalled the scene of the large-scale auction in King City. Zhou Xian and Tyrant exchanged a glance. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. They were looking forward to such a scene as well. They were looking forward to the various treasures that would be auctioned at that time. This time they had to get all the benefits they wanted. They couldn't return empty-handed. Very soon, a city appeared in front of them. It wasn't a big city. It was only 100 miles in circumference. In terms of scale, it was indeed small compared to those super cities in Saint Origin World which were 1,000 miles in circumference. The whole city was built with a rare kind of rock. Under the radiance of the radiance, it emitted rays of light, making the city look majestic and noble. Let's go and have a look at the city in front of us. There are experts guarding every city in Void Triangular Domain. There are trading points everywhere in each city. We can exchange some true metastones there. If we meet any cultivators from the Boundless World or the Black-Yellow World, we can trade with them. Dan King said. The name of the city in front of them was Dark Mulberry City. Every city in Void Triangular Domain had the word dark at the beginning of its name. It represented the Dark Generation. Even the King City had the word dark at the beginning of its name. It was called Dark Black King City. The 4 of them strode towards the city gate. Similar to the cities in Saint Origin World, there were guards in black armor standing on both sides of the city gate. These guards were all combat emperors, 4th grade combat emperors. The leader of the guards was a 5th grade combat emperor. Brother Qin, the Dark Generation seems to be very powerful. It's just an ordinary city and the guards are all 4th grade combat emperors. Yan Qinyu said in surprise. Xiaoyu, this isn't strange at all. The people of the Dark Generation will automatically absorb the dark force from the world's origin to cultivate due to their special physique. Their cultivation speed is very fast. Under normal circumstances, a 20-year-old youth can reach the combat emperor grade. However, their speed of growth will slow down after they reach the combat emperor grade. Therefore, these guards are only 4th grade combat emperors, so there's no need to be too surprised. Dan King explained. What a heaven-defying physique. Tyrant clicked his tongue and said that it was strange. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but nod his head. The advantage of the Dark Generation was really enviable. Halt, intruder. One of the guards shouted at Jiang Chen and the others, then he came up to them. Which world did you come from? The guard's tone was incomparably arrogant. He didn't show the slightest bit of respect even though he was facing a minor saint expert. In their hearts, these humans were all outsiders. The bloodline of the Dark Generation was incomparably noble. In Void Triangular Domain, no matter how strong an outsider was, he or she would have to restrain themselves and not act recklessly. There was a saying that a powerful dragon couldn't suppress a snake in its own territory. In Void Triangular Domain, the dragon had to coil up and the tiger had to lie down. Saint Origin World. Dan King said in a strong tone. The guards of the Dark Generation didn't put them in their eyes, but Dan King was a dignified minor saint. Naturally, he wouldn't put a combat emperor in his eyes. Plus, he was an alchemist. Even in Void Triangular Domain, he was a respectable existence. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches. He had cultivated the Great Soul Derivation technique. He could see through the opponent with just a glance. There was a strong dark force flowing in the opponent's body. That dark force could erupt at any time. In Jiang Chen's eyes, these people of the Dark Generation looked like humans, but their nature was similar to monsters. It seems like the people of Saint Origin World have arrived. It seems like Void Triangular Domain has already been opened. If you want to enter the city, you will need to pay something as a fee. The guard said. Fee? Void Triangular Domain has been open for so many years. The people of the three worlds have never asked for a fee before. Dan King was a little angry. He didn't care about some benefits. With his identity as Dan King, he could just take out a few ordinary pills and send these guards away. However, his tone was depressing. The rules have changed. If you want to enter Dark Mulberry City, you will need to pay something. The guard had a smug smile on his face. Bastard. At this time, a loud shout was heard from behind. The 5th grade combat emperor guard walked forward and gave the 4th grade combat emperor 2 slaps on his face, causing him to be dazed for a moment. Captain. Although he was slapped, the guard was still respectful. He didn't dare to show any disrespect. In the Dark Generation, strength was the most important thing. Chapter 808. The captain seemed to know how to do things and he looked like an experienced man. However, the way he looked at Yan Qinyu just now was captured by Jiang Chen. The way he looked at Yan Qinyu made him feel uncomfortable and disgusted. However, there wasn't any lust in the captain's eyes. There was only amazement in his eyes. Imagine a 5th grade combat emperor. No matter how courageous he was, no matter how high his status was, he wouldn't dare to do anything to a powerful minor saint. However, Jiang Chen was sure that the reason why the captain didn't charge the guards was because he saw Yan Qinyu's face. Jiang Chen Lung gave the captain a glance and strode towards the Dark Mulberry City. After all, they had just arrived at Void Triangular Domain. They didn't want to stir up any trouble the moment they arrived. When the 4 of them had gone far away, the guard said in a low voice, Captain, these are all minor saint experts. They're all very wealthy. Why did you let them go? What do you know? Don't let a small profit hinder our young master's good plan. The captain glared at the guard. Young master's good plan? Young master doesn't seem to know them. The guard didn't seem to be confused. You're really stupid. You should know our young master's hobby. He likes to play with the beauties from the 3 great worlds. Every 3 years, the opening of Void Triangular Domain is the time when young master is most excited. Look at that white-clothed lady, she is truly a stunner. Young master has played with many beauties before, but compared to this lady, she is like the heaven and earth. I have secretly sent a message to young master. Young master will never let go of such a prey. As long as young master can get her, it will be a great merit for us and we will be rewarded handsomely. The captain said with a wise and far-sighted look. Captain is indeed wise. When the time comes, as long as young master is happy, he can just casually reward us with some good treasures. It will be boundless for us, huh? The guard's eyes shone brightly as if he had seen a very beautiful future. However, his laughter only lasted for less than a second before it abruptly stopped. A layer of frost suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. Even the captain beside him was not able to avoid it. The 2 of them were completely frozen. Their expressions were still the same, but they had completely turned into 2 ice men. If one were to sense carefully, they would discover that their vitality had completely disappeared. They were completely dead. The other 2 guards sensed the abnormality and hurriedly went forward to check. Captain, what's wrong? Not good, the captain is dead. One of the guards cried out in alarm. Someone assassinated the captain. It must be the work of those people who just entered. Our Dark Generation doesn't have such methods. Hurry up and inform the commander. Another guard began to shout. Yan Qinyu, who had already entered the Dark Mulberry City, looked gloomy and her eyes were even colder. She was no longer the weak little girl she used to be. If anyone dared to have any thoughts about her, the consequences would be unbearable. The young master they are talking about should be the son of the city lord. Every city in the Void Triangular Domain has a city lord. The city lord is directly under the jurisdiction of the royal family. The city lord has a noble status and is very powerful. As far as I know, there are many nobles in the Dark Generation who like female cultivators from other worlds. Every time the Void Triangular Domain is opened, many female cultivators would disappear without any reason. Seems like we have met them today. Dan King smiled bitterly. Although they had walked far away, they could still hear the conversation between the captain and the guard. Our main purpose this time is to get true meta stones. An ocean-like pressure acted on the third commander's body. The third commander's facial expression changed dramatically. He looked at the white-robed man in disbelief. He could feel the intense killing intent coming from the white-robed man. You dare to kill me? The third commander was somewhat afraid. Jiang Chen didn't say anything but answered him with his actions. The third commander was crushed to death by Jiang Chen's strength. He didn't show any mercy. Jiang Chen's motto was that he wouldn't offend others if they didn't offend him, but if they offended him he would use his strength to speak. If he didn't kill then he wouldn't kill. If he wanted to kill then he would kill ruthlessly. Since Yan Qinyu killed the 2 guards of the Dark Generation, the enmity between him and the Dark Generation had been formed. Since he had already killed 2 guards he didn't mind killing a few more. At this moment, a black bead the size of a fist flew out from the dead third commander's body. Jiang Chen was startled at first, but he quickly understood what was going on. He grabbed the black bead with his hand. The people of the Dark Generation are no different from monsters. However, this dark spirit is quite useful to me. I will keep it. Jiang Chen's face revealed a hint of surprise. This bead was similar to the demon soul of the demonic beasts and the devil soul of the devils. It was the dark spirit of the Dark Generation. It contained a huge amount of energy. This was the dark spirit left behind by a third-grade minor saint. It was priceless. More importantly, Jiang Chen's dragon transformation art could transform the dark essence of the dark spirit into pure energy essence and be absorbed by him. From this point of view, there was basically no difference between the Dark Generation and the devil race in Jiang Chen's eyes. Due to the difference in the environment of this world, the people of the Dark Generation were much stronger than the devil race. To Jiang Chen, be it the devil soul or the dark spirit, they were all high-grade tonics. This discovery naturally made Jiang Chen excited. Killing a person of the Dark Generation would give him a certain amount of benefits. Not good. He killed the third commander. Damn it. How dare an outsider kill the commander of the Dark Generation in the city? This has never happened before. Quick, hurry up and inform the first commander and second commander. We must kill these crazy outsiders. The remaining guards' facial expression changed dramatically when they saw the death of their commander. Such a situation had never happened before in Void Triangular Domain. In this world, the Dark Generation was the absolute ruler. No matter how powerful the people in the other worlds were, they wouldn't dare to act rashly here. But today someone had killed their commander on the street. This was unforgivable. All of you stop. At this moment another loud shout rang out. The scene instantly quietened down. Everyone saw a man in purple robes descending from the sky. This man walked in the air as though he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. Every movement of his was incomparably elegant. The man looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. His face was like jade, his eyebrows were sharp, and his thin lips gave off a harsh feeling. His thick black hair draped over his shoulders, yet it didn't seem messy at all. This was a man who was even more beautiful than a woman. His body flashed and landed in the middle of the camp. His movements were elegant and handsome. It was unknown how many young girls would fall for him. Young master. The guards immediately clasped their fists and saluted respectfully when they saw the newcomer. The young master glanced at Jiang Chen and didn't linger for long. His eyes fell on Yan Qinyu. When he saw Yan Qinyu's peerless beauty, even though he had seen countless women, he was still stunned. He couldn't believe that there was such a beauty in this world. Even the fairies in the legends couldn't compare to her beauty. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.